I walked from the forest into a destroyed world I didn't fully understand, guided only by the sounds of a loud broadcast echoing through the mountains. They were announcing the first national census for Huaching and instructing everyone to come forward with their ID and contribution cards. I didn't have any of those things, but I followed the crowd anyway, hoping to learn something. The people around me spoke of Sanqing Mountain, the Rose Corridor, and superpowers, which made me wonder if my strange ability to communicate with plants was a power too. They also discussed the harsh reality of their lives, jobs, contribution points, and survival in this harsh apocalypse. Listening to them made me realize just how out of place I was. When we reached a big, crowded building, I joined the line, trying to blend in. Inside, people were talking about the old days and how different things were now. When it was finally my turn, the clerk asked for my ID. I was confused and told him I didn't have one, which made him sigh and tell me to switch lines. I joined another long line, still unsure of what I was doing or how I'd fit into this strange new world. My memories were gone, like a thick fog clouding everything except my name, Huayu. I found myself in a long line, hoping there might be some record of me here, but the basic setup and old equipment didn't give me much hope. I stayed quiet, not knowing what else to do. The clerk flipped through records and asked which characters made up my name. Huai for embracing, you for elm, I explained. He joked about how elm seeds almost injured him once, but I could only give a polite smile. When he couldn't find my name, he asked for my contribution card, but I had none. People around me whispered and gave me judgmental looks. In this harsh world, everyone earned contribution points through hard labor to keep society stable, and having none made me an outsider. The clerk grew impatient but eventually issued me a card, telling me to go to the housing office. There, my lack of contribution points limited my options. They assigned me a place in the Jinyuan community, a small unfinished apartment. I asked about a bigger place called Rose Mansion, but the clerk warned me about the dangers. The mansion was vast but surrounded by the wild, mutated plants of the Rose Corridor, which Major General Wu Yu had sacrificed his life to create as a defense. Despite the warnings, I insisted on living in Rose Mansion. The clerk, surprised by my choice, processed the paperwork and guided me through the steps. A middle-aged man, weathered by the years of disaster, even offered some advice. He thought I was naive, protected too well in the past, and would learn the hard way. He told me that if I couldn't handle it, help was nearby. I thanked him, my voice calm and polite, then went to collect relief food. The hall was packed with people arguing about their points and what they could exchange them for nutrient solutions, soybeans, even rumors about getting phones. The atmosphere was chaotic, with people lamenting the past and struggling to rebuild their lives. I held my empty card tightly, realizing how out of place and unprepared I was in this world. When my turn finally came, dusk had already set in. My 0-point contribution card made a loud beep, and the silence around me was thick with judgment. But I felt no shame. How could I? I didn't even remember my past, just my name and a few bits of common sense. I'd woken up wrapped in tree roots, forgotten everything, and found myself here. People whispered and looked at me with disdain, but I stayed calm, smiling. It wasn't my fault. The world had let me down, not the other way around. The clerk eventually gave me my rations, 30 bottles of nutrient solution and a pound of soybeans, warning me that my survival was my own problem now. I just smiled and thanked her. As I stepped outside, the sky was painted with dark blue and orange, and a rusty old bus was full of people. The loudspeakers kept repeating that the ride was free for the month, and I rushed over, squeezing onto the crowded bus. It was packed, everyone complaining about the lack of space and desperately clinging to their rations. The ride was rough, the bus shaking and bumping down broken roads. As more people got off, I found myself alone with the driver. When I told him my stop was the Rose Corridor, he looked shocked. No one really lived there. It was too dangerous. He tried to warn me, but I insisted that I had no choice. When the bus dropped me off, twilight had covered everything. I crouched down, feeling hungry but realizing my soybeans were too hard to eat. I tried the nutrient solution. It tasted like watery wood chips. Not great, but I didn't complain. Too much had happened today, and I had bigger questions. like why I'd emerged from a tree root cocoon. As night deepened, I realized I needed a place to sleep. The wasteland felt cold and unwelcoming. Then it hit me. My old cocoon back in the mountains was more comfortable than here. I made my way toward the rose corridor, the air thick with the scent of roses and the sight of their sharp thorns hidden beneath the leaves. But as I reached out to touch a rose, alarms blared, warning of a sudden mutation. I quickly hid in the ruins. Soon, military boots crunched on the ground above me, and a soldier shouted for me to come out. Hesitant and nervous, I poked my head out, trying to explain that this ruined mansion was now mine. The soldiers were confused and shocked. One of them, with a rose badge on his chest, seemed concerned and asked if someone had tampered with my contribution points. His expression grew cold, and I realized how unusual and dangerous my situation really was. When I proudly announced my 0 contribution score and the 600 acres of Rose Mansion no. When I had been assigned, everyone around me fell silent. They should have looked down on me, but I didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, I was genuinely pleased, and under the soldiers' flashlights, my dusty face showed my satisfaction. The soldiers were puzzled, probably thinking I was just a naive girl who'd been spoiled before the disaster. They put their guns down and asked if I'd noticed anything strange in the area: people, animals, or plants. I confidently told them there was nothing unusual, which made some of them laugh. One of them said the mutation in the area had been minor, but that they couldn't be careless. When they asked where I was sleeping, I happily pointed to the ruins. To me, it was warm and spacious compared to the cocoon I had woken up from. The soldiers didn't seem convinced, but they left, reminding me that my survival was now my responsibility. I envied their vehicle as they drove off. Turning to the rose corridor, I spoke to the thorny, blooming roses, scolding them to behave and not cause trouble. My voice was soft, not threatening at all. I even asked if they could drop some petals to make the ground more comfortable. To my surprise, the flowers bloomed wildly, and petals rained down, forming a thick, fragrant layer at my feet. The sight shocked a soldier nearby, but he quickly approached, reminding me not to get too close to the plants. He even handed me a sleeping bag, warning me that sleeping on the cold ground could make me sick. I thanked him sincerely, which seemed to soften his expression. Before leaving, he filled a bag with petals to test for abnormalities, warning me to be careful. Once he was gone, I made myself a cozy bed, filling the sleeping bag with petals and lying in the tunnel I'd claimed as home. It felt surprisingly comfortable, and as I drifted off to sleep, I wondered why the rose corridor seemed to listen to me. Maybe I was special, even if I couldn't remember my past. The next morning, I woke to the sound of a loud radio broadcast. The petals around me had withered into a mess, and I sighed, realizing that using flowers as a bed wasn't a long-term solution. I needed to figure out where I could sleep safely, especially since rain was forecasted. The foundation of the mansion, though sturdy, would likely flood, and I didn't want to wake up floating in water. I wandered across my new, vast territory of Rose Mansion, a 600-acre plot near the Sanqing Mountains. The area was mostly cleared by the Alien Defense Army, with only a few small saplings left, looking like stubble on a bare egg. The land was flat, and the pond nearby was clear, with only a few small fish and plants. I marveled at how the army kept this place safe, especially with the towering and wild Sanqing Mountains nearby, where I had woken up wrapped in tree roots. I sighed, impressed with their efforts but aware that I needed to focus on building shelter. The problem was, there were no building materials around, and I couldn't lift heavy beams or make proper walls myself. With no other choice, I decided to rely on the mountain's resources. Passing a defense outpost, I finally reached Area 8, where there had been some activity yesterday. I politely asked the Rose Corridor to open a path for me, and it obeyed, letting me pass. The mountains felt familiar, like a home, even though I didn't have one anymore. I looked for building materials and found some thick wisteria vines. Though I struggled to pull them, I managed to collect a bundle. I needed more materials, so I ventured deeper into the woods, searching for leaves to use as tiles. The forest was full of life, and I could sense the energy of the plants as spring awakened them. Finally, I found a tall sycamore tree, which seemed a bit mutated and easier to communicate with. I begged it for leaves, and after a lot of effort, the tree cooperated, sprouting lush, wide leaves. I gathered them and created a net using vines, bundling everything together. By midday, I had a large vine net filled with sycamore leaves. My work wasn't perfect, but it would have to do. The trees kept making way for me, and I even stumbled upon a tall Chinese pine. Hoping for some food, I asked for pine cones. The tree generously dropped 12 big ones, which I carefully secured in my makeshift leaf net. Tired but happy, I looked at my gathered supplies. Communicating with so many plants had left me exhausted, which felt strange. I thought I was supposed to be strong, but maybe I just needed to rest after waking up. Still, I felt hopeful, dragging my collected materials to build something to keep me safe. Dragging a giant bag of leaves and vines from Area 8 of the Rose Corridor to my chosen spot was a real struggle. The vines were flexible enough to squeeze along bit by bit, but the distance was over 3 kilometers. It was exhausting. The early spring sun made my cheeks hot, and I couldn't stop thinking about how much I wanted a car to make this easier. Humming a song to keep myself going, I finally made it back to the ruins where I'd left my sleeping bag. The familiar sight of bricks and scattered petals felt oddly like home, even though it was nothing more than a ruin. I reminded myself that this was my land, my 600-acre home, even if it was still far from comfortable. Realizing I needed to hurry up and build shelter before the rain came, I started digging shallow holes for the wisteria vines. But I was so weak that even making a 10-centimeter hole was exhausting. Frustrated but determined, I tried using my energy to make the vines grow deeper and stronger. It worked, but it left me tired and dizzy each time. I kept at it, planting and growing the vines to form a sturdy framework, but my body couldn't keep up. By the time I was halfway through, I was so hungry and tired that I had to crawl back to my tunnel for a break. The nutrient paste I ate tasted awful, but I was too hungry to complain. As the sun set, painting the sky orange, I returned to work. Using my last bit of energy, I finished entwining the vines to create a framework shaped like a fishbone, with symmetrical branches forming an arch. Just when I thought I was done, some of the vines unexpectedly sprouted clusters of wisteria flowers. The sight made me smile, washing away my frustration. The cool night wind reminded me how tired I was, but I held the vine branches close and whispered my thanks. I asked them not to grow anymore, hoping my simple house would hold up. The vines stayed silent, but I knew they understood in their own way. Feeling a bit more hopeful, I climbed into my red sleeping bag, using it as a cushion on the hard ground. The enclosed space gradually warmed up, and I curled up with only a pound of soybeans for food. My shelter wasn't perfect, but I had a plan, and for now, that was enough. The sun was just rising, casting long shadows through the frame I had built the day before. The wisterias were obedient, their bare branches swaying lightly in the wind. A single cluster of wisteria flowers bloomed by the door, cheerful and out of place. I drank my morning nutrient solution without expression. After 3 days of this stuff, the taste had gone from tolerable to awful. Suddenly, I realized my food wouldn't last a month. Crawling back into my tunnel, I counted the remaining packs. Only 26 left. I'd been drinking more than one a day, so it was clear I'd run out too soon. Frustrated, I knew I needed to make my resources stretch, especially since planting my soybeans wouldn't yield much in time. I needed to finish building my house before the rain came, but with my limited strength, it was slow going. At District 22, a small hill that had been cleared by the Defense Army, I collected thin branches to cap the house. Standing there, I could see how far the defense station was. The Rose Corridor seemed endless, and I felt unlucky to be dealing with its proximity. I got back to work on my house, using a long, wooden thorn to fasten leaves in a way that made them look like shingles. It was tedious, but with nothing else to do, I worked steadily. Yet, I worried about whether the roof would really keep out heavy rain. Remembering the pine cones I'd collected, I figured they might be worth something. Breaking open a smaller pine cone, I marveled at the pine nuts inside. Over 100 of them. Although they didn't taste as good as I remembered, they were a precious resource. Life was so different now. I used to be able to enjoy all kinds of fancy snacks. But here I was, celebrating simple pine nuts. I tied the pine cones into a long string and slung them over my shoulder, determined to trade them. I needed better materials to keep my home dry. Carrying the heavy bunch from Area 37 to Area 69 was exhausting, and by the time I reached the defense station, I was breathless and tired. The guards at the station looked at me in disbelief. When I finally caught my breath, I asked if they were the ones who had sent me the sleeping bag that night. "Captain Brother," I said, hoping someone would recognize me. Well, being suddenly called Captain Brother by a soft, cute, helpless, living alone in a tunnel girl, the captain's face tensed, but his tone slowed down. "I'm Zhou Qian. Just call me Captain Zhou. What can I do for you?" Hua Yu narrowed her eyes and said softly, "I built a house, but it doesn't seem to be able to keep out the rain. I wonder if I can exchange these pine cones for a piece of plastic sheet?" "Built a house?" Captain Zhou frowned. "It's been less than 2 days. You built it yourself? What kind of house?" Hua Yu gestured. "Just break off some branches to support it, and then pick some leaves and put them on top." But the leaves don't seem to be laid out tightly enough. She was a little conflicted. Although she knew that rain would drip along the downward curve of the leaves, there were too few sycamore leaves and they were not big enough, so she could only lay 2 layers. So she couldn't help but feel worried. The guard and Captain Zhou fell silent. They had heard that branches and leaves could be combined to build a house. But first of all, the other party was a weak little girl who seemed to have been well cared for before. The house she built in just over a day. I dare not think about it. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to break a bigger branch. Furthermore, it is early spring now. Even though there are some trees in the marginal areas, the ones with leaves now are basically small-leaved evergreen shrubs. These little leaves want to be piled up layer by layer to protect against wind and rain. Captain Zhou looked at her pitiful appearance, and even though he knew that she was a parasite with 0 contribution points, he still sighed. As soon as he sighed, Hua Yu became nervous. "Captain Brother, can we change?" She took the heavy bunch of pine cones off her shoulder and said more sincerely, "I found this yesterday near the Rose Corridor after searching for a long time. It's edible. Can I exchange it?" It was probably thrown by the Rose Corridor when it was driving away the alien plants, or it might have been blown by the strong wind. In short, just think about how a weak girl walked along the dangerous Rose Corridor, searching for so many miles before finding such a little food. Captain Zhou could no longer maintain his serious expression. He waved his hand, and a soldier came forward and said, "Go to the logistics department and use my points to exchange for a lightweight waterproof tarpaulin." "Is 20 square meters enough?" "Forget it. 40 square meters. The extra can be used as a pad on the ground to prevent moisture." Hua Yu moved her lips. She wanted to say that the new house was very large and solid. Although the house was only a little over 10 square meters, 40 square meters was just enough to cover the entire round roof. At most, a few bricks could be put on the corners, but there was no way to pad the ground. But it doesn't matter. The captain is a good person and she is content. After giving the instructions, Captain Zhou added one more thing. The light tarpaulin is also quite heavy. Put it on the roof, and remember to support the house well. Although plastic sheets are lighter, they can block the wind but not the cold. If it rains in 2 days, the temperature will be very low. Hua Yu nodded obediently and found that although Captain Zhou opposite him was dark-skinned and serious, he was very considerate. She hadn't expected the temperature to drop. She handed over the pine cone obediently. Captain Zhou didn't seem to want it. But after hesitating for a moment, he took it and was shocked by its heavy weight. "It's about 10 kilograms. Did you carry it all the way here?" Hua Yu nodded. She really wanted a car, but there wasn't one, so she had to carry it on her back. It sank to death. The other party laughed and said, "Not bad. You are now somewhat self-reliant and hardworking. The 0 contribution points are probably because your family protects you too well, but times have changed now, and you are the one you can rely on the most." He waved his hand and said, "Ingredients are hard to come by now. This pine cone doesn't look very mutated. It can be exchanged for about 10-15 contribution points, which is just enough to cover the tarpaulin." "Well done," he encouraged. "The waterproof tarpaulin weighs almost 12 pounds. It is sun-proof, anti-aging, and durable. Don't waste it. As the logistics staff jogged along, a thick stack of tarpaulin instantly bent Huayu's waist. Seeing Huayu dragging the tarpaulin slowly away and returning to the camp, the logistics support staff laughed and said, "It's rare that a little girl still has the spirit of self-reliance and knows how to exchange things for resources. At least I should drive a car to help her send the things back." Another person laughed. "Exactly. Look at that dirty face and tattered clothes. TSK, I guess he didn't even dare to wash his face. Although she is safe now, it is better for her to be a little dirty when she is alone. I don't know whose child she is. How could she protect herself so well even though she was so messy before? Now everything is on track. But, forget it. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. It's been 6 years since the disaster, and there have been all kinds of emergencies. It's not uncommon," Captain Zhou said in a deep voice. "She needs a lot of things. Does she need a toothbrush and toothpaste? Does she need a towel? Does she need pots and pans? If she can carry these 10 kilograms of pine cones here, she can carry 12 kilograms of tarpaulin back. I've finally figured out how to be self-reliant and break that zero contribution score. Don't mess with me and ruin my spirit." But then again, he was a little puzzled. Why haven't we picked up so many pine cones? Is it because the rose corridor over there is next to the mountain? The logistics department laughed. Maybe they are just young and inexperienced. They haven't seen how powerful the rose corridor is every summer and autumn, so they dare to tear up the bushes beside the rose corridor? They can't get close to that place, so it's normal that they have gained nothing in these years. You can't have gone through the corridor to pick them on the mountain, right? Captain Zhou handed over the pine cones and said, "Here, we haven't cracked melon seeds in years. Let's crack pine nuts today, test them to see what the mutation value is and whether they are edible." After the catastrophe, all plants have more or less mutated. The only difference is whether they have exceeded the critical value. Plants that exceed the critical value will go crazy, grow rapidly, become stronger, and then crave all nutrients, humans, animals, flesh, and blood. All nutrients. Therefore, during these 6 years of hard work, they worked together to kill all the crazy plants. Those that could not be killed were driven to the wilderness by all means. Most of the ones that are not within the normal variation range become very unpalatable. For example, pine nuts may have been fragrant and sweet in the past, but now they may be bitter and numb. How unpalatable it is depends on the mutation value. But what the heck? What's going on? The mutation value is only 3? The mutation index in their air is only 3. Everyone gathered around in an instant and then stared closely at the huge green number test again. Report again. Beep, it's still 3. Everyone looked at each other, then cheered. "Give me a handful. This one won't be bitter." "What are you thinking? You want another one? Are you shameless? Bah, don't try to grab it. It's mine. I used 50 points to buy this tarpaulin. Update it again. Comment quickly." The 12 kilograms of tarpaulin really made Huayu exhausted. The mere 2 kilograms of weight was the last straw that broke the camel's back. When she returned to her new house in District 37, the last thing she could do was to throw down the tarpaulin and lie down. So tired, so tired, so tired. Woohoo, where is her male servant? He is so tired. He is sweaty all over, and his face is obviously messy. He didn't even brush his teeth seriously in the morning. But she is so weak that she cannot take a bath in the water at this time of year, even if she just wipes herself. She took a few deep breaths, and when she felt the cold wind whistling into her clothes, she quickly got up again. The house construction progress has exceeded 80%. She wants to finish it in one go and sleep in the new house tonight. Thinking of this, it seems that a lot of strength has been added to her body. She unfolded the tarpaulin and dragged it little by little onto the round leaf roof. The wisteria support is working very hard and doesn't shake at all. It looks very stable. Huayu walked into her treehouse. After all, it was built on trees, and found that the cracks that originally let in a little light from the sky were now dark, and no light could get in. She became even happier. Sure enough, her action of asking the big pine tree for pine cones was really too wise. The good result gave her unlimited strength. At this moment, she was sorting out the remaining leaves and weaving them together one by one with thin vines, forming a natural decoration at the doorway. Even after it dried up, It could hide the fact that the wisteria had taken root. I am such a genius. Why you thought so, and silently added another label to his unknown identity. However, compared to the cold and hard bricks and stones under the tunnel, this small tree house or thatched house is directly in contact with the ground. It was about 2 meters high, maybe a little higher than 2 meters. After all, Hua Yu had to tiptoe and raise her arms to fix and wrap the frame at the top. When she was tying the leaves, she had to step on it carefully. It can be seen that she really put her heart into it and worked really hard to build the house. From a distance, the entire treehouse looks like an inverted irregular bowl or a non-standard rectangle. In short, because the length and width or diameter is about 3.5 meters, the area of the entire house is more than 10 square meters, which is obviously very spacious. Hua Yu thought about it and went to the foundation not far away while it was still light. He looked for loose bricks and stones one by one, and then moved towards the new house bit by bit like an ant moving. She was lucky. She didn't know whether the other party cut corners when building the house or it was due to construction requirements. But there was an area in the foundation that used small blue bricks instead of large volumes of concrete and foundation bricks and stones elsewhere. There was a pile of scattered red bricks nearby, but they were relatively few and probably not intended to be used as foundations. They also did not look as solid as blue bricks, so Hua Yu decisively chose blue bricks. She chopped it off piece by piece. Not only did her hands turn red, but she also felt like her waist was about to break. But when the sun sets and dusk falls, the ground inside the small treehouse of more than 10 square meters has been raised and made as flat as possible. This way, you don't have to worry even if it rains heavily. Well, it can't be too big. If it's too big and it keeps raining, she will still be in danger of getting soaked on flat ground. At this moment, Hua Yu looked at his little house and felt so satisfied. Actually, I should have wiped the blue bricks again, but I did too much work today and I am really tired. Hua Yu crawled back into the tunnel, stuffed the nutrient solution and soybeans into the sleeping bag, and then dragged them all the way out. From today on, she doesn't have to crawl around anymore. On the 4th day after coming down from the mountain, the sound of the radio, which was so close to us, became pleasant to the ears. Today is March 21st, 2066, Saturday, cloudy, air variability index 5, no abnormalities in Sanqing Mountain and the wasteland. The original Hongsheng pedestrian street in Huaqing is temporarily designated as the Hongsheng Trading Market. The spring equinox has passed, and experts from the Ministry of Agriculture and Planting encourage everyone to choose a warm environment to try to breed their own crops, be self-sufficient, and reduce the pressure on grain storage. The Ministry of Health recommends that people measure the variation value when looking for wild vegetables to prevent eating vegetables close to the critical value and causing damage to the body. There are still fugitives roaming around in the 3rd prison. Hua Yu sat on the green bricks at the door of the treehouse and looked into the distance comfortably. The rose corridor continued to spread forward beside him, still gentle and fragrant. The feeling of sleeping in a house was indeed very different from sleeping in a tunnel, so much so that she didn't even feel it was so unbearable when she sucked the nutrient solution in her mouth. The broadcast lasted for 30 minutes. Hua Yu listened to everything patiently and then forgot everything. But it didn't matter. She still remembered what she was going to do today. For example, I have to find some dry grass that doesn't shed debris first, then find a container to hold some water, and clean yesterday's blue brick floor first. But hay is easy to find, but containers are hard to find. Although no one said it explicitly, she vaguely knew that she was different and didn't want to go to crowded places for the time being. At this moment, she could only collect hay while thinking of a solution. There are many long thatches growing on the ruins of the foundation. They turn yellow and dry in the autumn, but they do not rot and fall to the ground. Instead, they are still swaying in the breeze, protecting the green and yellow grass buds that have just sprouted at the bottom. From a distance, this long thatch was scattered sporadically across this vast wasteland, and there were quite a lot of them. Hua Yu didn't have a knife, so he could only break the grass off one by one. When he had enough, he would fold it twice and pull out a grass stem to fix it casually, and it could barely be considered a brush. There were still some wilted tongue leaves left from yesterday. She grunted and carried a brick with holes to the pond not far away. First, Use broken bricks to fill the bottom part tightly as a support, and then overlap the leaves and put them into the holes to form a simple container. He scooped up water from the pond in handfuls, and finally gathered enough water to fill a soup bowl. Although the holes are a size or two larger than a fist, they are barely enough if you just want to wipe the floor tiles. I used the hay in my hand to brush the floor tiles clean with water, and then used the tongue leaves that had lost most of their moisture to wipe away the slight stains of dirt and water bit by bit. Now, there is only a sleeping bag in the simple room, and a large pine cone with a small hole broken off is hung by vines in the middle of the treehouse. At first glance, it looks like a light bulb hanging that doesn't emit light. Clean blue bricks, a maroon sleeping bag, 24 neatly arranged bags of nutrient solution, and a small net bag of soybeans. Although he had nothing and the treehouse was extremely empty, Hua Yu felt that he had shown his attitude towards a refined life. As for what's next, as the sunlight shone into the house through the door, Hua Yu pushed aside a few clumps of blooming wisteria and came to the rose corridor. "Can I pick some flowers?" She pointed to the brick with holes that was used as a makeshift basin and said, "The house would look better if we put fresh flowers in it." Update 2. It's me as expected. There was no movement in the rose corridor. If there is no movement, it means there is no rejection. Hua Yu carefully raised her fingers to avoid the long thorns that were as sharp as steel needles, and slowly selected 3 flowers and plucked them off. It's quite laborious, but she built the house herself, so what's wrong with making it a little more elaborate? On the 3 picked roses, there are blooming pink flowers and plump buds that are about to bloom. The green leaves have serrated edges and long and short thorns on the tender stems. But beauty is real beauty. She happily put the flowers into her simple perforated brick vase and placed it diagonally above the red sleeping bag. The wisteria flowers at the door swayed, and the big pine cones above her head also swayed slightly. All the effort seemed worth it. However, the house is still a bit simple. Hua Yu clapped his hands and cheered himself up again. Next, she will make herself a mattress. Yellow long thatch is everywhere, not growing densely, but its advantage is that it is everywhere and can be easily found. After withering in the autumn and enduring the wind and snow in the winter, these thatches have become as dry as can be in the spring, making them naturally suitable for use as mattresses. Even without a knife, she only needed to gently bend the stems, and she would hear a snapping sound, breaking the main stems. One by one, when she had gathered a handful, she would tie them up casually and send them back outside the treehouse. Although this kind of walking is not very efficient, it can at least stretch her stiff waist. When it comes to how to make herself feel more relaxed during work, Hua Yu feels that she still has some experience. Unfortunately, there were no watches nowadays, and the broadcast only announced the time in the morning. She could only look at the angle of the sun to estimate the time. When the sun gradually turned orange and was about to approach the tall mountains in the distance, Hua Yu stretched hard, groaning as he stretched his stiff waist. Then he took the hay back in his hand, and the first step of his mattress plan came to an end. Next, she will start weaving the mattress before it gets dark. Otherwise, if the hay is spread directly on the ground, it may be scattered around when she wakes up. But a moment later, the plan was corrected. After all, the ability to weave mattresses obviously requires advanced skills to obtain. Hua Yu tried several times, but all of them fell apart. But it doesn't matter. If you don't have good skills, you can make up for it with quantity. The harvesting plan continued from morning to evening, leaving a small pile of hay in the open space in front of the door. No matter how she made it, it was probably enough to make a mattress. Hua Yu measured their length and found that they were at least 1.23 meters long. So he turned around and went back to look for the blue bricks. The 1.2-meter bed has 2 layers of blue bricks underneath and a wall made of blue bricks around it, creating a sunken bed space that looks like the frame of a built-in bed. The only regret is that there is no soft bed head. But this is also good. Blue bricks are heavy and large, much taller than red bricks. Even without cement, they are difficult to push when used as walls. You don't have to worry about them falling down and hitting you at night. The bottom is raised with 2 layers, so even if it rains suddenly and water leaks into the house, there is no need to worry about the bed getting wet. Then spread the hay horizontally inside. Because there is a lot of hay, you can even spread it a little thicker. Wow! When the hay was almost level with the bricks, Hua Yu couldn't help but jump in. So comfortable. So free. Although it is only 1.2 meters wide, compared with the sleeping bag that cannot move around, this bed is so comfortable. After all, even if it is a sleeping bag, sleeping directly on the cold and hard ground is not uncomfortable. It is just slightly better. It was a pity that there was no quilt, so she had to pack up her sleeping bag and put it on the hay. But after leaving the cold and hard ground, I should be able to sleep well tonight. It was not easy to collect hay. Although most of it was left unused, Hua Yu tied it into large bundles before it got completely dark and put them in his hut. Bales of hay were piled high against the wall. How could this not be considered a kind of wealth? Perhaps because it was about to rain. The night seemed dark and gloomy tonight, without any moon or stars. Hua Yu knelt on the hay mattress, gulped down a bag of nutrient solution, and then skillfully got into the sleeping bag. Tomorrow. She thought hard in her sleepiness. Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. She had no problem with shelter. The next thing to think about was food and clothing. Apart from anything else, I haven't brushed my teeth or washed my face properly these past few days. I can't believe that I, who am so refined, can still be so sloppy. But the daily physical work was too much for her. So now that she had relaxed and fell into a deep sleep before she could even think twice. Outside the house, the spring breeze is blowing, bringing a lively atmosphere. However, even though he was ambitious last night, when he woke up, Hua Yu fell into confusion again. She could barely build a house, but if she had to weave cloth to make clothes, that would really be a difficult task for her. But these tattered clothes, apart from anything else, she couldn't even take a shower every day because she had no clothes to change into. It was too painful. Is it true that she is such a genius, but she doesn't deserve to have some beautiful clothes? As for food, anyway, there is still nutrient solution. Even if it is not enough for a month, it will not be a big problem to last for another half a month. Since she is not starving, she is not in a hurry. Would you like to visit the trading market? Hua Yu was conflicted. Then he looked down at his ragged self, not quite sure whether the bus would let him get on. After thinking about it, he could only turn his gaze towards the headquarters of District 69. Well, since I've already changed into a waterproof tarpaulin, is it possible to also change into 2 sets of clothes? But it is only early spring now, and even in the mountains, there is probably nothing to eat. What shall I exchange it for? She sat on the grass, chin in her hand, thinking. And the next moment, Hua Yu thought of a more critical issue, which made her almost jump up. That's it. Girls have to have their periods every month, right? And they don't give notice of this, right? Help, help, help. She stood up from the ground instantly and looked at Sanqing Mountain with a gloomy face. It seems that it is urgent to go up the mountain to search for treasure. Looking at the layers of roses swaying in the wind, Hua Yu sighed. You are beautiful, but you can't bear fruit. The resentment in these words was so strong that the swaying of the rose corridor even stopped. The next moment, seeing its branches begin to wave wildly, Hua Yu instantly stared at the mutation value detector in front of him nervously. Then he fell to his knees with a thud. I was just complaining about being too tired from work. I'm sorry. Please. She bowed sincerely and lowered her head deeply. The next moment, his eyes met 2 small black eyes that emerged from the ground. Well, this book is also known as Playing House. Ha 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 ha. I really feel like I'm at home when I write this. It may be too childish for children, but just right for adults. It was a small hole right at the base of the rose wall. It's really small, and covered by dense green leaves. You can't see anything clearly. If Hua Yu had not knelt too quickly and apologized too sincerely, it would not have been discovered now. But the little eyes inside seemed to be frightened and disappeared in a flash. But Hua Yu was faster than it. Even before his body received the command from his brain, he took a step ahead and reached in with one hand. Well, finally, after a struggle, I managed to pull the little thing out by its tail. Well, it's just an ordinary vole. Gray fur, round eyes, long beard, and long tail. This looks a bit too ordinary. She quickly tilted her neck back a little. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether field mice are mediocre or not. What matters is that they are good at hiding food. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The vole struggled frantically. Hua Yu didn't embarrass it. Instead, he tilted his head slightly and smiled gently. Baby, you are so cute. It's okay. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Just go. At this moment, she was emitting the aura of the Maiden Mary, so much so that the little vole was stunned for a moment when it was placed on the ground, and then it fled madly into the distance. However, before it ran far, it seemed to come to its senses, and when it looked back with its little eyes, its entire long beard was about to blow off, because at this moment, Huai Yu had already stretched out his arms and started digging its hole. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little field mouse even forgot about his own life-threatening situation at this moment. He turned back again and flew back and forth beside the hole, so anxious that sparks were coming out of the soles of his feet. But Huai Yu just smiled sweetly. Thank you. I just happened to have nothing to wear. And thanks to the little field mouse, she even just thought of a little trick for going into the mountains to hunt for treasure, that is to see how many squirrels had forgotten their treasure hiding places in the previous year. With that in mind, don't be too casual when digging the soil now. Fortunately, perhaps because the roots of the rose corridor are too deep, or perhaps the wasteland is too dangerous, the vole's burrow is winding, but the straight line distance is not deep. And when Huai Yu found the thick branches he used to dig the hole when building the house as an aid, the little field mouse's squeaking became more desperate. But humans and mice do not share the same joys and sorrows. The more desperate the little field mouse was, the happier Huai Yu was, because the granary of the field mouse in front of him was really rich. The small pile of peanuts looked very plump, and she had to scoop them all out twice. There were also some beans, dirty but not bad green beans, 2 big handfuls. I don't know where I stole them from. Wow, they are really good. In addition, there were some wheat grains. But it seems that it is not very good at stealing wheat, so most of the wheat is dry and worthless. Most importantly, Huai Yu found a handful of yam beans the size of quail eggs in the last small granary. Wow, this can be planted, and the yield per moo should be easily over 1,000 kilograms, which is much more filling than her 1 kilogram of beans. With so many good things, every moment she stayed in the wild was a sign of her not working hard enough. Huai Yu took off his coat and put all the things in it. In the end, he carried a bag as big as a basketball. It can be seen how good this little vole is at hoarding food. You're amazing. She sincerely praised the anxious field mouse, and then made thoughtful arrangements for it. Look, even though I took your food, it's spring now, so you don't lack food. Don't you like the tender grass sprouts here? Eat more, as much as you want. This is my land. Eat it with confidence. After saying that, he left happily. Back in the house, she spread the clothes on the blue bricks and then sorted the pile of grain one by one. Discard the shriveled and rotten ones, and sort the rest separately. Yams can be grown and have a high yield, so I won't exchange them for clothes. Peanuts can also be planted. If they are planted well, the yield per moo can reach 1,000 kilograms. Keep them. There are not many good ears of wheat left. In the end, they can't even make up a small handful. I don't think I can get anything in exchange. I can only wrap them in leaves and put them in my pocket. I'll ask and see. There were a lot of mung beans. I don't know where I picked them from, 2 big bunches. But mung beans are not very filling. Huai Yu immediately decided to use this to exchange for clothes. She didn't know much about prices, but since 11 pine cones could be exchanged for a waterproof tarpaulin, then these 2 handfuls of mung beans, if nothing else, could at least buy a set of underwear, right? As for whether to go to the market, Huai Yu thought that there were many things to be done, and there must be more people in the market who were more miserable than him. Although mung beans could be grown, they could not be eaten for the time being, so they were probably not worth much. In that case, defense force, please. To show respect, Huai Yu endured the bitterness and brushed his teeth with a branch with a grim face before leaving. Since there was no clean water, he just wanted to show his respect. Fortunately, the amount of nutrient solution was large, otherwise she would not have been able to survive these few days. Next, hold the mung beans with the hem of your clothes and set off towards Area 69. This time, without carrying a Tianjin pine cone, Huai Yu walked the 3 or 4 kilometers very easily. He even looked around all the way. If it weren't for his ragged clothes, it would really feel like a picnic. At the 69th district, The guard at the door saw her coming from afar and quickly picked up the intercom. When Huayu arrived at the door, she saw Captain Zhou and the logistics waiting at the door. When he saw her coming, he forced a smile on his face. Huayu. But she was a decent person, and now that she needed help, she would never say anything like your face is twitching. So she just smiled softly. Captain brother, can I change things? Zhou Qian tried hard to hold back the smile on his face and be more friendly, so even his tone was strange and gentle. That's no problem. The pine nuts you sent last time were delicious, and we all like them very much. I just didn't eat much. Because the mutation value was so low, everyone just laughed and broke one, and the rest were requisitioned for research. Now that they heard that she was coming, everyone rushed over, hoping that there would be some good stuff with a low mutation value this time. Huayu looked at him with some suspicion, then studied his weathered face for a while, and roughly understood Captain Zhou must have suffered a lot, so he doesn't think pine nuts are bitter, right? It's really touching. She would be even more touched if she could change her clothes today. So she smiled sweetly. Thank you so much, brothers. I just don't know if there are any sisters here. I want to change something that girls can use. Girls can use. Zhou Qian looked at her messy hair and worn-out clothes, then said, no problem. He took out the walkie-talkie and whispered a few words. Soon, 2 heroic girls came out. Let me explain. The yam beans here are the yam beans of the iron stick yam. Please don't misunderstand. Update 2. There may not be a second update tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. It depends on how much I can write. Squirrels have several treasure burial sites, but usually after burying their food, they forget where it is. As for voles, those who have read the previous book know that they really do have a big granary at home. As for the question of the heroine drinking water, it depends on the person. Many people don't like to drink water. Captain Zhou. The two saluted Zhou Qian, then laughed and said, what do you want me to do? Zhou Qian thought for a moment and pointed at Huayu, who was not far away. Ask her what she wants to exchange for? What does she want to exchange for? As long as it's not excessive, anything under 200 points will do. The two were speechless. What does not excessive mean? There must be a limit. But since Zhou Qian had given the order, one of them walked towards Huayu and said, little girl, what do you want to change? Huayu loosened the hem of his clothes. Mung beans. What can I exchange for it? After all, she is a girl, and her mind is more delicate than that of Zhou Qian, a big man. The other party looked her over and whispered, toiletries, glycerin, elastic ropes, clothes, can all be changed. Wow. Huayu opened her mouth slightly, her eyes shining, because she needed everything the other person said so much. But, with just 2 handfuls of mung beans, I should only be able to pick a portion, right? She was struggling, not knowing how to choose, so she could only look at the person in front of her pitifully. Sister, how much can I get for mung beans? Can you give me some advice? At this moment, another female officer came over and said, Heko, can you let me test the mung beans first? If the quality is high enough, the above ones can basically be exchanged for one. Huayu was pleasantly surprised. Although he didn't know the quality of the mung beans, they looked so plump, so they shouldn't be too bad, right? The other party took out something like a thermometer and gently scanned the mung beans in his pocket. Beep. The instrument emitted a long beep, and the number 9 appeared on the light green screen. Zhou Qian also saw it, and was a little disappointed at the moment. It was not a 3 like the pine nut last time. But on second thought, 9 is also quite good, belonging to the quality of high-quality grain. So he nodded to the female officer, who put away the tester and said with a smile, 1 meter-long elastic rope, 2 soft and hard bristle toothbrushes, and a 400g tube of toothpaste, 2 towels, and a set of one-size-fits-all underwear. You can redeem all of these at once. You can also replace the items with something else. You can tell me what you need first. Another person smiled and explained. The mung beans in your hand are about half a pound, of excellent quality, and the market transaction contribution points are about 20-30. After all, as you know, the top demand nowadays is high-yield crops, and mung beans are not included. So despite the excellent quality, the price will be discounted. Huayu did not reply immediately, but pondered. So yesterday I exchanged pine cones for waterproof tarpaulin, and the captain paid part of it for me, right? No. Zhou Qian quickly replied. The pine nuts you sent are of very good quality. a higher grade than excellent. But because the yield is not high and the planting cycle is over 20 years, the official contribution score is 50. It takes about 15 to 20 years for Chinese pine to start bearing fruit. If it is planted directly from seeds, it is indeed too slow. But despite saying so, Hua Yu thought to herself. When she handed over the seeds, Captain Zhou gave her the tarpaulin without checking it. So, he actually paid part of the difference at the beginning. Therefore, she did not ask how many points the officer's sister asked for these things just now, but lowered her voice and said, "If I only want a towel, can the other pound be exchanged for a pack of sanitary napkins?" The female officer was stunned for a moment, then patted her on the shoulder and said, "I forgot that although you look skinny, you are actually a grown-up girl. How about this? I will personally pay for 2 packs of sanitary napkins and 2 rolls of toilet paper for you. Your towel can be exchanged for a bottle of 30 small water purification tablets. Do you know how to use water purification tablets? This is a home-use type. 1 tablet can purify 3 liters of water." Hua Yu's eyes widened. She hadn't drunk any water in the past few days and didn't realize there was such a thing. But the problem is, she doesn't even have a container to hold water. So he raised his head shyly, his eyes sincere. Then, "Do we have any unwanted buckets or bottles? Or where is the garbage dump in our city? I can go there to pick it up." After hearing this, the female officer had no idea that his life really so difficult. "What have you been doing in the 6 years since the disaster?" She didn't know Hua Yu's zero contribution, but Hua Yu knew it herself. However, she didn't feel ashamed. After all, she had to build a house by herself. Being poor and destitute was clearly an oppression of the world. It's amazing that she is still self-reliant now. But now urban life has just barely gotten back on track. After the disaster, many things are only distributed by the government, and the resources of these daily necessities are actually quite tight. The 2 female officers discussed with Zhou Qian for a while, and finally one of them returned to the base, holding a large red plastic bucket in one hand and an empty mineral water bottle in the other. "Here, check it out. Everything is in there. These 2 barrels are a help to you. If you have good seeds in the future, you can bring them over to exchange." Hua Yu accepted it with gratitude. Although the world was not good to her, everyone she met was very kind to her. She was satisfied. She thought about it and took out the wheat from her pocket again. "Thank you, sisters. Thank you, Captain Brother. Thank you, Logistics Uncle. This is the wheat I got. I'll give it to you." Zhou Qian didn't want to accept her things, but the wheat in front of him was really only a small handful, pitifully small in quantity. Looking at the serious look on the girl's face, he paused, but finally reached out and took it. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but be curious. "You picked up the pine cones next to the roses, but this wheat, there can't be wheat ears there, right? Even if there is, the winter wheat is not yet mature, and last year's spring wheat has already passed the winter. How can we still pick it?" No. Perhaps because daily necessities suddenly became much more abundant, Hua Yu smiled with great satisfaction and obedience. "I dug a vole hole, and there were a lot of them in there. Everyone. If we didn't know that the government had distributed nutrient solution and beans to supplement protein to you, everyone would really like to raise funds to buy you some food. They were so hungry that they had to dig a vole hole. It was too hard. They had been in the disaster for 6 years, and their normal life was forced to stop. Their living resources were somewhat scarce. But with the government's support, I had never heard of such a shortage." When I looked at her again for a while, I had vaguely put aside the impression of zero contribution points and began to feel pity for her. Zhou Qian paused, and then added, "If you work harder to save more things, I will apply for a field kettle for you next time you come." As for how much he had accumulated, he didn't say. Anyway, as long as the other party came, he would just pay for it. Here we come. Hua Yu didn't want any kettle. To be precise, she currently has limited supplies and is supported by nutrient solution, so her need for clean water is not that urgent. She thought about it and asked seriously, "If you want to exchange for a multi-purpose shovel, how many do you need? For example, like a mung bean. A multi-purpose shovel?" Zhou Qian frowned. "Wait a moment. I'll ask the logistics department. We don't have anyone to redeem this, so I don't know much about it." Hua Yu nodded, carrying the supplies in the big red bucket, and waited obediently. The logistics department quickly gave the answer 350 contribution points are required. 350? Huayu was a little shocked. She took great pains to dig a hole, but the green beans inside could only be exchanged for 20 to 30 cents. 1/3 of the pile of things in her hand was paid by others. Now a shovel costs 350 points? Not to mention Huayu. Even Zhou Qian thinks it's expensive. But the more expensive it is, the more worth it. Their multifunctional shovels today are truly multifunctional. They can be used as hoes, pickaxes, window breakers, saws, wrenches, rulers, etc. They have all the functions you expect. And because they are made of manganese steel, their hardness and durability are incredibly high. If these things are taken out, they can kill people in today's world. Because of this, even Zhou Qian himself couldn't apply for a loan. What's more, the other party had 0 contribution points and had no place to show credit. At this moment, he could only say to Huayu, "You can save some food first and then go back to the market in the city. There should be second-hand farm tools there." But the other party had clearly dug up even the vole holes, so Captain Zhou actually didn't know how she could generate income. At this moment, I can only sigh again. If only you had chosen Jinyuan community. Although the 30-plus stairs are tiring and the houses don't have doors or windows, there are many people living in the community, and there will be a small trading market, so it's much more convenient for neighbors to communicate with each other here. More importantly, the first resource in everyone's hands can be exchanged for things other than housing conditions. And the girl in front of me still lives alone in a thatched hut. Huayu shook his head. At that time, I was only attracted by the size of the Rose Mansion, but now, after living there for a few days, I can probably understand the current environment of the community. In her opinion, the reason why the unfinished building is called an unfinished building is because the Jinyuan community was originally planned to have 37 floors. As a result, the construction was shelved after only reaching the 32nd or 33rd floor. People living in it had nothing but the ground and the roof, and there was not even a partition to separate themselves from the neighbors. Of course, there are only a few people who can queue up on the top floor, so she can have the whole floor to herself. But for a single girl to live there, the trouble would definitely be more than the hard work she is putting in now. She was carrying a bucket and a plastic mineral water bucket and smiled slightly. "Thank you, Captain Brother. Thank you, sisters. I'll go back first." Although second-hand farm tools are attractive, she is someone who needs to go up the mountain, perhaps to dig holes or cut down trees. In short, a multifunctional shovel is more practical. However, if she went to the mountains to get food, she would not be able to come here to exchange things directly. After all, if the other party asked her how she got to the mountains, she would have no way to answer. But her house was not fully ready yet, and before the heavy rain came, she did not have enough time to observe the market. Huayu began to worry, but just as she turned around, she heard Zhou Qian calling her again. "Wait." Huayu turned around and found that the other party took out a lighter from his pocket and handed it to him. "If you really have nothing to eat, you need a fire to roast the field mouse. Remember to roast it thoroughly." After all, the girl in front of him didn't look like she could make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together. Huayu. She took the lighter with a complicated look on her face and couldn't help but praise him again. "Captain, you are really thoughtful." Although she was not really that hungry and didn't want to eat field mice. It took quite a while to walk the more than 3 kilometers, and by the time Huayu returned to his treehouse, it was already evening. In early spring, the days are short and the nights are long, and without lighting, the time she has to work is greatly reduced. Now she can only quickly put things in order. She pulled a thin vine and tied it to the vines that supported the treehouse. The first thing she did was to hang up her clean, white new towel. Wow! Put your toothpaste and toothbrush on the blue bricks nearby, and the atmosphere of life will instantly become rich. She couldn't use the 1-meter-long elastic rope for the time being, so she took it out, tied a knot, and wrapped it around a few times. It took some effort to tie up her messy hair. He put the remaining things on the haystack and hurried out with the red bucket. About 2 minutes walk down the slope from the treehouse, there is a small pond of about 3 to 5 acres, with the bottom visible. But before that, Huayu didn't want to touch the water at all except to wash his hands. Now that she had the container and water purification tablets, she decisively dug out a vine to hang the bucket and then threw it into the center of the pond. With just a careful and strenuous pull, the big red bucket was 70% full of water. Perhaps considering her current water storage needs, this red bucket is really big. Even though there is only 65% water left after it was brought into the house, it still looks like it can hold at least 30 liters. Hua Yu carefully counted out 10 water purification tablets and threw them in. After thinking for a while, he threw in one more tablet and then shook the bucket slightly. The water purification tablets are decomposing rapidly and the microorganisms in the water are being killed. According to the original plan, she should have used a towel to do an additional preliminary filtration. After all, water purification tablets only kill microorganisms and insect eggs and cannot eliminate some impurities in the water. But, forget it, the nutrient solution is enough to keep me alive. It is very inconvenient for her to go to the toilet now, so she should eat and drink less as much as possible. Next up, now that I have a lighter, I will go and fetch all the dead branches and leaves from the distant woods before it gets dark. I can light a fire at night so I don't have to lie down at 6 or 7 o'clock when it gets dark. Lying down is a very happy thing in itself, but if there is no quilt, you can only get into the sleeping bag to keep warm, and there is no mobile phone. Hua Yu thought, if she was not strong enough, wouldn't she have to cry every night until dawn? She dragged the vine net, which was of fairly average workmanship, forward again. The grove ahead was once a lush and flourishing hillside. After the plants mutated, the alien plant defense army led everyone to plow the entire flower city inch by inch, and all the trees in the woods that had shown abnormal movements were cut down. The reason why the problem is not eradicated is that if the plants are eradicated, the atmospheric environment will change and human beings will also perish. The current state of half defense and half expulsion of the wasteland throughout the country is also based on this consideration. And there were really only a few bare stubbles left on the hillside, and the rest were some small saplings that were not very viable and were growing again. Hua Yu was stomping on and breaking the dry branches that were too many to drag, and at the same time, she was looking forward to. When this spring rain is over, the wild vegetables and mushrooms should be out, right? Update is here. I got home at 4 a.m., washed up and laid down. I was so tired that I didn't recover after lying down for a whole day. The bungee cord has another use. There will be one in the toilet too. I will resume updating twice a day in a few days, so I will take it slow for the next 2 days. The large, forked branches were dragged directly out of the woods by Hua Yu, and the vine net bag with holes big enough for people to get through was filled with pine needle leaves. The sun had already set, and she hurriedly dragged all of them to the edge of the treehouse, one trip at a time. Then, without bothering to tidy up, she quickly used blue bricks to form a simple square in the center of the treehouse near the door. The dead leaves were put in, accompanied by the sound of a lighter click. Hua Yu stared at the flame and suddenly felt inexplicably dazed. At the same time, there is also an inexplicable sense of security. After a pause, she ignited the dead leaves, then took the thin branches beside her and broke them one by one, slowly lighting the fire. In the twilight, the orange firelight illuminated her face, a mixture of fatigue and satisfaction, reflecting the peaceful expression on her face. The treehouse is just over 2 meters high and cannot prevent the heat from rising. But fortunately, it is spacious enough and the fire is not that big, so it is still worry-free for short-term use. Hua Yu walked out of the door, took branches and leaves, and dug a hole in the distance to solve the problem of the cycle of grains. I was reluctant to use toilet paper. I only had 2 rolls. What if I encountered a critical moment next? Good steel should be used on the blade, and good paper should be used during minces. Moreover, thanks to the nutrient solution, because it is a viscous liquid and she is constantly sweating and working, she does not have to go to the toilet several times a day. After she walked a few minutes to the pond to wash her hands and came back, she could only see the vague outline of her treehouse from a distance, but there was no light coming through it. Hua Yu was a little stunned. This tarpaulin is said to be lightweight, but it is actually very heavy. She always thought that the defense army did not have anything lighter, but now it seems that this waterproof tarpaulin, because of its thickness, can actually block out light. She had never thought about it before, but being out in the wild in the dead of night without being spotted by firelight was actually a great guarantee of safety. When she walked around the back and entered the house through the door, a gust of wind blew by, and sparks from the brazier surrounded by blue bricks flew towards the haystack farther away. Although the distance is far enough to the air, the slightest risk of burning is dangerous enough. Why you? Well, you can't leave hay like this anymore. She looked at the water that had been purified by the purification tablets and the thick sediment at the bottom. She then unscrewed the mineral water bucket next to her, tilted the big red bucket, and carefully poured the purified water into it. It's getting a little late, but water was needed tonight, so Huayu went out again with the red bucket. He took some effort to clean the sediment at the bottom, and then brought back half a bucket of water. The firelight was dancing, and the entire treehouse was bright enough, which was much better than the state she was forced to close her eyes at dark in the past few days. There were still a few blue bricks left, so she simply used them to build a small table and carefully placed the toothpaste, toothbrush, etc. she had obtained today on it. As for the 2 precious rolls of toilet paper and sanitary napkins, they were naturally placed on the blue bricks at the head of his bed, and the C position was obvious. After all this trouble, when Huayu added firewood to the fire again, he felt that today's nutrient solution had become delicious. And after filling her stomach, the first thing she does is brush her teeth. The water in the plastic mineral water bucket was carefully poured onto the lid, and the new hard-bristled toothbrush was unpacked. After brushing his teeth carefully and repeatedly twice, Huayu finally laughed happily. Who knows? The refreshing feeling in the mouth is so wonderful. She found a dry branch and placed it on the frame, with the height and position just to the side of the fire, and then took off her clothes. A short windbreaker with big holes on the sleeves, and the collar and front seemed to have been torn apart by someone, and it was so dirty that the original color couldn't be seen. Huayu couldn't tell what material it was made of, but it was probably not a very expensive one, right? It is wide and spacious, and the publication type is quite ordinary. Huayu took it off and threw it directly into the bucket. Then, the inner layer a white T-shirt that was no longer white, not elastic, but relatively thick. The treehouse was quiet, and although there was no door yet, the heat from the fire had already begun to radiate. She put the clothes in the bucket and rubbed them patiently. Since there was nothing else, she had to rub them patiently on the blue bricks. Water trickled down from the raised bricks and soon flowed into the soil through the cracks. After the mud and plaster on the 2 shirts were symbolically scrubbed, they were hung on a rack next to the fire to dry. Afterwards, Huayu took off his jeans, the color of which could no longer be identified. TSK, it was all muddy, so I had to take the water in the bucket outside to pour it out. Then I used purified water twice to rinse it clean. Huayu did not change her underwear immediately. Instead, she sat down with a bundle of hay in her arms and slowly braided her hair in the heat and light of the fire. She tried to twist the straw rope, but it just fell apart. She also tried to weave the curtains, but they also fell apart. After thinking about it, I probably only have the skill of braiding a pigtail. Now I can only use this stupid method, braiding it bit by bit. The hay was not flexible enough and was much less soft than straw and wick. She had to control the strength so as not to break the stems. Fortunately, the overall difficulty was not high. When she raised her stiff neck again, an uneven and roughly worked door had been woven. Huayu measured the size of the extended doorway and finally threaded it onto the branch with satisfaction, and then clipped it onto the bracket beside the door. Finally, there is a door. The room instantly feels safer. At the same time, the night wind was blocked outside the door, and the temperature in the room began to rise rapidly. Huayu laughed happily, and after thinking for a while, out of a girl's natural safety considerations, she also passed a thin rattan stick through each side of the door, and then hung it on the protruding branches on both sides of the door. Although it doesn't have much defensive power, but it's better than nothing. Wow! After walking around in the enclosed space, she added more firewood to the fire and sighed again. With the light, I feel like I have so much more time. She was very energetic and didn't feel tired at all. Instead, she took out her snow-white new towel, dipped it in the purified water poured from the bucket, wiped her body carefully, and changed into new underwear. Then wiped the sleeping bag again. After the last bit of water was poured out after washing the underwear, Huayu stretched his body vigorously. She is really amazing. But the work is not over yet. Huayu sat on the bed, listening to the sound of water dripping on wet clothes beside the fire, and started braiding her hair again. Tomorrow's task is go into the mountains, find materials and food. She wanted to build a small shed and toilet as soon as possible before the heavy rain came. Update is here. An important point for outdoor survival is that it is best not to let light through the tent from the popular science of survival bloggers. As for why the discontinued book can be written, of course it's because this book only needs one update, so I can keep recommending it before it goes on sale. The pain of updating once and updating twice is different. Whisper, when I started writing a new book, the editor told me that I could write as much as I wanted every day, which meant that I could finish the book with 2,000 words. That's why I started writing it. I even marked the slow update in the introduction. I didn't expect it. The idea was beautiful, but when Huayu woke up the next day, he stared at his empty hands in a daze. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. And now, she doesn't even have a knife. She sighed, her young face full of melancholy about life. But it doesn't matter. Just look at the house in front of you, and you will know how powerful you are. Whatever you want, you will get it sooner or later. Huayu regroups, listening to the announcement that starts at 8 o'clock every morning. She put on the clothes that were dried and stiff after being baked by the fire until midnight yesterday, dragged her vine net bag, hung a big red bucket on her arm, and headed towards the Rose Corridor 8 area again. Rose, oh Rose, please be more responsible and don't make any noise again. At worst I can kowtow to you again. Now that this is his third time crossing the Rose Corridor, Huayu has become somewhat familiar with it. She carefully carried her small belongings through the dense branches and leaves, stood at the foot of the mountain, breathed in the rich air unique to Sanqing Mountain, and now strode forward. The vine net bag had become dry and brittle after being used for a few days. It was now so small that it could not be folded up. Huayu dragged it through the woods with difficulty. It took him a while to finally reach the depths of the mountains. The forest was filled with only faint sunlight. Because a heavy rain was coming, it was dark for several days and the sun was not visible. Unfortunately, because it was too early, not many buds had sprouted yet, and there were bare tree trunks everywhere. Wrong. There is food. I saw a tree in front of me, densely packed with tender leaves no more than 1 centimeter in size, and pearl flowers dotted in the middle like rice grains of pearls. This is edible, but it was still early, and picking them too early might make them stale. Huayu hesitated for a moment and decided to come back later. Because she was thinking about the pearl flower in her mind, she was afraid of getting lost. So she didn't dare to go far and just wandered around nearby. Unfortunately, there were only tall trees and red pines here, but not a single pine cone was found on the ground. After searching for a long time, there was still no result. During this time, he saw a thick dry tree lying on the ground. Huayu stared at it for a long time, and the more he looked, the more regretful he felt. What a wonderful tree! If I could drag it back to my house, I could break off the bark to burn for firewood, saw off the trunk to make stools and tables, or even split it into pieces to make firewood. It's too perfect. She couldn't even imagine how lively and cheerful she would be if she had this big tree trunk. Unfortunately, reality is so cruel. The tree trunk was so big that Huayu couldn't drag it at all. Moreover, it is not raining now, so no matter how many signs of decay there are on the surface of the tree trunks, not a single mushroom has grown. Well, she sighed and patted the tree trunk gently. What a beautiful piece of waste. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a slight click sound. Huayu stood up straight and saw a pine cone that had somehow fallen right next to the center of the tree trunk. Her eyes lit up and she walked over quickly. I found that they were still pine cones of Armand pine, but compared to the super large ones I asked for last time, these cones were obviously half the size. But when I opened the seed scales, I found that there were still pine nuts inside, small in size, but full enough. She held the pine cone and stared at the center of the tree trunk with expectation. Then she poked at a branch and unexpectedly made a hole under the rotten bark. She put the stick in and flipped it twice. She clearly felt something inside. She carefully reached out and touched it. Hey, another pine cone. What is this? This is the squirrel's treasure trove that she has been searching all over the mountain for but couldn't find. As expected of me, the son of destiny, Hua Yu instantly burst out with boundless strength, and now he took the stick and hammered and pried along the rotten bark, and soon pried a crack on the side of the trunk. The rotten bark fell off, and she discovered that there was a passage in the middle of the tree, like a hole made by something. This poor tree may have died because it was empty in the middle. Then it fell down and became a treasure trove for squirrels. Now it's all hers. She used a thin branch to dig and dig, trying to push as much of the stuff inside as possible into the pried hole. Along with the continuous sound, a small hill soon formed in the tree hole. Acorns, chestnuts, kernels, walnuts, hazelnuts, and peanuts. And then there are the growing number of small pine cones. This thing takes up more space than dried fruits. The tree hole is full of it, so much so that when it is pushed out now, it has actually formed a small hill. Hua Yu squatted on the ground, with a smile on her face. She held all the various nuts in her hands and put them into the red bucket. The big red bucket, which was big enough to hold 40 liters of water, was filled with small nuts alone, which filled up half of the bucket. Then there are the pine cones piled up to the point of tipping over. She simply took off her coat and piled the remaining pine cones into her wide windbreaker, then pulled off the heavy elastic rope on her head, wrapped it around a few times, and finally harvested another big bag, until the last handful of hazelnuts was put into the red bucket and slid down through the gaps in the pine cones. The tree could no longer take out anything. Hua Yu withdrew his hand with satisfaction. Big tree, big tree. A big tree with a hole is a good big tree. After all this trouble, she didn't know how much time had passed. She looked at the sky and decided to start her return journey. Who would have thought that on the way back, I took a detour and saw some slender wild vegetables sticking out from among the dead branches and leaves in front of me, with the ends curled into cute little circles. It's bracken. Hua Yu stood there in a daze, looking at the full and heavy bucket, then touching the windbreaker he was carrying with difficulty, and finally looking at the vine net bag in his hand that had too many holes and was of no use. Darn it! Why are there so many good things today? Could she really be the child of destiny? She put down her package with hesitation, carefully looked around the barren fern slope, and found lush green shepherd's purse at the foot of the mountain. Hua Yu. She looked at her body. There was really nothing to put things in. After thinking about it, she simply took off the thin vines on her back, tied knots on the nearby trees as marks, and then extended all the way to the pearl flower. I'll go back first today and visit the trading market in the afternoon. Tomorrow I will definitely come to pick wild vegetables. From today on, Sanqing Mountain is her home. These heavy things together were several times heavier than the tarpaulin, and they had to be carried carefully across the mountain. Hua Yu was sweating profusely before he finally managed to bring the things back. She could even proudly say, not a single pine cone has fallen. But now, she looked at the sky and didn't even have time to sort them. She only had time to put down the things she didn't need, and she just picked up the bucket and carried the pine cones on her back and set off for the bus stop. Update is here. Tomorrow is the Hongsheng Pedestrian Street Trading Market. Without a mobile phone or a clock, the only times Hua Yu could be sure of every day were the morning broadcast and the sunset in the evening. As it was so dark today, she couldn't tell what time it was. She only estimated that she had been climbing in the mountains for a long time, and it would not be earlier than 2 o'clock in the afternoon at the earliest. She would never have been in such a hurry to rush to the trading market at this time if the heavy rain forecast in the morning report had not been getting closer. The familiar bus stop is at the edge of District 16 of the Rose Corridor, and it's a 5-minute walk away. Although it's the last stop, the bus terminal is actually in Jinyuan Community for safety reasons. The purpose of setting up a base here is purely to facilitate the alien plant defense forces. Now it is convenient for her. Then look at the statement posted at the station. The bus runs every half an hour, which is not too long. She put down the heavy red bucket and bag, stretched her body, and suddenly saw a bus moving slowly. Perhaps because it was the middle of the afternoon, there were only a few people on the bus. Hua Yu was so happy. She grunted and carried her things to the car. The driver looked at her curiously and said, "Girl, do you have relatives in the Defense Army station?" "Yeah." Hua Yu smiled unceremoniously. My brother is there. I go to see him often. Then she lowered her head in embarrassment and hugged the bag in her hands awkwardly. Everyone in the car understood immediately. Just let the family members move some supplies. There is nothing strange about this. They would also like to do it if they have the conditions. Everyone looked away. Huayu raised his head slightly and looked at the time on the big screen on the bus, 2:08. She then asked, after the free period of this month, how much will the bus cost when it returns? The driver's voice came, 1 o'clock, or 2 o'clock. The higher-ups haven't notified us yet. But our final stop is Hongqing Pedestrian Street, which takes an hour and a half, so 2 o'clock isn't expensive. Oh my. The aunties in the car were unhappy. 2 points is not expensive? 2 points is enough for 2 bags of nutrient solution for 2 days. Every household is like moving into a new house now, who has extra food. That's right. They were not happy, and the driver was even more unhappy. I didn't set the price. What are you saying to me? Besides, you all got on the bus from Jinyuan. So how can they live in the city center? I heard that former bosses are now starting to recruit people and rebuild their businesses. Those with more contribution points can even redeem them for cars. The capitalist had a lot of assets at the beginning and supported the country, so the country should give them a share. We are just ordinary people. Everyone started discussing in whispers. Huayu listened quietly, trying to absorb the unfamiliar knowledge. For example, nutrient solution, it turns out to be so cheap. Of course, she speculated that this was due to government subsidies. After all, at the price of 1 contribution point per bag, everyone could afford it as long as they did not lie on the ground waiting to die. But the bus to Hongqing Market takes an hour and a half to drive. Regardless of whether there are people in the market at night, what time does the bus run to? What time? The driver said, the last bus leaves Hongqing at 7:30. You still want to go back at night, little girl? Yeah. Huayu was a little embarrassed. My brother and sister-in-law just got married, and the house, well, my brother used his points to exchange for a small dormitory outside the city. Oh. Everyone will understand what I mean. Although Jinyuan community wants every household to have an area of more than 90 square meters, many buildings in the city center were damaged by plants before, and there are actually not many places where people can live now. Even after 6 years, the average house per person is only 20 to 30 square meters. Besides, she is a newlywed, a girl. The uncles and aunts who gradually got on the bus understood it. So what are you planning to sell? Someone asked. The bucket was covered with straw curtains, and the package was uneven. Huayu smiled shyly. My brother. Just got some pine nuts and hazelnuts and the like. I'll go and exchange them for some points. Oh. Everyone understood again. Did they do it when they were cleaning up the alien plants? The Defense Army still has better benefits. That's not much money. The fruit grown from the alien plants has a high mutation value and tastes bad, so it can't be sold at a high price. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. How can ordinary people like us dare to go into the mountains? Don't mention it. My daughter is dating someone who is an explorer. Every month they take a detour from Sanqing Mountain to explore the wilderness. Oh my, that's a high income. If you have special species, the Research Institute will pay you a lot. What's the point? I'm always worried about my future. I don't like it anyway. Little girl, have you ever sold this before? There is a detector on the pedestrian street. If your product cannot be put on the instrument, they will not let it in. Everyone was talking at once, and the topic gradually became chaotic, but Huayu kept listening with a smile, and then slowly sorted out the process of the trading market. They were talking so much that when there were so many people on the bus that Huayu had to hold the bucket in his arms, the bus slowly stopped. The final stop, Hongqing Pedestrian Street. We have arrived. In a split second, everyone in the carriage started moving, and in an instant it was empty. Huayu got off the train and found that there was an especially rustic banner hanging on the tall archway on the pedestrian street. East gate of Hongqing Trading Market, there is a large ancient archway at the entrance, which was probably built to create a unique pedestrian street. But now it is covered by a banner, so Huayu only took a glance at it, and then his eyes bypassed the guard at the door and turned to the inspection area at the entrance. Although it was afternoon, at a glance, all the shops on both sides of the pedestrian street were open, with various clothing and random brand names written on the signs. For example, There is a store called Blue Collection Luxury Products. Huayu looked from a distance and found that the items sold there were just buckets, bottles, basins, etc. There is also a store called XX Mulberry Silk, which sells small piles of leeks with a special price written on it. Variation value 12, special price 12 cents per pound. Quite a few people were picking and choosing, and the special offers looked very attractive. But Huayu thought about how much he had gained in exchange for his 11 pine cones. The defense army is really nice. She then also carried her things to the testing station to queue up. The inspection station is very efficient, and it seems to be a modified high-speed rail security scanner. After swiping the ID card, Huayu only needs to put the items on the conveyor belt and follow the items in. Wait in line for another minute, and the device next to it will spit out a temporary anti-counterfeiting certificate, huh? The staff member leaned over and said, "This thing is of good quality. The mutation value is 11. Huayu smiled shyly. What a pity. The other party smacked his lips. They are all dried fruits, not very filling. Maybe well-off families would buy some here. Take your certificate. This is your transaction bracelet. The contribution points will be transferred to your account through this transaction. When you go to the other side to transfer the points, it will be transferred to your account. By the way," he added, "there will be no booth fees this month, but they will be charged next month. Remember to prepare your contribution points." Update. There's more at 6:30 p.m. Contribution points. Contribution points. Now without contribution points, it is simply impossible to move forward. Huayu walked forward silently with the bucket in his hand, observing the stalls on both sides. Maybe it was because it was afternoon, there were not many stalls on the roads on both sides of the store, and I couldn't tell where the flow of people was larger. However, I found some people selling vegetable seedlings. But it's very expensive. A pepper seedling costs 10 cents. There were also fruit vendors selling winter dates, which looked quite fresh, but unfortunately few people were interested. A sack was cut open and used as a mat on the ground, with a small pile of fruits on top and a certificate next to it. Variation value, 23 hiss. Huayu walked over and asked curiously, "Are your dates delicious?" "It's delicious. My relative picked it in the wilderness himself." "Of course it's delicious. If you don't believe me, buy some and try it. This pound only costs 5 contribution points." "Really?" Huayu picked up a winter date and looked at it from left to right, but didn't find any difference between it and the normal ones. The other party was actively lobbying. "Try a pound?" The nutritional value of winter dates is very high. A few years ago, a pound would cost 30 or 40 yuan. Huayu nodded. "Can I try one?" The other person's face tightened. "No, that won't work. We finally picked so many of them. How heavy is this one? I won't let you taste it. Don't worry, it must be delicious. If it's not delicious, I'll compensate you with a pound." Then, Huayu looked at the other party hesitantly. "Can you try it yourself? Eat one and let me see." The other party hesitated for a while, and finally stretched out his hand. "Okay." The little girl is quite vigilant after he finished speaking. He picked up a date and bit into it with a crunch, his brows and eyes looking very satisfied. "I told you my date is good." Hiss. No, not bad." His face was distorted, his facial features were wrinkled, and his expression was even more ferocious. It seemed that his tongue was about to pop out while he was speaking. Seeing this, Huayu frowned. His neck retracted, and his double chin was about to pop out. This. She took another look at the mutation value, 23, then looked at the pile of dates that seemed like no one was buying them, and she stood up silently. She thought the other party would stop her, but she didn't expect that when she got up to leave. The man setting up the stall quickly spat out the dates in his mouth, and then threw the remaining half far away, and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Huayu. At this moment, she had a new understanding of how unpalatable these dates were. But after thinking for a while, he turned around and asked again, "If I come to buy your dates later, can you tell me where to sell my pine nuts?" The man opposite was stunned. After a moment, he waved his hands and said, "Forget it. I won't sell it. This thing is so darn disgusting, even more disgusting than shoot. Even dogs won't eat it." The continuous switching of metaphors shows that the dates really hurt him. But the other party still pointed the way to Huayu. "Nuts. Now only rich people eat them. It's not easy to sell them at a stall. Look, do you see the Xiagua Gold in front? The store over there sells luxury goods. Go ask them. Hua Yu looked at the shining sign hanging high up, thanked him obediently, and then walked forward carrying the bag and bucket. When I finally arrived at Xiagua Gold, I found that what was sold in the huge gold store was neither gold nor luxury goods, but game consoles, game cartridges, fishing rods, cameras, mobile phones, and makeup sets. The lipstick set displayed in the glass cabinet was priced at 273 contribution points, and the production date was printed in black inkjet code on it. It was clearly 6 years ago. Does the beauty want this set? The chubby boss came over like a penguin and said in a grandiose way, "Let me tell you, our stuff is the best quality in the whole Flower City. Look at the date, it's so fresh. If you look for it outside, you won't be able to find it if it's not more than 8 years old." He did see the clothes Hua Yu was wearing, but these days, people wear all kinds of clothes. Just because the clothes are a little tattered doesn't mean that he is not a big shot, so his attitude is also particularly sincere. Hua Yu was silent for a moment. He had no idea what his lips would look like if he put on the lipstick he wore 6 years ago. But it didn't matter, since she couldn't afford it now anyway, so she asked politely, "I'm not here to buy anything. I want to sell something. Do you sell dried fruits?" She handed over the test certificate. The mutation value is 11. The fat boss was about to say no, but he quickly took it back. Mutation value 11? Oh, this is a good thing. Come on, let me see what it is. If it's melon seeds, the price is not low now. Hua Yu opened the straw curtain on the bucket, and underneath was a pile of pine cones. There was a hint of disappointment on the fat boss's face. That's all. The pine cones take up space, and by the time the pine nuts are peeled out there may not be much left. Hua Yu looked at him expectantly. "What price can you give for this?" The fat boss opened his mouth, looked at Hua Yu's frail appearance, and suddenly laughed again. "Girl, are you selling this for your family? I tell you, Old Tang accepts all good things, and I'm a very honest person. Don't worry, I can afford the price of these pine nuts. If you have any good things in our family in the future, just bring them to me." In this world, picking pine cones is not something a thin girl can do. Not to mention that the mutation value is only 11. Old Tang always takes the long term into consideration when doing business, and now he quoted a price under Hua Yu's expectant gaze. "This pine cone is unpeeled and not very big, but this is our first time doing business. Let's be friends. I'll give you a high price of 1 cent each. How about that?" Referring to the defensive army, 11 large pine cones were scored 50 points, an average of more than 4 points. But now this pine cone is less than half the size of the previous ones. Hua Yu asked weakly, 2 cents is okay, I'll come back later. My brother, I mean, the things in our house are so good. Boss Tang raised his eyebrows, sighed in embarrassment, and finally gritted his teeth. Okay, 2 for 1. Let's make friends. Can I try 2 first? Hua Yu nodded. Boss Tang picked up a pine cone and started to peel the pine nuts, while Hua Yu untied his windbreaker bag and took out the small pine cones one by one. 1, 2, 3. I carried 65 of them in my bag. Next is the bucket, which has 39 in it. She calculated silently. This is worth 208 points. Looking at Boss Tang again, there is no more heartache on his face, but he broke off another piece of pine cone to pick out pine nuts, his face full of satisfaction. Oh my God, I haven't eaten such delicious pine nuts in many years. Hua Yu also breathed a sigh of relief silently. The business can only develop in the long run if both parties offer the right price. She is alone and does not want to set up a stall to collect points and attract attention in the short term. So he brought the red bucket over again. There are some apricot kernels and peanuts in it, and the rest are all pine nuts. What's the price for this? Hey, 2 updates today. Although it's a little late. Please support me. Yo-ho. The boss looked down and was actually a little surprised. Because there were so many dried fruits in this half bucket, he quickly found a piece of cardboard and spread it on the ground. Come on, pour them out and sort them out. Different fruits have different prices. Hua Yu responded and quickly put down the red bucket. With a pleasant rustling sound, Boss Tang squatted down with difficulty to pick up the fruits. These peanuts look pretty full, but there are too few of them. I think there's hardly a pound, a whole pound. I'll give you 12 points. The apricot kernels are good. He picked up the dried apricot kernels and shook them. He heard a crackling sound inside, which meant they were obviously very full. He picked one out with satisfaction and weighed it. Oh my! 2 caddies and 3 ounces, 38 cents. Okay? Next came a few chestnuts, but unfortunately, they were all eaten by worms. Boss Tang could only pick them aside with regret. I won't take these. The last ones are basically pine nuts, the same size as the ones he just ate, and full of grains. Weigh them now 21 Jean 4 Liang. Boss Tang grinned, and finally looked at Huayu, who had a plain face, fair skin and tender hands, and finally gritted his teeth and gave a tough price. 25 per pound. How's that? Without waiting for Huayu to speak, he quickly explained, Sister, you can ask around in the market about my price. It's impossible for anyone to offer a higher price than me. It's mainly because of the pine nuts. They're just a snack. People without money can't afford it, and the rich treat it as a luxury item. But don't think that my store sells luxury items, but it's closed for half a year, and it only lasts for half a year. I charge 25 cents, so I have to take some risks. Huayu had a tense face, but he was actually very happy. She nodded. Okay. After a pause, he added, I'll come to see you next time. Okay. This is what Boss Tang was waiting for. My last name is Tang Hongji. What's your last name? Huayu smiled and said, My name is Huayu. You means elm money. Okay. Xiaoyu girl. Boss Tang said, Come on. You want to trade the bracelet? I'll transfer the money to you right away. Trading bracelets? Huayu silently took out the temporary transfer card issued by the government and said shyly under Boss Tang's puzzled gaze, I have never been out of the house before, and my brother said that they… Well, that's it. I only have this temporary transfer card. Oh, Boss Tang understood instantly. No wonder the little girl looked so weak. It turned out that she was really well protected by her family. In this world, people can be protected without even a bracelet. So the 2 brothers she just mentioned, are they 2 brothers? How powerful must they be? His expression instantly became more enthusiastic, and he simply pulled out a box from under the counter. Here, this transaction bracelet is more convenient than a temporary transfer card. For a temporary transfer card, you have to go to the official bank window and then transfer the points to your name. Sometimes it is inconvenient to trade something privately. This bracelet is not expensive. It is free for those with more than 300 contribution points. Sister Xiaoyu, you don't have any contribution points, right? Come on, pick one. I'll give you one. Really? Huayu smiled like an innocent little girl. Boss, you are so smart. I really don't have any points. At this moment, I am happily picking out bracelets of different colors in the box. Suddenly, she asked, Can this bracelet send messages? That's not possible. Boss Tang said, This is a temporary change made by the government after the world changed. It's good enough to be able to transfer money, but you need to buy a mobile phone to send messages. I have a cell phone here, but it's expensive. Didn't your family buy you one? Huayu shook her head dejectedly. My brother said the news outside is a mess. She didn't say anything else, fearing that the more she said, the more mistakes she would make. But it was this kind of concealment that made Boss Tang believe it without a doubt. The little princess in the ivory tower. There are such people before and after the disaster. Huayu quickly picked out a trading bracelet, and under the guidance of Boss Tang, he bound it to his ID card and used fingerprint recognition. Then he asked casually, Well, boss, do you know where to buy wild vegetables? The mutation value should be around 11. My brother said he found it in the mountains. Wild vegetables. To be honest, it is not suitable for Boss Tang's shop. The mutability value is 11. He has many wealthy customers. What if they just want to eat spring food? Boss Tang nodded. If it were someone else, I wouldn't buy it. But Xiaoyu, you asked, so I must buy it. But the price can't be the same as the retail price in the market. How about this? If the mutation value can really reach 11, I will charge 8 points per pound. How do you think? Wild vegetables can't be stored for long. It would be risky for me to collect everything at once. Huayu thought of the pile of leeks with a mutation value of 12 and a special price of 12 that she had just seen. Of course, it would be more expensive if she sold them herself, but she was short of time now. So she nodded decisively. Okay. Boss Tang pretended to ask casually, Sister, Your brother can get a lot of things. Is he in the mountains? Or is he in the wilderness? Hua Yu paused and said, maybe he went into the mountains. Brother rarely talked about it. Hiss. Boss Tang took a deep breath. That's incredible. No wonder they have the strength to protect you so well. Going into the mountains is a life-threatening undertaking. It's even more dangerous than the wasteland on the edge of the area. Hua Yu frowned. Is it so dangerous? No, it was normal for her to go into the mountains. And if she didn't try her best, the flowers, plants, and trees would not care about her. Only the Rose Corridor is the most obedient. Of course, you still have to kowtow when necessary. How can it not be dangerous? Boss Tang also sighed. You know, the reason why our flower city is safe is because of the wild roses that mutated under the old corner of the Sanqing Palace. It mutated so violently that the Wuyue garrison officer of our alien plant defense army exhausted all his abilities and narrowly escaped death before he was able to tame it and give birth to the Rose Corridor, successfully saving the flower city. After all this trouble, we directly blocked the most dangerous Sanqing mountain and the large wasteland below. Just think about it, that mountain is full of plants. If they mutate, our entire flower city won't be able to withstand it. Now it's good. With the Rose Corridor, as long as people don't go into the mountain, nothing will happen. This gave us a chance to catch our breath and clean up the suburbs. But the city is safe now. If we go into the mountains, well, Boss Tang sighed and went off topic. In the early stage, our defense army cleared the alien plants on the mountain, but it cost a lot of lives. Hua Yu fell silent. After a while, the cheerful voice of the calculator broke the silence again. She put on the bracelet and watched Boss Tang redial the calculator. 793 points. Girl, come here as soon as you pick the wild vegetables. If there are other good things, I want them too. Hua Yu touched the smart bracelet and thought about the 793 points in it, as if he had become rich overnight. But when she thought about the fact that a multifunctional shovel alone would cost 350 points, she became instantly frustrated. Points, it's not easy to spend. A little bit of setting, but it's not a big problem. Farming is farming, and high-level matters have nothing to do with farming. There is a possibility that the second update will be dropped at 6 o'clock. How to spend 793 points is a big problem. Hua Yu carefully reviewed the 4 aspects of food, clothing, housing, and transportation and found that the most needed thing at the moment is still tools. The dried fruits are selling unexpectedly fast, and there is still plenty of time before the last bus at 7:30 p.m. She strolled slowly along the entire pedestrian street, going into each store and finding that this place was more like an early small market for daily necessities, with everything available, all mixed together and in small quantities. For example, this store Yume Jewelry sells everything from pots, pans, and utensils, but after Hua Yu asked the price, he found out that the cheapest iron pot cost 30 cents. She hesitated for a while, but decided to look for something else first. Next door is a repair shop, which is located in a gap of only about 3 or 4 square meters, with a signed genuine leather bag hanging on the door. She was very curious. Uncle, is this shop yours? No, the other person was repairing a clock, and he didn't even look up when he heard it. Aren't they selecting people based on contribution points and giving us high-scoring ones a month's free rental? Hua Yu said and understood. A high contribution score means that they have contributed a lot during the entire disaster, whether it is labor, assets, or vitality. Correspondingly, after the government stabilizes the order, there should be corresponding benefits returned to them. She looked down and found that the uncle repaired a variety of things, and there was a second-hand counter next to him. How much is this watch? It was a quartz watch, which looked very elegant, but there was a crack on the dial. It was probably glued on with some glue, so it looked very blurry and tattered. Which one? The other party raised his head and stretched his neck to look into the cabinet. This one? This is a good thing, very durable, 50 points. So expensive. Hua Yu's heart shuddered, and he turned and left. However, she left so abruptly that the shop owner was stunned, and then he shouted loudly, "Don't go. What do you like? Try to bargain carefully. You don't look like you are buying sincerely." Hua Yu then came back and said, "I don't think you are sincere in selling it. I will buy it for 10 cents. You must be kidding. If you go to the Huaxia gold store in front, You can get 100 points for any piece. What? Boss Tang still sells this? Huayu turned around and wanted to go over and take a look. After all, even if the things were expensive, at least they weren't a rip-off. She would at least ask about the price first. Uh, uh, the shopkeeper shouted, 35. 35 cents is fine, right? Just tiptoe. This watch used to be a good brand. I even cut the price myself. Huayu turned his head and took a look. What brand? I don't recognize it. After saying this, the shop owner remained silent. To be honest, this is probably something from the wholesale market, and he couldn't even tell what brand it was. In the past, it would have sold for at most $20 or $30. Okay. 28 cents, 28 cents, you take it. That's the price I'm charging you. I even added glue. So straightforward? Is there still room for profit? Huayu's hesitant look hurt the boss, and he turned his head away instantly. I won't sell it anymore. Well, after a lot of arguing, the two finally settled the deal at 22 points. Huayu left satisfied, and the shop owner was also very satisfied. But when she put on her watch, she realized that it didn't seem like much time had passed, but it was already 4:10. It would be dark soon. Huayu immediately quickened his pace, first walked quickly through the entire pedestrian street, asked about the prices, and then went to the store he had chosen. How much is this plastic bag? And this plastic woven backpack? How much is this big sack? How much is a bundle of rope? How much is this thick one and this thin one? Give me 2 bundles. How much is this hoe? 35? Lowest price? No. How much are the scissors? 35? I don't want them then. After asking about the prices of farm tools, she found that each one was very expensive, and if she needed to use multiple tools at the same time, she couldn't even carry them up the mountain at the same time, as they were too fragmented. Thinking about it this way, the multifunctional shovel is indeed more practical. However, plastic bags in supermarkets are now 2 cents each. Huayu felt they were quite sturdy, so he bought 3 with a sigh. A plastic rope backpack is an indispensable item when going into the mountains or into the city. One costs 22 cents. Huayu gritted his teeth and bought 3. A large storage bag also costs 22 yuan. Huayu's heart bleeds as he watches his newly acquired wealth decrease. These essential tools for entering the mountains have now been barely collected, and the contribution points have also increased from 793 to 677 points. After deducting the 350 points for the multifunctional shovel and the things that the kind sister had paid for before, Huayu now only has about 277 points left. But she had to buy the remaining things. Salt and sugar are indispensable. Nutrient solution can only be used to fill the stomach, but she consumes a lot every day and often feels weak. She may need some salt and sugar water to replenish her body. Just 1 packet of salt and 1 packet of sugar deducted 20 cents, and it is said that this is due to government subsidies. You need a cup, right? Whether you want to rinse your mouth or drink water. There has to be a basin, right? You also need to buy detergent or soap. Otherwise, the clothes won't be clean. Huayu touched his long hair, although it was troublesome to rub it with wood ash last night. It was at least clean enough, which prevented his lie from being exposed today. Otherwise, if you were so sloppy, who would believe that you were living a good life at home? Shampoo is too expensive, so just buy a bar of soap. Of course, people who live a good life should have smooth hair. But the hair conditioners sold on the street are all 7 years old, and Huayu dare not buy them no matter how cheap they are. So, soap is not afraid of expiring, even if it is only 10 cents a piece. Huayu will grit his teeth and buy it. Stock up on another box of toilet paper. This is so expensive. It costs 80 cents. Huayu gave up instantly. Tree leaves are good. They don't waste resources and are environmentally friendly. And there is a pot. A stainless steel soup pot with a lid that can be burned over an open flame, which can be used to cook vegetables or boil water. It comes with a cheap wooden shovel and an extra set of steel wire hooks to hang it over the fire. This set alone costs 55 points. In a building materials store, Huayu saw cement, which was 80 cents per bag and weighed 10 kilograms. It seemed very popular, and people kept coming into the store to ask about the price at this time. Hua Yu listened quietly and found that many people bought it to temporarily build toilets or partitions. She wants to too, but it's so expensive. But if I could buy 2 or 3 bags and build a toilet tank. Hua Yu looked down at his score display. There were 152 points left. She looked at the small tent and toilet for camping next door. It cost 215 cents. Darn it. She would never buy it. After all, she even built the house herself, so she couldn't afford to pay so much for the toilet, right? Update 2 is here. Does anyone remember how much they bought in total? 3 backpacks were stacked in there, and then there were basins, large sacks, and plastic bags, and some odds and ends were placed on top. Hua Yu was bent by the heavy weight, but he still came to a large store with difficulty. There is a big cardboard at the door. Used clothing, shoes, and socks are processed and disinfected. She looked at the clothes that had become colorful and messy due to the violent 84 disinfection, and was very satisfied with the price of 2 cents per pound. Of course, the clothes in the store are better looking and newer, and some are even brand new, but what about the price? Hua Yu thought. Summer is coming soon, so it's not necessary to just have 2 sets of clothes to change into. She didn't even plan to buy a quilt. However, just as I had this thought, I saw an old lady picking and choosing with her companions inside. I guess after the rain, there will be a cold snap in spring. Hua Yu was stunned. Oh, I still don't have enough life experience. She gave up the idea of saving money and followed him into the store. The most scarce item at the moment is actually socks. Second-hand socks cost 1 cent a pair, while brand new ones cost 2 cents. 3 pairs. Second-hand vintage rain boots, 8 cents a pair. Unopened old models, 13 cents. New models, 16 cents. She decisively picked a pair of old black shoes. There was no other reason, just this color and style looked very durable. An 80% new short down jacket costs 35 cents. A pair of 80% new sweatpants costs 15 cents. The jacket and long-sleeved t-shirt together are 19 points. I also got a pack of basic hair ties, which cost 2 cents. After just this purchase, the 152 points in my hand were reduced to only 62 points in an instant. Hua Yu looked at the shoes on his feet again. They were quite dirty, but still wearable. However, if he came to see Boss Tang again next time, these shoes would not match what he had said. So she gritted her teeth and bought a new pair of white sneakers. This pair of sneakers used to be a big brand, but after buying it, Hua Yu only had 40 points left. She wasn't going to spend any more. Although I reserved 400 points for the defense army, I still have to leave some room, right? At this moment, I am just glad that I bought a few more backpacks. He carried one on his back, one in his arms, and holding his own bucket in his hands. He put on the coat that he had used as a bag before, and finally managed to pack all the things away. She was about to go home, but on the way to the east gate of the pedestrian street, she found that the man selling dates was still sitting there. As for the dates on the ground, of course, it looks like there is not a single one missing. Hua Yu walked over. The other person was dozing off, vaguely aware of someone coming, and the first thing he said was, "You don't have to try it. If you want to eat it, you can eat it. I'll take it all away for 5 minutes. Then give it to me." Hua Yu looked at him with a smile. She had just arrived, and if the other party had not pointed out a really good place, those things would not have been sold so quickly, and would not have been sold at such a high price so easily. Hua Yu smiled sweetly at the stall owner. "I came here to thank you. Mr. Tang from Huaxia Gold is a very nice person. Can you pack the dates for me?" The stall owner suddenly came to his senses and said, "It's okay. It's just a casual remark. It's not that serious. Do you really want it?" "Yes." Hua Yu smiled innocently. "I haven't eaten a fruit with such a high mutation value. I want to try it." The other person looked envious. "You haven't even tasted this. How good your life must be." "Okay. I'll give it all to you." He gathered up the 4 corners of the sack and then dumped it into Hua Yu's backpack. His whole expression was relaxed. Just give it 4 points. He is lazy, doesn't like to move, and his contribution points are not high, but he snatched the dates at the East District Expressway exit. There are often explorers coming around from the other side of Sanqing Mountain because they have to measure the mutation value to enter the city and are charged by the number. Many things with too high values and too cumbersome will be thrown away there. He lived nearby and would hang out there every morning and evening when he had nothing to do. Although there were a lot of people competing for his food, he could always get enough to eat. At the beginning, the reason for charging 5 cents per pound was to wait for the cheaters. But now the government has provided everyone with a stable life, and no one is here to take advantage of this bargain. Unwise. Hua Yu nodded and stretched out her arm to reveal the bracelet. Looking at the tattered watch again, it is now almost 5 o'clock. After returning the temporary wristband, I walked to the bus stop, where there were already many people who were also returning with full bags. But fortunately, there were not many people who took the return bus with Hua Yu, and she was lucky enough to find a seat in the back row. I raised my wrist again, and it was 5:22, the same as what was shown on the screen on the bus. As the dusk deepened outside the car window, the tall and steep Sanqing Mountain in the distance looked like a block of color painted with thick ink, which was mysterious and dangerous. She was in a daze, holding a date in her hand, unconsciously activating her abilities, as if she was playing with it when she had nothing to do. It was almost 7 o'clock when the bus arrived at the station. Hua Yu got off the bus with his bags on his back. Looking at the dark mountains in the distance and the lonely street lamp at the bus stop, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh, I should have asked how much the flashlight cost." But this was not an urgent need, so she sighed and let it go. She took the things back to the treehouse and rushed to Area 69 without taking a rest. After thinking about it, he poured the dates he had washed once into the plastic bag. But I suddenly remembered that I had used my own ability to eat all these dates. Because my power was weak, I was just thinking of exercising because I was bored. So I didn't know if there would be any changes and whether I could eat them. But the big pine tree used its own power to give the pine cones, so they should be edible, right? After thinking it over, she simply rinsed it in the bucket and took a sip. She took the dates and looked at them again. They looked no different from what the vendor had eaten, but they weren't that bad either. There are even some sweet ones. It tastes like a radish with the chaff falling off when bitten, or like a winter jujube that has been stored for a long time. This kind of return gift is not very easy to give, right? But thinking back to the last time I tasted the slightly bitter pine nuts, it seemed like the defense army liked them quite a bit. Never mind. Hua Yu put on the backpack, put his lighter in his pocket, and set off. Although it was not very clear in the dark, the vague outlines could still be seen. Moreover, as long as we followed the direction of the Rose Corridor, we would never go wrong. She walked from Area 37 to Area 69. She looked at her watch and saw that it took a total of 43 minutes. It's so far, it would be nice if we had a car. This time she was not just thinking about it, but full of expectations for the future. After all, she already had a watch, so it shouldn't be a problem to save up for a bicycle later, right? Captain Zhou was a little surprised that she came so late, and was worried that she might need help with something. However, when I left the camp, I saw Hua Yu standing under the streetlight, smiling brightly. "Captain Brother." She waved her hands excitedly. "I have contribution points. I can buy a multi-purpose shovel. Update is coming. At 6 p.m., I will try to update again. Is there any class representative here who can count what was bought?" Hua Yu was so cheerful that Captain Zhou was stunned for a moment. Then he grinned as well. "Not bad. Really good." After a pause, he asked again, "You didn't do anything you shouldn't have done, did you?" He didn't try to get to the bottom of the matter, but just this one sentence made Hua Yu happier. She shook her head. "No. I asked my relatives for help." Zhou Qin thought about it, and probably figured it out. After all, Hua Yu looked really innocent and weak. He was probably the favored child of the family. Now he said he would ask relatives to think about it and find a way. It would probably be nothing more than borrowing points or acting like a spoiled brat. "Okay," he said straightforwardly, "I'll ask the person on duty to exchange it for you. If you have extra points and want to exchange them for something else, you can also come and ask me." Hua Yu thought about it and realized that there was nothing necessary for the time being, so he shook his head. Then he stretched out his arm. "My 2 sisters helped me pay for some sanitary products last time. I'll transfer whatever you need to you." Zhou Qian felt a little uncomfortable. He knew what she was given, so he said vaguely, "Just give her 20 points." Hua Yu smiled and nodded, adjusted the amount, connected the bracelet, and spent 370 points. Now there were only 30 points left, plus the 36 points left from buying dates, a total of 66 points. But with the multifunctional shovel, her toilet will be finished tomorrow, which is totally worth it. Seeing the staff on duty hurriedly handing out a multifunctional shovel with a cold gleam and a camouflage pattern on it, Hua simply couldn't let it go. I have to say, holding such a shovel in the dark night makes people feel much safer. She took off the backpack and said to Zhou Qian, "Do you have a bag? I went to the market today and bought a bag of dates. I'll treat you, Captain Brother." Huh. Zhou Qian was stunned and waved his hands repeatedly. "I don't want this. It would be better if you exchange it for some contribution points for emergency use. Fresh fruits are very expensive nowadays." It's good that the girl has the intention. They can't accept anything else. Hua Yu shook his head. "This isn't expensive. This big bag only costs 4 cents. Zhou Qian was silent. "Such a big bag, only 4 cents in total. What's the mutation value?" Hua Yu said happily, 23. Zhou Qian. "Let's just say that when they were desperate, they also ate the fruit with a mutation value of 25 points. That thing, everyone who ate it commented, 'Death is the end,' but Hua Yu emphasized, 'I have tasted it. It's not that bad. It's sweet. Brother, I have always wanted to thank you. If you don't accept it, I would also like to treat the 2 sisters who came before me to a meal.'" She looked at Zhou Qian pitifully. "And this bag of dates in front of me is only 4 cents. Okay." Zhou Qian went to the duty room and brought back a small basin. "Thank you. This won't happen again." After thinking about it, he went to the duty room and borrowed a flashlight. "Take this and light the way. Return it to me next time you come." After seeing Hua Yu walking back happily with a backpack and a multifunctional shovel, Zhou Qian walked back to the camp carrying a basin. During this time, I met an acquaintance who looked very surprised. "Wow, where did you get such fresh dates? Let me try one." Zhou Qian smiled generously. "Eat. We are brothers. Eat whatever you want." When he smiled like this, the other party suddenly became alert. "Good fruits are so expensive now. Can you bear to part with them? Tell me the truth. How much is this mutation worth?" Zhou Qian disagreed. "Am I that kind of person? This mutation value is 10. Good fellow. If you say 17 or 18, the other party will believe you. But if you say 10, how much is it? If you don't tell me, I'll stuff it in your mouth." Zhou Qian didn't want to eat this thing, so he told the truth. 23. Shoot. The other person was holding the dates and was stunned. "I'm already 23 years old, and you want me to eat whatever I want? Are you a human being?" After all this trouble, a few more people gathered around to watch the fun, and everyone laughed and cursed. Suddenly someone realized, that's not right. If he really wanted 23, why did he bring so many back? That's right. He's so mysterious and hasn't even said where he came from. I guess they're afraid you've eaten too much. I doubt the mutation value will exceed 18. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's hands were eager to move. 23, even though dogs won't eat it. 18, I haven't eaten fresh fruit for a long time. I might as well take a couple of bites to see if that's the right or wrong. If it tastes bad, you can always vomit. Seeing this, Zhou Qian quickly handed the bowl forward again. Come on. I said you can eat as much as you want." After such persuasion, everyone hesitated and struggled, but finally reached out their hands. As soon as I took a bite of the jujube, the sweet taste that I had not tasted for a long time filled my mouth instantly. Everyone's eyes widened instantly. Take another bite of the flesh. Although it is a bit brandy, the overall taste is really good. Good boy. How come you're so rich all of a sudden? Everyone was chewing the dates while grabbing 5, 6, 7, or 8 more and stuffing them into their pockets, while not forgetting to boast. These dates are not cheap, right? For such a big pot, and it's still so fresh, it must be at least 40 cents per pound, right? I guess I can't even buy it for 40 points. As they spoke, they each took a handful of gold. Seeing that the basin of jujubes that once filled up had only half of it left, everyone withdrew their hands in embarrassment and thanked Zhou Qian sincerely. "Okay, you're such a good brother. Next time I have something delicious at home, I'll definitely give it to you." Zhou Qian. Something is wrong. It couldn't be that the little girl really bought these dates at a high price and then just randomly named a price, right? This doesn't seem like it. If the dates were really that delicious, they wouldn't be sold in the market. Once the explorers found them, They would sell them to big customers they knew. As he was thinking, he picked up a date and hesitantly put it into his mouth. After taking this bite, all other thoughts were thrown out of my mind, and only hatred flourished. Darn, those captive are too shameless. It's so delicious, I really want to eat it. Just as I was gritting my teeth, I saw another group of people coming from the front, shouting from a distance. Captain Zhou, I heard that you can eat as many dates as you want? Zhou Qian was shocked. Bullshit. That's not the case. I'll take it for testing. He carried a basin of dates and went to the testing room. Once the instrument was on, the data was accurate to the decimal point variation value 11.3. Everyone who came over to join in the fun was stunned. Oh my god. Where did you buy such a good thing? Did you, Zhou Qian, make a fortune without telling your brothers? However, when he turned around again, he saw that the protagonist of Zaozi had no smile on his face, but instead had a strong regret, as if the dragon had missed the treasure. Please help call Cheng Yao and Song Yi from the female soldiers. Then he forced out a difficult smile that made him want to cry but couldn't. These dates were sent by the little girl to thank them. Here we go. You must be working really hard. Huayu returned to the treehouse with a flashlight. The time on his watch was already 9:30. The room was in a mess. The things bought at the market were piled up in a disorderly manner. Under the flashlight, it looked like a junk factory. The vine net bag brought back from the mountain was still thrown on the ground. There was only half of water left in the mineral water bucket, and the embers of the fire in the square wall in the middle of the house were cold. She was so tired today, but time was running out, so she couldn't rest yet. She went outside to gather a bunch of branches and leaves, and then started a fire again. The warm firelight danced, and after she lowered the woven straw curtain door, she felt completely relaxed. But after lying on the haystack for only a short while, Huayu climbed up again. There were 3 backpacks, one of which was used as a storage basket. The newly bought sugar and salt, as well as his own soybeans, peanuts, and yam eggs sponsored by the field mouse were all wrapped in leaves and carefully put in. The large waterproof storage bag is used to store my newly bought down jacket, sweatpants, underwear, and brand new sneakers. Ah, it was so spacious, as if it could hold a lot of things. The more she looked at it, the happier she felt. She wished she could go to the mountain to collect 2 baskets of wild vegetables tomorrow and fill the house with them. But, looking at the hay piled up on one side of the treehouse, Huayu could only suppress his anxious mood. There will be another crop of wild vegetables after another, but if the toilet is not built before the heavy rain, her cycle of crops will be in big trouble. There are still priorities. She sighed, then placed the cups and basin on the simple wash basin where the toothbrush and toothpaste were placed, put the soap aside, and placed the iron pot there as it was not being used for the time being. 3 plastic bags were stuffed into one of the backpacks, and the other one was kept as a spare. They were placed together with a multifunctional shovel so that they could be picked up at any time to set off up the mountain. And now, her most important task is to weave straw curtains. The small pile of braids that she had made last night was piled beside her bed. It looked like the workmanship was totally lacking. It was just the simplest 3-strand braids, which were overlapped and interwoven up and down to barely form a straw curtain. The curtain was not smooth at all, and the broken stubble of hay was sticking out, looking silly. All I can say is that your proficiency will increase towards the end, and you can use it anyway. After a visit to the trading market today, Huayu became more and more certain that Captain Zhou did not tell her the real price twice when he helped her exchange the waterproof tarpaulin. The points should be spent on the most important things, such as toilets and other places with straw curtains to keep out the rain. When you have more points, you can replace them step by step. The firelight was slowly jumping, and the temperature in the room was gradually rising. With the accumulation of yesterday's proficiency, Huayu's knitting movements were getting faster and faster today. The night gradually deepens. Early the next morning, Huayu woke up to the sound of the broadcast. She had gone to bed at 1 o'clock last night, and now it was very difficult for her to get up. When I lifted the straw curtain, I began to feel gusts of wind. I could feel the moist vapor in the wind without even listening to the broadcast. Although the broadcast said that heavy rain was expected the day after tomorrow, Huayu looked at the weather and felt that tomorrow would be bad too. She picked up a multi-purpose shovel and a rope, washed up briefly, picked up a bag of nutrient solution, and went straight up the mountain. After all, building materials are so expensive now. If you need supports to build a shed or a toilet, you have to go and see your relatives in the mountains. This time, Huayu was already familiar with the route, and the Rose Corridor gradually became polite and took the initiative to give way without him having to say anything nice. Huayu didn't walk too far. The mountains were so high, deep and huge, and what she had to do today was all heavy work, so it would be best to get materials nearby. After all, it takes more than half an hour to walk from District 37 to District 8. Fortunately, the thing that is most abundant on the mountainside is trees, especially those newly grown saplings. They are only as thick as a girl's wrist, just the right weight to bear and carry. And now many trees have not yet sprouted green, so the weight is much lighter. She picked up a multi-purpose shovel, selected a suitable position for the elastic rope, and tied it to several nearby trees to prevent the tree from falling in the wrong direction. The continuous chopping, sawing, and kicking were too much for a weak girl to bear. After 2 hours of exhausting labor, 8 evenly spaced tree trunks were finally piled up at Huayu's feet. Although the trunk was not thick, the branches and forks on it had a large diameter. She tied them up again with ropes, hooked a few vines, and pulled them back. In fact, if you can save effort, it is better to use vines to grow by rooting. Although it takes some effort and the feeling of exhaustion is not pleasant, it also saves this hard work. But Huayu was very afraid that the defense troops would come. Her treehouse was completely covered with leaves and waterproof tarpaulins. The wisteria branches were doing well, with side buds stopped growing and roots spreading and growing from the soil underneath. After a while, they will break through the soil on the other side and grow strong trunks. But that is the normal growth rate, and even if the defense forces come, they won't notice it. Not to mention the leaves used to cover the roof, which have now shrunk and withered into yellow and will wither in less than 2 days. Of course, even if they dry up, they can just stay on the roof and pile up to keep warm and insulate. But in this way, no one will doubt where the fresh sycamore leaves come from in the early spring. However, if you use this method to build a corridor or toilet, it will make a big difference whether the tree trunk is alive or dead. Besides, she didn't have the nerve to ask for a waterproof tarpaulin to cover the whole way. After thinking about it, I decided to just put in the effort and just get through this period. Huayu kept trying to convince himself while pulling with a grunt. The tree trunks were too big, so when we reached the rose corridor, we had to untie them one by one and drag them across. The branches and twigs entangled the vines of the rose corridor, causing the flowers on the other side to move, and it was obvious that they were very unhappy. Huayu was afraid that it would sound the alarm, so she had to beg softly. It dragged on for so long that she almost wanted to cry. Woo woo woo, this is too difficult. Why is it so hard? She had enjoyed great wealth before, but now she has hit rock bottom. Does she have to live like this? When she dragged the tree trunk back to the tree house in a mess, she raised her wrist and it was already 12 o'clock. But I can't rest yet. Huayu wiped the sweat off his head and face with a towel, then lit the fire, set up the pot, and boiled a large pot of water. When the water is boiling and bubbling, if you throw a packet of instant noodles into it, it would probably be the most delicious thing in the world. Huayu stared at the pot that was empty except for the water and felt a surge of greed. But no matter how greedy he was, there was nothing to eat. The only things that can be eaten now are some seeds she reserved and the remaining nutrient solution. Finally, he raised his eyes and settled on the pine cone in the center of the treehouse, which was hung with vines and disguised as a chandelier. Never mind. She looked away depressedly and sprinkled the salt and sugar she bought yesterday into the pot. This book was first published on Chidian Chinese website. It is now free, emphasis added. No money is charged. If it is convenient for you, you can go to Chidian to read it. I'm here. 6 p.m. Wait for me. After finishing a full bowl of salt and sugar water, Huayu breathed a sigh of relief and felt as if he had strength back in his body. She picked up the multi-purpose shovel and walked to the door again to gesture. Of course, the toilet couldn't be built next to the house, so Huayu decided to use the middle as an open-air warehouse. By adding a roof, the hay that is dangerous in the treehouse can be piled outside. The roof also serves as a corridor, and a toilet shed can be built on the other side. This way, You don't have to worry about getting wet when you walk along on a rainy day. She picked a good location and started to tidy up the tree trunks. All the branches and twigs should be sawed off and piled aside temporarily so that they can be used as firewood later. Then find the Y-shaped branch point where the trunk branches out and try to keep the height consistent. Then put thinner branches horizontally on the branch and fix them as many times as possible with vines and straw ropes. Hua Yu measured the distance between the tree trunks and started digging the hole, making it a little deeper. Then he stuck the tree trunks into the hole and fixed them directly. It is indeed a bit difficult to do this job alone, but the good thing is that it is only used for a temporary transition, so even if it is a bit rough, it is not a big problem. By the time she had overlapped the two beams at the top to form an X shape looking down, the frame of the first shed was complete. But that's not all. 4 of the 8 trees were used, and the upper beams were made from thinner treetops. Hua Yu thought about it and set up the same frame again 1 meter away from the side. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the frame was completed. The next step is to cover the straw curtain. In order to save tree trunks, the shed was only about 1.8 meters high. The 2 sheds and the open space in the middle together were more than 5 meters long. Honestly, it's quite spacious. Especially since this was built by Hua Yu himself, it seems even more spacious. But at a height of 1.8 meters, Hua Yu couldn't go up to cover the curtain, so he could only use a clumsy method. Brick pad. She grunted and moved red bricks and stacked them in all directions, finally making herself stand on a high place. She connected and tied the straw mats tightly together, and in order to prevent rain leaks due to her poor craftsmanship, she added another layer. Finally, I fixed it on the shed a second time, and it couldn't be pulled anymore. Only then did I feel relieved. The toilet occupies 1/4 of the second frame. The straw curtain hangs down on 4 sides, 3 sides are fixed, and a door is left on the 4th side. From the outside, there is a large blind spot. After entering the door, start digging a hole in the blind spot, digging a deep rectangular hole about 60 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. The excavated soil was not wasted. It was piled behind the squat pit, and a thick and long branch was placed next to it. In this way, after going to the toilet, you can directly use branches to dig a layer of soil into the pit and cover it. The reason why the pit was dug so deep was that Hua Yu didn't want to dig a toilet. For this reason, a row of thin branches were inserted into the 4 sides of the pit to stabilize the soil layer to prevent the upper soil from collapsing. Now the toilet is finished. She looked around and admired the treehouse from front to back, left to right, and finally went out and moved the bales of hay out of the treehouse and piled them in a row next to the toilet door. This way it's more discreet. Perfect. She is a genius. But the genius is not done yet. Others would use tamping or cement pouring to build the frame, but she didn't buy anything. So she piled the bricks she had just used as footrests in a circle next to the 8 tree roots, probably for psychological comfort. The rest was not wasted and was directly spread on the ground. Because it was not enough, they even moved it several times with great difficulty. In the end, they also paved the toilet, leaving only the back for digging soil. It's getting dark. These tasks may seem insignificant, but they are really too laborious and time-consuming. However, now when Hua Yu looks at everything in front of him, he feels satisfied for the whole day. From today on, her food, clothing, housing, and transportation will finally be settled. She lay back on the bed with a flashlight, without taking off her clothes, and fell into a deep sleep hugging her sleeping bag. In the night breeze, the scent of roses mixed with rich water vapor filled the air, and a unique force in the fragrance slowly surged towards the treehouse. In the perforated brick vase at the head of the bed, the rose that added a lot of comfort to the wooden house began to sway slowly. Hua Yu lay there, breathing quietly, unaware of all this. Achoo! Hua Yu sneezed violently, and then woke up in a daze. At this moment, the treehouse was pitch black, with only a faint light coming from the edge of the door. She sat on the bed for a while, and suddenly felt a chill. When she opened the door, a gust of cold wind blew in her face. So cold, she quickly shrank back, put on her newly bought down jacket, then took a deep breath and rolled up the door. The next moment, she was stunned. It's raining. Just as she fell into a deep sleep last night, it drizzled outside in the middle of the night. Now there was a slight smell of soil in the air, the land was moist, and the grass and woods in the distance were covered with a layer of furry green. Huayu turned his head and looked into the house. It was still dry, and there was no leakage. Then I looked at the shed and toilet next to it. They were intact. Intact. Only the red bricks at the edges had darkened in color, obviously due to contact with rain. The morning broadcast had not started yet. Huayu looked at the watch. It was only 7 o'clock. The Sanqing mountain in the distance was shrouded in layers of fog. Even the petals of the rose corridor were wet, and the leaves were surprisingly green. She stood there in a daze, and after a moment she suddenly turned around and went into the house. It's time to dig wild vegetables. She was carrying a basket on her back and didn't even bring a multi-purpose shovel with her, and ran straight up the mountain. Although the rain has stopped now, she doesn't know if it will rain again today. She has to speed up. She's already familiar with the way into the mountain, but Sanqing Mountain is too big, and the roads that were once used for people to move have long been covered by plants. Huayu groped and followed the previous mark. Not long after, she saw the pearl flower used to mark the place. After a spring rain, she is now in the mountains and can feel the restlessness of all the plants and the power that is about to flourish. The grass and trees will sprout and grow quickly, and the roots will spread further. The pearl flower in front of her has grown more dense leaves and buds after only one day. She put down the basket without saying a word, and now pulled the branches, tugging at the green branches one by one, and her movements were so happy. This tree is not too tall, but when Huayu picked all the fruits, it actually filled up half a basket. She looked at the bare branches, and now she touched them carefully. A subtle energy surged through them, and she whispered softly, "I'm sorry." The next moment, Huayu let go of his hand, because from this angle, you can actually see a piece of tender wild mushrooms growing on the big tree trunk in front of you. It's wild mushrooms. Here they come. The process of this chapter is a bit complicated. You can understand it according to your own understanding. I will see if I can find the accompanying picture when I have time. Sisters who can draw can also try it. There are not many wild mushrooms, but they have just sprouted. Each one is round and cute and has not yet aged. Huayu walked around the tree trunk, carefully picking up the umbrella handle and breaking it off. Looking at the new ingredient in his backpack, he felt more and more satisfied. After breaking them all off, she followed the mark of the vines that had been entangled last time and moved forward, and as expected, she came to a gentle slope in front. There, after a spring rain, the ferns grew quietly one by one, and there were more of them than last time. Huayu only needed to reach out and gently pinch and break them clatter. The crisp and subtle sound was so pleasant to the ears, coupled with the feeling of harvest, Huayu couldn't help but grin and reveal a bright smile. Next, she's going to do something big. Duh, duh, duh. Continuous crisp sounds continued to be heard on the hillside, and the ferns in Huayu's hands became more and more. Although she thought this kind of fern was not as delicious as water fern, there was no choice now. What's more, leeks can be sold for 12 cents per pound. If I take this over, Boss Tang will probably keep his word and sell it for 8 cents per pound. Her figure spread back and forth across the entire hillside, and except for the ferns that had just emerged, all the others were caught in her net. But this kind of thing will grow again when the spring breeze blows, so there is no need to hold back at all. Now the backpack was already full. Huayu took back his hand and saw a few small thorny dragon bud trees. But he estimated that if he broke off all of them, they would not weigh more than 2 kilograms, so he let them go for the time being. There is another Chinese tune tree that is growing vigorously and is particularly tall. The tender buds on it have already poked their heads out. Although it is still early, it is still a good tree to be saved. But Huayu only took a glance and sighed with regret. It's too high, I can't climb up. But it doesn't matter, there are still large areas of shepherd's purse at the foot of the mountain. When thinking of shepherd's purse, one can't help but think of shepherd's purse dumplings. When thinking of shepherd's purse dumplings, Huayu couldn't help but feel greedy again. But it was already past 9 o'clock, and the sky was still gloomy. She put the dumplings aside for the time being and quickly went to dig shepherd's purse. It was called digging, but since I didn't bring any tools, I could only pinch the roots and carefully pull them out. Fortunately, it had just rained and the soil was moist, so it wasn't that difficult. But compared to Bracken, Shepherd's purse is inevitably a little underweight. Hua Yu put down the backpack, took out a large plastic bag, shook it vigorously, and put the shepherd's purse he had just brought into it. This area is so big, and she has 3 plastic bags on her, so she has to pick 1 or 2 bags first. The hour hand of her tattered watch pointed to 11 o'clock, and her 3 bags were already packed full. Hua Yu had been bending over for the whole morning, and now he could hardly stand up straight, with back pain. But he did not dare to rest, fearing that he would have no strength left after relaxing. At this moment, he just stretched a few times, put the heavy backpack on his back again, held the bag in his hand, and hurried home again. Sanqing Mountain is so big that the distance didn't seem far when picking wild vegetables, but in fact, it took an hour to go all the way around the mountainside. She would get home at 12 o'clock, and if it hadn't rained yet, she would have to deliver these to Boss Tang as soon as possible. Otherwise, Hua Yu began to worry. Otherwise, I would have to find another reason to hand them over to the defense army. She sighed, looked up at the dark sky, clasped her hands together and muttered softly, "Please, give me some face. Don't let it rain during the day." After completing the standard psychological comfort process, she set off quickly. It was exactly 12:30 when she returned to the treehouse. She only had time to pour the cold salt and sugar water she had prepared yesterday into a bowl and drink it in 1 gulp before setting off again. After walking 2 steps, she turned back, covered the backpack with a straw mat, and used the coat she had taken off in the morning to cover the 3 plastic bags. She looked at the slightly moist grass, gritted her teeth, and put on the new shoes and pants she had bought the day before, then used her fingers to comb her hair again before setting off again. Unfortunately, Hua Yu waited for nearly half an hour before the bus finally arrived. Probably because it was going to rain, there were only a few people on the bus. There was no one to chat with, and she knew a lot of things now, so she didn't start any more casual topics. It was just a short while after the car started, and nowadays not everyone can use their mobile phones to watch video chats, so someone started talking again. The forecast said it would rain heavily tomorrow, but why do I feel like it's going to rain today? Hey, our forecasts have been inaccurate for a while. Ever since the mutation, it's been difficult for satellites to take pictures of places with plants. All they see are flowers. You can't even take good photos of the flowers, plants, and trees, so the weather must be terrible too. That's right. Even if it rains, the family still needs to prepare a raincoat. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for the children to go to work. It will cost points again. Alas, my son hasn't found a job yet. Who says it's not true? We live in this area and our initial contribution scores are not high, but employers now give priority to those with higher scores during interviews. Alas, if I had known that life would be hard for a few years, I would have gotten through it. I shouldn't have let him slack off in the base. Don't spend that money. Just use the plastic bags that you don't need for the time being. I'm just worried about what to eat. You know, rice, flour, grain, and oil are all expensive now. I'm sick of drinking nutrient solution every day. There are people selling aged rice in the square of our community. Didn't you buy any? There are also people selling home-grown wild vegetables. Oh my, aged rice costs 30 cents a pound, which is only enough for my family to have 1 meal. I can't bear to give it away during the holidays. What kind of self-cultivated wild vegetables are these? They are all picked up from parks or roadside bushes. The variation value is very high. There is nothing below 18. It's so miserable. My son had a good education before. He also did a lot of work in the base. Now he has been assigned to work in the statistics department. The salary there is high, and he can make about 100 to 180 yuan a month. Oh my. My daughter also works in that administrative building, but she didn't get a house. She has to catch the bus at 6 o'clock every day to avoid being late. Let me tell you, there are flowers for sale in the market. Although they are a bit old, they are still edible. They are 22 cents a pound. You can buy some and mix them with nutrient solution to make steamed buns. The conversation was actually a mess, but Hua Yu could still hear some details. But it was the monitoring satellite and weather satellite that gave her a fright. Then she relaxed again. Since photography of plants was not allowed, photography of the rose corridor was certainly not allowed. She had been too careless before. However, there is no way to be careless. Hua Yu gently stroked the straw curtain on the backpack. Now, The only source of food and clothing for me is that mountain. Update is here. A bit late. The bus didn't arrive at the east gate of Hongqing Pedestrian Street until 2:30. Although the weather was bad, there were more people on the pedestrian street than last time, as if everyone had to prepare something to feel at ease in the face of the coming heavy rain. There were already people hurrying along the road, holding raincoats or plastic sheets, and some were running out with rain boots, muttering, "This is so unscrupulous. They raised the price just because it rains. A pair of shoes worth 15 cents is too expensive. That's right. It only cost 11 points when I came last week. Forget it. At least this thing can be used forever." Huayu listened silently, thinking of the pair of rain boots he bought for 13 cents, and couldn't help feeling a little secretly happy that they were not as good as the best, but better than the worst. Ah, it's her. She's really good at budgeting. But I don't know what's going to go up in price. She doesn't plan to go out on a rainy day, so she'll just avoid buying anything this time. While observing and pondering, Huayu brought his things to the testing station with familiarity. As soon as the straw curtain was lifted, the security personnel couldn't help but stick their heads out. Oh my, so many wild vegetables? How can there be so many in the city? You must be a vegetable vendor who specializes in collecting vegetables. Huayu shook his head blankly. No. The other party was even more shocked. Then you are not going to the forest park in our suburbs, are you? Huayu didn't know what was in the forest park, so he just shook his head and said, "My brother brought it back. He found it outside." Oh, I see. A free explorer. The security officer sat back on the stool and sighed. "These wild vegetables are so fresh. I'm afraid they must have picked them and rushed back overnight. It's not easy." The conveyor belt transferred things into the instrument, and soon a test card was spit out from the other side. The other party took out the card and looked at it, then stood up again in an instant. Variation value. 9, huh? Huayu was a little puzzled. It seemed that the plants were feeling well. Otherwise, why would the mutation value of the new shoots be so low? The inspector was shocked. Without waiting for Huayu to reach out, she quickly put her basket and bag back on the conveyor belt. The machine spits out another card with the same value. Variation value. 9. At this moment, several people in the small testing station gathered around and asked incredulously, "A mutation value of 9 is also circulating in the market?" That's right. I always thought these things would be taken away directly at the expressway station. Duck. I want to eat it so much. I don't even know what normal food tastes like anymore. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This dish actually won the prize. Everyone looked at each other and then stared at Huayu with hot eyes. "Girl, are you selling vegetables?" Huayu was a little confused. This was not an act, but she was unsure of what price to sell this variation value. 9. So she once again lowered her head in embarrassment and said pitifully, "My brother said that I don't know anything, so I might as well give it to Mr. Tang of Huaxia Gold. It will be safer. I don't know if I can sell it. Boss Tang, I have heard of those who can work here. It is said that he is from a big family. After all, those who can sell luxury goods such as game consoles and cosmetics these days have some background. But Boss Tang will sell them out after he takes them back." The other party persuaded him. "Besides, the mutation value of your vegetable is only 9. We can't buy much together." He thought for a moment and held out his hand. 30 cents a pound. We each want a pound to take back and taste, okay? The cautious tone of his voice suggests that there is a hidden price premium on these wild vegetables before they are actually sold. But Huayu tilted her head innocently. "Okay." She smiled sweetly. "Last time I went out for the first time, I didn't know anything, and the brothers, uncles, and sisters took good care of me and explained cards to me." She took the initiative to ask, "Do you want shepherd's purse or fern? The pearl flowers and the mushrooms are pressed under the fern and will not turn outward." The other party was so straightforward that everyone felt a little uncomfortable, but now there was a bigger problem in front of them: shepherd's purse or fern. After much deliberation, everyone unanimously chose fern. It's not that shepherd's purse is not good enough, it's just that they want to have a good meal, and bracken only needs a small amount of ingredients. Shepherd's purse is either served with eggs or meat, so it can be used to make dumplings. The flour is also divided. At this moment, I was holding the bracken in my hand, but my eyes were staring at the shepherd's purse. I felt so uncomfortable. Hua Yu collected the points and watched them put the ferns on the scale and try to weigh out a pound. So he took the initiative to reach out and added 5 more ferns to one portion. Then he put away the backpack and carried the bag. Bye. The little one smiled sweetly, making everyone feel even more sad. Maybe someone in the family was injured or something. So they rushed back without having time to deal with the fresh wild vegetables. Otherwise, this girl, looking so naive, wouldn't have come directly to the market carrying vegetables. Hua Yu, who was naive about the world, successfully received 120 points. He came to Huaxia Gold happily. Inside, Boss Tang was playing a game console with a sad face, and he didn't look like he was enjoying it at all. Seeing Hua Yu coming over, his chubby body instantly jumped up. "Oh, Sister Xiaoyu, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for so long that all the flowers have wilted, and I'm about to vomit from playing games." He was originally a game geek, and he had already finished all the new standalone games before the Cataclysm. But 6 years after the Cataclysm, don't even mention it. I've been playing the same few games over and over again, and I'm really numb to them. Hua Yu was a little embarrassed. "I should have come yesterday." "It's okay." Boss Tang didn't care at all. As an explorer, how can you tell when you'll be back? When will there be no unexpected events? Are you bringing wild vegetables today? The mutation value is 11, right? He walked out from behind the counter with his round body, and now he looked out. "Oh my! I'm afraid these wild vegetables have just been brought back. It takes several hours to drive around from our Sanqing mountain. It's not easy. I guess the other party must have sped up. Otherwise, how could the vegetables be so fresh?" It was as if they had just been picked not long ago. Boss Tang looked at Hua Yu and said solemnly, "Just for this novelty, if the mutation value is 11, I will give it 9 points and take it all." Now that they have secured a win today, their cooperation will also be secure in the future. Hua Yu shook his head and handed over 2 cards from his pocket. The staff at the testing station didn't believe it, so they tested it twice. What price would they give if the mutation value was 9? Boss Tang's eyes widened instantly. He took the 2 cards and looked at them over and over again. The date, time, and anti-counterfeiting information on them could not be faked. Mutation value 9. He pondered for a moment and said, "Sister Xiaoyu, I don't know if you know that if the mutation value is below 10, it will no longer be circulated in our ordinary market. Explorers measure everything at any time and notify the buyer immediately. Sometimes they are sold before they even reach the highway." He looked at Hua Yu, and his chubby face was a little touched. "Is our brother willing to show these things to me? Sister Xiaoyu, you must have said a lot of good things, right? Your update arrived on time. As expected of me." Faced with Boss Tang's self-admiration, Hua Yu opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, so he could only smile shyly. This is what Boss Tang meant. So at this moment, he suddenly felt proud. "Little you sister, don't worry. Since my brother dares to trust me, I will never let you suffer a loss. I will take all these wild vegetables, 25 cents per pound. How about it?" He then quickly explained. "In fact, if this really goes on the market, it might take 30 or 40 minutes to buy a pound. But after all, you want to eat it fresh, and if you delay for a while, the quality will deteriorate. I'll collect it, and I'll have to contact others quickly, so there is still some risk. Sister Xiaoyu, please be more considerate." There was naturally nothing that Hua Yu couldn't understand. In business, you make money and I make money, so that it can last long. If Boss Tang can't make a penny, then why should he be so enthusiastic about himself? From the purchase price of 8 points for a mutation value of 11 to the current purchase price of 25 points for a mutation value of 9, it seems that below 10, there has indeed been a qualitative leap. She nodded. "Thank you, boss. There are some wild mushrooms and pearl flowers underneath. Don't weigh the mushrooms. I'll give them to you, boss brother." Boss Tang was so happy that he couldn't help himself. Oh, how can I be so embarrassed? It's okay. Sister Xiaoyu, you come to deliver the goods yourself. I can't take advantage of you." As he spoke, he laid out the cardboard and quickly dumped out the wild vegetables. He took out his phone and quickly sent a message. "I'll notify the buyer first." Hua Yu looked at him with some envy compared to this. Doing business seemed so easy, but she also gained a lot. Although Shepherd's purse does not weigh much, the 3 plastic bags have been stuffed full, and now they weigh more than 13 kilograms in total. Huayu packed up carefully and didn't take away much moist soil at the roots, and Boss Tang didn't even count this part. There were quite a lot of ferns, and the big backpack was filled with more than 20 kilograms. The pearl flowers weighed less than 5 pounds, and the mushrooms weighed exactly 2 pounds. Boss Tang added 41 kilograms, a total of 1025 points. Huayu raised his wrist and checked his contribution points repeatedly. At this moment, he suddenly felt like he had become rich. As the saying goes, if you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. If she had a backpack and plastic bags the day before, she might have been able to sell an extra 10 or 20 kilograms of wild vegetables and even save a few bags of cement for building a house. But now, Xiaoyu girl, Boss Tang looked at the mud on her snow-white shoes and asked, "How do you get out of the house? Do you take the bus?" Huayu nodded. "Yeah. My brother won't let me drive his car. You are still young, and the roads are not good right now, so it's right not to drive. But Old Tang, have a treasure here come. Stand over here. I'll open the warehouse door for you to see." Huayu curiously followed Boss Tang's instructions and walked 2 steps inside, standing on one side of the exhibition hall. The next moment, the door of the warehouse was opened, and the walls were covered with fancy things, which made her unable to take her eyes away for a moment. Look, a batch of bicycles just collected. They are said to be from the warehouse of the film and television city. Look at the gauze flowers tied on them. The baskets are full of artificial flowers. This colorful paint looks good, right? He positioned Huayu as the favored little girl in the family, who looked young and was even younger in mind. Isn't it normal to like such fancy things? But Huayu stared at the bicycles in front of him, and his eyes were focused on 2 ordinary black bicycles. "I want that one. It looks so big and cool, and I haven't ridden one yet." Boss Tang took one look and saw, wow, a 28-inch bicycle. This was also brought from the film and television city. It is said that the warehouse was rented by a literary drama crew of that period, and the quality of the car is very good. It's no secret that the 28-inch bicycle can now be ridden very fast, and it can be used for pulling and carrying, so it's really quite useful. Nowadays, motorcycles are short of oil, electric bicycles are inconvenient to charge, and cars are not allowed to enter the pedestrian street. In fact, there are still quite a lot of people riding bicycles in the city, but most of them are blue and green shared bicycles. Of course, now they are private. Look, he just got his 28-inch bicycle yesterday, and he sold 2 of them today. He hesitated for a moment. This bike is not as easy to ride as that small bike. Why don't you take a look at this 26-inch or 24-inch one? Huayu looked at it. Although the 26-24 bicycle is easier to ride and more suitable for her, she needs to take the bus to go into the city, and the bicycle is mostly used to transport goods in the Changwei Mansion area. For example, if she had tied several heavy tree trunks to the bike yesterday and pushed it, it would be better than pulling it and getting tired to death, right? At this moment, she was like a willful little girl. "I have a bike at home, but my brother never bought me such a big one. I just want this big one." Nowadays, her brothers appear more and more frequently and tell more lies. Sometimes Huayu herself even wonders if she really has 2 brothers. But there is no problem in using it to deal with Boss Tang at this moment. He nodded. "Okay, I sell the bicycle for 899 points. Sister, just give 650 points. Then you can go shopping first. Give me a copy of your ID card. I'll have someone send the car to the vehicle management office to stamp it and bind it to your ID card." "Stamp it?" Huayu was curious. "Is it like putting a license plate on a car?" Boss Tang nodded. "That's right. Satellites don't work very well now. The positioning system installed on your bike can only be used in urban areas. Bicycles are a stupid way. My dad said that this is the way to register bicycles 100 years ago." Huayu seemed to understand, but she watched Boss Tang hand the ID card copy back to her. She couldn't help but feel confused again. "I still have 400 points. What should I buy with them?" Boss Tang couldn't help but smack his lips. No wonder she was called the little princess of the family. "I got 1,000 points from selling such delicious vegetables, and I bought the bicycle without blinking an eye. Now I want to spend the remaining 400 points in one go. TSK, TSK, TSK. You know how many people in the city have not accumulated 400 points in 6 years of natural disasters? But they are a rich family." He held his phone in his hand, Watching the messages on it keep saying please leave some vegetables for him, and at this moment he was happily thinking, leave 3 pounds of bracken and 3 pounds of shepherd's purse for your own use. In the evening, ask your family to bring back a bag of noodles and a piece of meat so that you can have a delicious meal of dumplings. As for the 2 kilograms of mushrooms, what else can I say? I have to cook them in a pot of fresh chicken soup. TSK, if I eat this much, I'll get 400 to 500 points. Hua-yu seemed to have thought of something and said happily, I want to plant flowers and crops in the yard and build a house recently. I might as well buy some tools and materials. Boss Tang nodded with a smile, agreeing continuously, oh my. The big yard can be used to grow flowers and crops. The 2 brothers of this little girl should have a team under them, right? Otherwise, these days, not to mention the scarcity of large yards, even the security forces that dare to allow family members to farm and do whatever they want are scarce. During my menstrual period, I struggled to get up. No more updates. Hua-yu didn't care about Boss Tang's self-strategy at all. She now had 400 points in her hand and didn't have to worry about survival at all. Even shopping had more fun. If you wanted to buy something before but hesitated, now you can go and have a look without hesitation. For example, toilet paper, 80 points is 80 points. This time it has to be mentioned. As for other sanitary products, the more the better. In the blink of an eye, 122 points were gone. You also need a pair of scissors and a shovel. Some wild vegetables require some small tools to be easy to handle, which will deduct another 25 points. You need a raincoat, right? There are always things to do on rainy days. This thick one gets 65 points. Hiss. Hua-yu stood in the middle of the road, and his dizzy mood paused. Because it was just a short while ago, plus the points left over from last time, she only had a little over 200 points left. Buy 2 more basins, a kitchen knife, and 10 plastic bags, and another 100 points are gone. The last point. Hua-yu hesitated and asked the oil seller, how much is fresh lard? 100 cents per pound of pork fat. The other party didn't even raise his head. Hua-yu. It's so expensive. She was visibly heartbroken. The other person looked at the bags on her body and said patiently, just don't look at the freshness. The animal husbandry station slaughters a carefully raised pig every day. If I didn't have some connections, I wouldn't be able to get these 5 pounds of pig fat. Look, half an hour after the goods arrived. Only this pound is left. Girl, how about taking a look at the aged ones? I have rapeseed oil from 6 years ago. It's super fresh and super safe. 15 cents per pound. 6 years ago. Hua-yu looked at the pharmacy next door. Is the anti-diarrheal medicine next door also from 6 years ago? The boss looked a little unhappy. That's not the case. We have always had demand for medicines in recent years, at most last years. He waved his hand. Forget it. It's been a few years since the natural disaster. What have we not eaten? The rapeseed oil from 6 years ago is still selling well here. Forget it. Hua-yu thought that she had to give up. She didn't know what she had eaten in the tree cocoon, but it was definitely not the rapeseed oil from 6 years ago. She didn't dare to take the risk. But fresh pork fat. Just think about it. The white pork fat can be cut into small pieces and refined into fragrant lard residue and lard. Heat the oil in a pan, add some garlic, ginger, and chili and stir fry. Then add the blanched wild vegetables and mix them together. Her mouth was watering instantly. But no matter how greedy she was still rational. So she gritted her teeth, turned around, and went to the luxury store on the street to buy 2 towels and a kettle for outdoor use. I had no choice but to spend the remaining money on a pair of slippers that are easy to put on and take off, so that I can wear them all the way through the winter. After all, it's too much trouble to wear sneakers all the time when I want to go back to bed after washing up. Hua-yu returned with a full load, stuffing everything into the universal backpack. Boss Tang was standing at the door of the store, having just received the bicycle and car keys from the young man. He couldn't help but smile when he saw Hua-yu. Just right, come on, do you want to try your new bike? Okay. Hua-yu happily took the car and saw a yellow license plate on the back of the car. She was quite curious, but since she already had 2 other cars at home, she didn't ask. But now, seeing Boss Tang handing over the key, he couldn't help but be curious. Is this used for locking? Yes. Boss Tang explained, in the past, we all bought a lock ourselves, but now it's inconvenient. so we just add a thing to the car. When you lock the car, the chain gets stuck. But if someone really wants to steal it, they can just carry it and run away. If you run away, bring your ID card to the vehicle management office and report the license plate number. There is a scanning layer inside the steel stamp, so it is not easy to find, but it is not impossible to find. Nowadays, breaking the law doesn't matter, but crimes like theft and robbery. His chubby and amiable face suddenly revealed a hint of murderous intent. In troubled times, severe punishments are needed. Hua Yu nodded, indicating that he understood, seeing how everyone was transitioning back to normal life so peacefully now. One could tell, watching, oh no, the entire country was still very resourceful. I know, but I just ride it in my own yard. No one dares to steal it. She said this with confidence. The 600-acre Rose Mansion was so large that even the alien plant defense forces would only stay there to observe and patrol. They didn't even dare to approach. Although she didn't feel any danger, everyone was on guard because there was naturally a great terror in the air. Of course, the people who allocated the houses probably didn't expect that someone would build a house so close to the Rose Corridor. But Boss Tang's smile deepened, and he agreed, that's true. No one would dare to steal it. However, despite her big talk in front of Boss Tang, Hua Yu started to worry as soon as the car was put on the trading market. Because the 28-inch bicycle is really big, and she had no other way to get back except taking the bus. Nowadays, everyone carries a lot of bags when taking the bus, so it shouldn't be a big problem to ride a bicycle on the bus, right? She nervously pushed her bicycle and waited at the platform. When she saw the ant in front of her squeeze onto the bus with a large luggage bag that only appeared at train stations, she felt a little more at ease. There was a man who came over hesitantly and grumbled for a long time. You? How much is your bicycle? Hua Yu opened his mouth and wanted to say 650, but suddenly remembered that this was the price given by Boss Tang. So he opened his mouth and said, $8.99. Hiss. Everyone was a little surprised and a little envious. The middle-aged man looked even more envious. Does this price include the certificate? Hua Yu hesitated for a moment. Yes, package. The other party nodded repeatedly. Okay, this is a good buy. Someone in our community sold a second-hand one the other day for 800 yuan, and it didn't even include the certificate. Hua Yu then remembered that in addition to the trading market, each community also had its own trading venue. She thought of the residents of Jinyuan community whom she met every time she took the bus, and after hesitating for a moment, she decided not to ask for the time being. When you come to the trading market, there is a bus right outside the door. When you get off the bus, you will be in District 66 near the Alien Plant Defense Army's base. It is safer than going to other people's communities. Let's wait for a while until everyone's life becomes more stable, then we can go and have a look around nearby. The bus he was waiting for arrived. Hua Yu waited patiently for people to get on. Then he stood at the door holding his bicycle and said pitifully, Uncle, can I get on the bicycle? This bus driver is really inexperienced. But everyone on the bus has already started talking. Wow, a bicycle. It's brand new. 82 bars. I've only seen it in period dramas before. I don't know how many points. Wow, what kind of family does this girl come from? She's quite wealthy. Master, it's not easy for a little girl to be alone. Please let her come up. It's going to rain, and everyone has so many things. Let's squeeze in. This is not like before. It's convenient for others and for ourselves. The ants stared at Hua Yu with heated eyes, wishing they could pull her over to their side immediately and ask about her age, marital status, and family. Full of blood resurrection. Thanks to Yuzu for recommending me. I think everyone has read Yuzu's book. At 6 o'clock in the evening, 2 more chapters will be updated. Hua Yu half lifted the bike with his basket still hanging on the horizontal bar. He got off the bus in a very embarrassed manner. There were no other passengers on the bus, otherwise she really didn't know if she could squeeze in. Those aunties and aunties were so scary that she almost got questioned about her past despite her ability to talk nonsense. Hua Yu let out a long sigh and touched his face again. This is what natural beauty is like, isn't it? This is why people are so popular. As for their questions about family, work, salary, housing, whether the brothers are married, those are just icing on the cake, not important. I raised my wrist to check the watch. The marks of damage on it were so obvious. I was not careful enough today. I guess I can't wear it in front of Boss Tang next time. It's not even 5 o'clock. The sky was still bright, but a little gloomy, and the air was getting more humid. The tall rose corridor in the distance was so quiet, shaking slightly in the spring breeze. The tender green leaves were layered, and the pink flowers spread out a beautiful cloud. Huayu pushed his bicycle a few steps up the hillside. Standing here, he could see the alien plant defense camp in Area 69 in front. She smiled slightly, and then with some effort she got on the overly tall bicycle. Woohoo! Let's go down. Having a car is different. The bus stop that used to take a long time to walk to now only takes 10 minutes by bike. The only pity is that the previously hardened ground has now been shattered into pieces by the wild grass that has grown wildly, and there is only moist soil left. The riding feeling is not as smooth as on the road, but Huayu was already very satisfied. Back home, the valuable assets were pushed into the treehouse, which seemed spacious after the hay was removed. Huayu packed up the things he bought one by one. The plastic bag was put together with the previous one, and the scissors and shovel were placed directly in the backpack. 2 towels were hung on the vines like the previous one, and the whole bag of toilet paper was placed together with the waterproof storage bag for clothes. Oh no, take out a roll and put it on the bedside first. It is so precious that she doesn't dare to put it directly in the toilet now, for fear that it will be chewed by something. The kettle was placed next to the fire. Although the kitchen knife was bought, there was no chopping board. Huayu was afraid that the edge of the chopping board would curl due to use, so he had to put it aside. The slippers were placed beside the bed, and now looking around, it seemed like a really warm home. The next moment, spring thunder suddenly sounded. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck without warning, illuminating the dark sky and earth. There was a roar from the clouds in the distance, and the sound of heavy rain falling from far away. Here we come. It's coming too soon. Isn't it tomorrow? Huayu rushed to the door and saw that the bean-sized raindrops had begun to hit the grass leaves outside, making them fall all over the place. The wisteria flowers hanging by the door were swaying in the wind and rain, as if they would be knocked down at any time. The rose corridor was filled with a blurred painting of pink and green, blocked by the heavy rain curtain. It was raining heavily. She went back to the house silently, carefully hung the raincoat, which seemed particularly precious after the price increase, on the vine, then went out and walked along the connected awning. She looked around in the empty shed and listened attentively, fearing that there was a leak somewhere and that the strong wind would blow away the straw curtains that she had fixed with vines. Fortunately, everything is fine. However, the space originally reserved for the kitchen had to be put on hold due to the sudden drop in temperature. Huayu pulled out a bunch of hay from the toilet to start the fire, and after throwing a few branches piled in the house into the fire, she sighed, put on her rain boots, put on her raincoat, and came to the open space outside again. There were still scattered piles of branches that he had cut and dry leaves that he had dragged back. It had just rained heavily, so the leaves were not very wet. He had to hurry and drag them into the shed. Otherwise, if the rain continues for a few more days, I won't even have dry firewood to use. The raindrops fell sporadically on his face through the hood of his raincoat, feeling heavy. Huayu blinked awkwardly and sighed 1,000 times in his heart. It's all because I was too tired yesterday and forgot about stacking the firewood. Fortunately, the branches and twigs have not been broken yet, so I can just drag a few trunks into the shed, which is quite efficient. By the time she broke off a few more branches and returned to the treehouse, water was already dripping from her raincoat, and her face, collar, and hair were all wet. Huayu wiped his face and was about to take off his hat when he remembered something and quickly carried the big red bucket to the door. After thinking about it, I took out the newly bought kettle and the pot I bought earlier. The sound of rain hit the buckets, pots, and pans, and soon it gathered louder. She watched silently for a while, then turned back to the house, took off her raincoat, and hung it back on the vine. Then she picked up a towel to wipe her face and once again lit the fire. In the dancing flames, the whole house was so quiet and peaceful in the rain. If there is one flaw, Huayu put on her sandals and sat on the blue brick stool beside the fire. She looked at her bare feet and sighed. On a rainy day, you would be happier if there was a delicious meal in front of you. Whether it's instant noodles or hot pot, crayfish or barbecue. Slurp. And now she is. Okay. The only seasonings are salt and sugar. The only edible things at home are yam eggs, peanuts, and a handful of soybeans, which are very good at causing bloating. As for the nutrient solution, forget it. That thing can only sustain survival needs and has nothing to do with food. The straw curtains were no longer needed, and Huayu was now relaxed and didn't know what to do. After thinking about it, he had no choice but to turn out all the seeds and figure out how to plan the planting. To plant crops, you first need to find a suitable piece of land and turn the soil, right? Then what? Plant the seeds? I have some special abilities. If I bury the seeds and put in some effort, they should sprout. But 2 pounds of peanuts, 1 pound of soybeans, and a handful of yam beans. Wouldn't she be exhausted from planting all these? Huayu touched her weak little shoulders with pity, thinking that she might not be very good at this, and that we should save some wild vegetables today. She really wants to eat something now. Hunger made her brain stop. The unpalatable nutrient solution in her mouth shocked her soul, and her stomach was rumbling with extreme grievance. When Huayu came to his senses, he found that his bag of soybeans had been taken out. If the only pot was not still outside collecting water, it would probably have been sprinkled with salt and stir-fried in the pot by now. Bake in a pan over low heat. Fry until crispy and fragrant, with the beans blooming, and sprinkle a little salt on top. Darn, I'm so hungry. Here we come. Huayu stared at Huang Do for a while beside the fire, and after a long period of pain, he finally suppressed the desire to eat. We can't go on like this. So she stood up, figured she had enough water, put on her raincoat and rain boots, and went outside to bring back the buckets, pots, and kettles. The bucket was full of water. Huayu counted out 10 water purification tablets and put them in, staring at them for a while. I don't know why, there is obviously no dirt or impurities in it, but it feels dirtier than the water in the pond. She looked again, only to see the purification tablets tumbling in the water, and didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, just use it as daily cleaning water, for washing clothes and hands, etc., and just purify it. A few bricks were used to build a support next to the blue brick fire, and the pot was placed on it. While the water was boiling, Huayu was not idle either. He picked up the kettle and washed several basins that he had bought. Wait for the water to boil, boil the new towel for a while, take it out to dry, wring it dry, then tie the 4 corners and hang it above the mineral water barrel to act as a filter cloth. Before, we didn't have the conditions, so we just boiled purified water and drank it, and there were still suspended matter in it. Now that I have bought a new towel, I boil the water to sterilize it, and then let it cool down a bit before filtering it through the cotton towel. I don't have to endure the disgust when drinking water in the future. Oh, I forgot to buy gauze today. Otherwise, the filtered water would be more useful. She looked at the peanuts again. In fact, peanut shecks can be made into charcoal by roasting them in a pot over fire. That is the best filter. Or eat the peanuts first. A warm treehouse, the sound of rain, quiet time, and a stable life. All this magnified Huayu's desire for food. Now, staring at his seed bank, he wished he could bury even the yam eggs in the soil. When it's cooked, take it out and gently peel off the thin skin. Dip it in sugar. Wow, this is still iron stick yam. But I can't plant so much land by myself, right? With her frail body, she doesn't look like someone who can do this kind of farm work. In this case, it doesn't matter if there are fewer seeds. The mountains are my home. But this pile of yam beans weighs about 2 kilograms. You only need to plant a palm-sized piece of land, and then when you harvest, you should be able to harvest about 100 kilograms. The same goes for peanuts. It is possible to produce 1,000 kilograms per mu. It would be a pity to eat them, right? Only soybeans. Look a bit ordinary, with a lot of impurities. Huayu put them in his hands and rubbed them for a long time. The feeling is different from rub dates, and it is easier. Vaguely, she felt that her ability should have been used, but it was much easier than before to incite the wisteria to take root and grow. So, she spread out her palms and looked at them. After doing so much farm work, her palms became red, swollen, painful, and blistered during the day, but they would recover at night. The needs of the plants that need to be stimulated are different, and my own fatigue is also different. So when can we improve efficiency? For example, if you meet a bad person, you can throw the seeds on him, and it will instantly take root, penetrate into the blood vessels, and absorb nutrients. It is best to complete all this in a dozen seconds, or even less. Otherwise, this ability is useless, and you might be killed before the seeds grow up. She imagined the cool scene, and now she held a seed, frowned, and tried her best to make it take root and sprout quickly. However, it took 3 to 5 minutes to load before the seed germinated. Now, the flower was taking root, sprouting and growing vines in the air in the palm of his hand. However, before it could bloom, Hua Yu was so tired that he dropped his hand first. She was too tired. She was too tired to move at all. It was no use relying on this to protect herself. Oh, it's really weak. This world is too evil. Girls like her need to mutate or evolve to protect themselves. Humph. Hua Yu had completely given up the idea of eating. He threw the soybean seeds into the basin and poured some warm water into it to soak them first. Qingming Festival is in early April. Now it is mid-March. She has some ability, so it should be no problem to plan in advance, etc. Hua Yu suddenly turned around and saw that outside the open door curtain, heavy rain was pouring down without stopping. She was stunned for a moment, and then she was surprised and frustrated. It's God's will. The beans were soaked and could not be stored anymore. It was raining so heavily outside that they could not be planted. I had to find a way to eat it so that it wouldn't be wasted. She simply threw away all her burdens, brought the soybeans in the basin in front of herself, and tried to pick out the bad ones. I didn't pay much attention when I was using the supernatural disc just now, but now when I turned it over, I found that there were indeed 2 black and moldy ones that had to be thrown away. Just as I was about to fish out the soybeans, I suddenly heard the sound of alarms outside. Rose Corridor Area 29 mutation value rises rapidly. Rose Corridor Area 32 mutation value rises rapidly. Rose Corridor 35. Rose Corridor 42. The broadcasts came one after another, and no section seemed to be spared. The alarms along the entire Rose Corridor were screaming at the top of their lungs. Hua Yu was stunned. She stood at the door of the treehouse. Through the heavy rain, the romantic flower wall hidden in the dim night seemed to be baring its fangs and claws, and it seemed a little scary. The sound of vehicles gradually came from the distance. The dim headlights did not penetrate too far in the rain, but she could vaguely see the lights coming and going in the distance. It was a long time later that Hua Yu saw a vehicle coming towards him. She quickly put on her rain boots, put on her raincoat, and rushed into the heavy rain. Before he had walked far, the vehicle in front of him quickly drew an arc in front of him. In the car, Zhou Qian's face was familiar and stern, and his voice was full of urgency. Go back quickly, go back quickly. Don't linger in the rain. The rain will cause mutations. Go back quickly. Hua Yu was stunned for a moment, then nodded at him, turned around and ran away. In the car, Zhou Qian squinted his eyes and could vaguely see what seemed to be a small house in the direction Hua Yu left. It was raining heavily and the sky was dark, so the car lights could only illuminate a limited area. He confirmed that the other party was okay, and did not realize that the other party's house was very close to the Rose Corridor, so he drove away again with a worried look on his face. At the same time, his voice spread from the intercom, everyone on alert. No one is allowed to approach the Rose Corridor. All members of the Sankingshan defense line retreat 50 meters. The mutation value has increased by 5 points and is still rising at the same time. Another voice came from the intercom. Captain Zhou, we will hold a meeting tonight to discuss the protective measures after the rain. In addition, the Ministry of Health will issue a notice tomorrow, prohibiting everyone from going to parks and other places to collect wild vegetables, mushrooms, and other edible things in the short term. Experts predict that the mutation value will not reach the critical point, but it will increase significantly. Once these things enter the mouth, forget it. The other party sighed. It tastes so bad, I guess no one can eat it. Zhou Qian put down the intercom and couldn't help but curse again. Duck. The others in the car also sighed. In the past, the mutation value increased only when it snowed in winter. The garrison water system accelerated the thawing and underground river circulation, so we were always able to control it. Who would have thought that it would start with the spring rains this year? Everyone said that after the Qingming Festival, it would be a good time to plant. That's right. As the old saying goes, plant melons and beans during the Qingming festival. There is only half a month left. If the mutation value can't be reduced by then, it's okay. Zhou Qian took a deep breath and comforted everyone. The root nodules of the mutated legumes will actively absorb pollution. This matter was included in the emergency plan from the beginning, so everyone was given one when registering their household registration. The mutation value is 25, so no one should eat it. When the rain stops, call on everyone to plant beans first. Then the wood guards will come to accelerate the cycle, and we should be able to recover before June. Here we come. Huayu didn't know anything that Zhou Qian said. Her memory began when the national census began on March 8th, and she had no idea of the subtle understanding that everyone had during the 6 years of the disaster. She did have some knowledge of normal life, which made her not look like a fool. Huayu touched her head with pity. Her brain was really good. But now, there might be a lot of curses in the city, but in this silent and invisible and terrifying rose corridor, there was nothing. She could only stare blankly at the dark rain curtain. The rose corridor, which had a bit of a temper before but was generally docile, was now baring its fangs and claws in the rain, and Sanqing Mountain, which could not be seen in the middle of the night, now seemed to be surging with even greater terror. Just now she said that the mountains were her home, but now after a rain, home is gone? The docile and lovely rose corridor has gone crazy. How can her Shui Lingling eat the wild vegetables and mushrooms that she herself has not eaten yet? Most likely not. Looking at the soybeans that were about to be eaten, Huayu's face fell. Then wait for the rain to stop and carefully plant the seeds in the ground. With the help of supernatural powers, after a month or two, there should be some production, right? But now the beans have all been soaked, and there is no way to plant them in the heavy rain. Huayu struggled for a long time, and finally just gave up. Since it was already like this, she couldn't plant anything anyway, so she just ate it. At worst, she could go back and buy beans, and there were also those who sold vegetable seedlings. She still remembered that pepper seedlings were 10 cents each. At this moment, he cupped his hands, scooped out half of the beans, and put them directly into the pot. After thinking for a while, he put his hand into the water again, squeezing out the little bit of supernatural power that he had just recovered. There were strands of unknown substances flowing from her palms into the water. Huayu widened her eyes and watched the dirty water slowly become clear and clean. Although there were still some impurities floating in the water, it made her feel cleaner. Then he turned around and looked at the water in the mineral water bucket beside him. Her face fell instantly. After purifying a whole bucket of water, Huayu sat there trembling all over, barely able to lift his arms. He gasped for breath and rested for a while, then angrily added some firewood and put the pot on the stove. The flames instantly rose up, and because there was still smoke in the house, the door was still open. The coolness of the rain drifted in, making people feel very uncomfortable. Huayu adjusted the direction, and when the pot was hot, he put the handful of soybeans he had just scooped out in. After only being soaked in water for more than half an hour, the soybeans were only slightly softened on the surface, but still hard inside. But it doesn't matter. She used a wooden spatula to stir the beans according to her memory. After the high fire quickly dried up the moisture on the beans, she took out the firewood from the stove and turned it to low heat to slowly roast them. Stir-frying and flipping the food at the same time is a little fun way to kill time on boring nights. As the aroma of burnt food slowly emerged, Huayu's resentment and fatigue disappeared in an instant. She became more alert, staring at the pot with her eyes burning. She could hear the occasional cracking sound of soybeans, which was very pleasant to the ear. The slightly cracked places of the soybeans in the pot had already shown some signs of browning. As Huayu turned the beans over, he could feel his mouth watering. She closed her eyes and immersed herself in the moving burnt aroma, feeling that she had never been so greedy before. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a small, wet thing next to the flickering shadow of the jumping fire, looking at her carefully with its big black eyes. Huayu looked over with wide eyes and found that the wet little thing looked a bit like the field mouse that he had sponsored before. I don't know if it's because of the rain, but the color of its hair is different from before. It looks like maroon or orange. At this moment, the little field mouse huddled in a ball and looked at her pitifully, as if rubbing against the warmth of the flames or rubbing against the fragrance of soybeans. Why you? She thought of her peanuts and yam beans, as well as 2 large pots of mung beans that she had exchanged from the defense army, and felt a little guilty at the moment. Then she smiled even more amiably. Xiaotian, although I accepted a small amount of sponsorship from you, I also shared my 600 acres of land with you. As a vole, it's best to be content. The field mouse, who had been given the name Xiaotian for some unknown reason, squeaked and nimbly moved closer to the fire. Looking up at her, he looked even more pitiful. Huayu was still very determined. What about 600 acres of land? Squeak. No vole has ever achieved what you have. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The greedy little field mouse will be caught by the owl. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Okay, okay. It's raining so hard. I'll be merciful and let you roast a fire here. But you have to leave after you're done. Squeak. You are so greedy. Forget it, come on. I'll give you 1 more bean. There is no more. Squeak. 3. Just 3. There's no more. I'm going to sprinkle salt. Huayu carefully picked out 3 soybeans with the spatula, blew on them near his mouth, and then poured them into his palm. The soybeans have been thoroughly fried, with wide cracks appearing on the dry yellow skin. There are charred spots on the whole bean from time to time, and they are turning back and forth in the pan, looking particularly tempting. She put the soybeans on the side of the stove, and the field mouse squeaked and couldn't wait to move forward. When she got closer to the stove, Huayu realized that the field mouse's fur had turned darker from wet just now, but now after some bargaining, the field mouse's fur had been half dried. The flames in the stove danced, making its hair look orange-red, with a halo of golden edge at the very end. It's pretty nice. Huayu wanted to touch it for a moment, but she soon came to her senses, thinking that there were not many soybeans in the first place, so she puffed out her cheeks, watched the field mouse shrink its head to eat the soybeans, and then she carefully poured out a pinch of salt and sprinkled it evenly on the beans. The salt melted quickly under the high temperature and soon seeped into the beans. She flipped the beans, which were already charred on the edges, and then took a deep breath, holding up the spatula and announced loudly, "Wow, I am the master chef. My crispy and salty soybeans." The next moment, there was a sudden poochy sound of soft laughter. Huayu immediately looked outside the door with a vigilant expression. There was still a damp and cold wind blowing in from outside the door, and it was pitch black and I couldn't see anything. But at this moment, what surged in her heart was not curiosity, but huge horror and uneasiness. "Here we come." "Who?" Huayu stood up cautiously and held the multifunctional shovel beside him with both hands. At this moment she felt a little regretful. Because the branches had just been cut and had been wet by the rain, they were too wet and would produce more smoke when burned in the fire, so she lifted the door curtain. Captain Zhou had clearly replaced her tarpaulin with a light-proof waterproof tarpaulin to give her more safety in the dark, or maybe the shed outside the treehouse was clearly intended to be used as a kitchen, but because it was too cold, she chose to stay inside. If she was outside now, she could run away if she couldn't beat him. These harmless details are now mixed up, creating a growing sense of danger. "Sorry," someone whispered outside the door. "I was just passing by, and it smelled nice here, but I didn't expect there was, a house here." Huayu held her breath for a while. "My tree house is so beautiful. What do you mean by hesitating before speaking?" But she became more vigilant. It was raining so heavily, and the sky was so dark. The treehouse and the rose corridor were quite close, and their shadows overlapped in the darkness. She believed the other party when he said he didn't see the treehouse. "But if you say you smell the fragrance..." Huayu clenched the multifunctional shovel in his hand. But the other party seemed to sigh slightly. "I'm sorry, the aroma of soybeans is really strong. I have 200 points. If I exchange it for this portion of soybeans, I wonder if you're willing to do so?" Huayu wanted to say no, but the other party had no intention of leaving, and if he walked in directly, she would not be able to stop him. As for the 200 points, right now, life is more important. She struggled, and finally said coldly, "You wait." The fragrant fried soybeans fell from the pot into the bowl. Half a pound of them only filled a small bowl after being fried dry. But when she carried the soybeans out, she felt heartbroken as if it was a bowl of gold. I'll leave the bowl at the door. You can take it yourself. She held the multi-purpose shovel in one hand, her heart beating like a drum. As the door got closer, the light from the flames became dimmer and dimmer. Huayu could only vaguely see the tall figure of a man. After she carefully put the bowl away, she took 2 steps back and raised the multi-purpose shovel vigilantly. If the man came in and bent over to get the soybeans, she would just scoop them up with a shovel. After squatting down and putting down the bowl, she subconsciously looked up, but was stunned for a moment. In the pouring rain, the man at the door of the treehouse was wearing a snow-white uniform. The white was not soft, it looked like snow. The faint flame light radiated from it, and it seemed as if silver sand was flowing on the fabric. The style is a bit like the Defense Army, but a little different. But it is obviously a standard. Even the military boots on his feet were different, as if they were covered with a hard layer of metal. Most importantly, he didn't hold an umbrella. In the continuous rain, he stood there with clear features and a straight posture. His eyes were full of apology and helplessness when he looked at Huayu. The premise of all this is why. Didn't you get wet in the rain? The heavy rain was still falling, but it seemed as if there was an extra space beside him, and as if some different energy was wrapping his whole body, from his hair to the soles of his feet, without a drop of water getting on him. Huayu was stunned and asked in confusion. The other party was slightly stunned, and after a pause, he said, I am a water element. Ah, so this is a water element? Huayu couldn't help but look him up and down, and his vigilance was lowered a lot after all. She has mastered the use of her supernatural powers so skillfully. There is no need to be so tactful when dealing with her. But at the same time, a hint of envy arises. Is the water system so useful? My raincoat and boots together are almost 100 points. The other party was speechless and seemed puzzled for a moment, but soon pointed to the bowl of soybeans on the ground and said, Can we trade? If you put more, the moisture will get in and it won't be crispy enough. Since he was not a bad guy, Huayu acted much more generously. I don't want 200 points. I'll give you half of the 20 points. I can't bear to taste this either. The other person laughed, his face a little pale in the rain. Are you saying that because of this outfit? That's not necessary. This kind of bean should be a rare and precious variety, right? It doesn't seem to be contaminated at all. You may not be able to buy it with 200 points. But, he said, a little embarrassed and annoyed, I only have 200 points. Huayu thought, I didn't really use too much force. How come it seems like it's not contaminated? Can seeds also be contaminated? In addition, what clothes? Could this uniform belong to the top leaders of the Defense Army? But how can the top leaders only have 200 points? But she didn't ask. She just held out her wrist and set the transaction amount, 20 cents. The other party was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly. However, just as he stretched out his arm, he saw the man quickly turned his head with a serious expression. Although his body did not move, the rain curtain in front of him twisted into a transparent rope of water in an instant, and it quickly shuttled into the distance like a snake in the dark night. Not long after, someone screamed in the darkness, ah! Huayu's face also turned pale. The other party turned around and comforted her lightly. It's okay. I'll check the situation later. This place is close to the Rose Corridor, so there can't be any major conflicts, and it's best not to get hurt and argue. He glanced warily at the pitch-black Rose Corridor that looked like a forbidding wall. When the mutation value rises, they are easily angered. Huayu. She said this, but actually she didn't feel anything at all. But the man in front of him reminded him, You have a special ability, right? Wood-related? It's weak and a little strange, but I can feel it. Huayu thought about it, and realized that she should be a wood element. Could this ability be detected by others? Why didn't she feel it? At this moment, she wanted to ask a few more questions, but she was afraid of exposing herself. And the other party was still reminding her, Do you dare to live here because you have a strong affinity for plants? If so, you should be more vigilant against people in the dark forest. The light of fire is dangerous to you and others. Huayu was helpless. If the firewood was not too wet, and she did not want to smoke meat in a confined space, Who would be willing to leave the door open at night? She could only point to the distance. What's going on? I don't know. The other party answered frankly, then turned his wrist, and in the darkness, a figure was dragged over stumblingly. It was not until he was dragged to the door that Huayu could see clearly that it was a middle-aged man. He had a very short buzz cut and was wearing an old shirt that was hard to tell whether it was blue or gray. His pants were also covered in mud, making him look extremely disheveled. But even so, when he looked up at the two of them, his eyes were full of fear and ferocity. But he couldn't say a word because the water rope was tightly tied around his neck, and a high, red and swollen mark was visibly formed on his right cheek. A fugitive? Everyone knows about the dark forest, which comes from Lu Cixin's theory. Fugitive? Huayu was shocked. Water-based abilities can also be used to identify identities? This is so awesome. This made the man opposite pause. No, it's just that what he's wearing is prison clothes. Look at his chest. As he spoke, another stream of water quickly climbed up the middle-aged man's chest, quickly washing away the mud in that area, revealing a few small embroidered words. The third prison 3. Before she could ask anything else, she saw the other party put his index finger on his lips and winked at her playfully. Shoo, I came here quietly. It's best not to let anyone know. Can I hand over the prisoner to you? He should be able to be sent to the defense army tomorrow morning. I should be gone by then, so it doesn't matter if anyone finds out. Huayu also sighed. Why do you think so highly of me? The defense army said that we can't just let it rain. It's okay. The other party smiled and said, you have superpowers, so your resistance will be much stronger. As long as you don't come into close contact with mutant plants, there will be no problem. Huayu. She remembered that she not only had close contact with Changwei, but also knocked her down a few times. Turning his head to look at the rose branch still stubbornly blooming in the porous brick vase in the room, Huayu was silent for a moment and stepped aside to make room. Come in. You can stay here all night and leave at daybreak. When you leave, I will take the prisoner over. Are you tied up well? She was so generous that the other party was a little surprised. Aren't you afraid anymore? Huayu shook his head. I want you to teach me how to use this power. The opponent was so powerful that it would only take a blink of an eye to subdue her. I had heard that the Rose Corridor was very powerful before and relied too much on it. Now it seems that I still need to have the ability myself. The young man smiled and flipped his finger, and the water rope tied to the middle-aged man quickly drilled into the ground, nailing him in the wilderness in the heavy rain, unable to move. Then he stretched out his hand to Huayu, with broad knuckles and dry palms. Heko, I'm Lin Xiefeng. Huayu nodded and also stretched out his hand. My name is Huayu, the same as elm tree. The two hands, one big and one small, clasped together. Lin Xiefeng stared at her for a while, and suddenly smiled, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Huayu was still holding the multifunctional shovel in his other hand. He let go of it and immediately turned around to pick up the soybeans again and walked into the house under the other person's gaze. After entering the treehouse, Lin Xiefeng was a little surprised. You built this by yourself? It's quite spacious. Of course. Huayu said proudly. It took me a lot of effort. Lin Xiefeng's eyes moved around the wisteria roots and nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Your ability doesn't seem to be strong. It is indeed difficult to make the vines take root. Huayu poured the soybeans in the bowl back into the pot and sighed. If I had known you could see through it at a glance, why would I have bothered to hide it? I was scared to death in the middle of the night. My soybeans have become damp again. I'll bake them again. If you don't want to join the garrison, it's okay to hide it appropriately. It's just personal freedom. There was only one stool made of bricks in the room, but Lin Xiefeng was very familiar with the place at this moment and took a few bricks to stack the stool. The water flowed invisibly, and all the old dirt on the blue bricks seemed to disappear, which made Huayu envious again. Can you dispel the moisture in these beans? She looked at Lin Xiefeng expectantly. The other person smiled and said, yes. Then he raised his index finger and shook it, but I don't want it, because the aroma of these beans is the most tempting when they are roasted in the fire. I was planning to leave overnight. I saw a fire when I passed by here. I was curious and came to take a look. Unexpectedly, I smelled the fragrance immediately, perhaps because they got to know each other after exchanging names. His originally calm demeanor changed, and he now looked like a boy next door chatting casually. I only left 200 points when I set out, but a handful of soybeans disrupted my plan. Take me in for one night, accommodation and beans, and I'll give you all the points. Hua Yu did not refuse this time. He just handed the trading bracelet over again and asked curiously, "Where are you going?" The other person stared at the soybeans in the pot and said nonchalantly, "Go to the wasteland." Explorer? She was curious. How do you get there? Isn't it said that the rose corridor cannot be approached? Why are you going through here? Not bad. Lin Xiefeng smiled, with a hint of pride in her expression. If it's strong enough, I'll be out before the rose corridor can react. If it weren't for the rain, it wouldn't be that aggressive. Most of the time, it's more like a silent little girl. The silent little girl? What a magical metaphor. Hua Yu slowly turned over the soybeans, as if he had opened 100,000 Ys. What does serial number 3 on the prison uniform mean? Just as he was asking, he saw Lin Xiefeng had already seized the opportunity, quickly picked up a bean from the pot, and stuffed it into his mouth in an instant. Hot, he mumbled, and after a while he started to chew, his expression becoming particularly happy. Sure enough, these beans are not contaminated. Hua Yu, you have a lot of secrets. Having said that, his tone was relaxed and casual. It was obvious that he didn't care much about the matter, which made it impossible for Hua Yu to get nervous. Not enough salt. Lin Xiefeng commented silently and then answered the previous question. The serial number means the level of crime. He is a serious criminal, and you are too weak to feel it now. He is a fire type. It just so happens that rainy days are the best time to subdue him. Don't be soft-hearted and decide to let him into the house to avoid the rain. He won't die from being wet all night. Well, if he gets wet too much, it won't be a pity if he goes crazy or dies. If you get caught in too much rain, you will go crazy or die. Is it because rainwater pollution will increase the mutation value? Why you thought about it? What kind of person becomes a felon? Murderer? More than that. Lin Xiefeng shook his head. A new level after the disaster, directly or indirectly causing the deaths of many people for personal gain during the turmoil. So, if you see a criminal, don't show mercy. Hua Yu nodded and agreed solemnly. Then how did you develop your abilities? I want to learn. Lin Xiefeng advised. If possible, I suggest you don't learn it. The improvement of superpowers is accompanied by the increase of mutation value. The closer the mutation value is to the critical point, the stronger the ability. As for the means of application, it is nothing more than the perspective of thinking and proficiency. For example, although I am a water element, as long as my ability is strong enough, I can drain the water from the plant in an instant or make the juice boil through vibration. It's very effective against mutant plants. Hua Yu thought thoughtfully. So what about people? The other party smiled slightly, his expression gentle and kind. People are the same. Here it comes. This book will be available on the shelves at 0:10 a.m. on May 1st. The first order data on the first day is very important. Please support us. How strange. Hua Yu held his chin and looked at Lin Xiefeng seriously. He was carefully sprinkling salt into the pot with his hands. His expression was focused and gentle without any aggression. But thinking of the means the other party mentioned. Wow, really cute. What you just said are all sure kill methods, but what if you don't want the other person to die? She asked seriously. Lin Xiefeng glanced at her with a half smile. When dealing with an enemy, if you don't want the other party to die, then you have no choice but to die yourself. Then he looked at Hua Yu's fair little face, which looked as if she had just grown up. So he changed the topic. Have you heard of water knife? Compress all the water you can gather and release it quickly. As he spoke, he stretched out his finger and casually drew a circle in the air on the blue bricks on the ground. Hua Yu didn't even see the water flowing down, but in just a moment, a perfect circle had been cut out on the brick. Her eyes widened, and she picked up the brick. The heavy and thick circle in the center fell to the ground instantly, and only a cut frame was left in her hand. So round. She looked at Lin Xiefeng expectantly. Lin Xiefeng choked for a moment, then said speechlessly, "What are you thinking? My ability can only allow me to cut, but it won't allow me to draw a circle that is rounder. Well, maybe it's because I studied painting before. Drawing a circle with your free hand is nothing. Huayu nodded slightly disappointedly, and then asked, "What about my ability? It's so weak. What means can I use to subdue the enemy now?" The beans in the pot were already roasted. Lin Xiefeng carefully took the pot down and stared at the beans without blinking. With System.it, depends on which specific applications are focused on. Generally speaking, affinity can only prevent mutant plants from attacking easily. The other means are mostly to train the growth speed, quickly build a fence, or use seeds to parasitize, or vines to entangle. But your mutation value is too low, so your ability is weak, and you probably can't induce birth at all. Huayu nodded. I just finished giving birth to a branch, and I'm so tired that I can't even lift my arms. I need to rest for a long time. What should I do if I encounter such a criminal next time? Lin Xiefeng pondered for a moment. Although the serious criminals could not easily escape, and no one dared to approach the Rose Corridor, if the other party did not have the same plan as him to sneak across the river at night, he would not have come here at all. I guess the defending army surrounded the people too tightly, and they became desperate. But the probability of danger and safety is only 0 in 100. He would not think that Huayu was worrying too much, but after careful consideration, he gave an answer. Exercise more and go out less. Huayu was stunned. There's no other way. Lin Xiefeng spread his hands. Actively increasing the mutation value is like drinking poison to quench thirst. Every increase will be accompanied by years of pain. If you don't pay attention to it and it is contaminated and increases to the critical value, you will go crazy and die. But if the mutation value is not increased, the strength of the superpower cannot be trained. They have been researching this for 5 or 6 years, but have not come up with a more reliable method. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and murmured, "If the pollution is slowly resolved over time, the supernatural power may also disappear. That's fine. In times of turmoil, we need strong men, but in a peaceful society, the difference in personal strength goes beyond the dimension. Although they cannot resist the sword of the country, they are also difficult to manage." Huayu listened silently without expressing any opinion. However, Lin Xiefeng's slight melancholy only lasted for a short moment. After all, it had been 6 years, and the pollution value had been up and down every year. It would take a long time for it to disappear. At this moment, he turned his thoughts back to Huayu's problem. "So, while you are still young, you should run more often with bricks and tree trunks. The faster you run, the stronger you will be, and the greater your chance of survival when you encounter danger. If we encounter a formidable opponent." He picked up a bean and gave a suggestion for sustainable development. "If it doesn't work, you can find mutant plants, such as the Rose Corridor, such as Sanqing Mountain. Have you been to Sanqing Mountain? There used to be a Taoist temple on the mountain. The environment is actually quite good. The main root system of the Rose Corridor is there. If you are desperate, just find a way to hide there. There is a 50% chance that they will not actively attack the wood-type mutants." After saying this, Lin Xiefeng crushed the beans with a crunch. Huayu stared at him with fierce eyes. The other party laughed. "Little girl, you have a lot of secrets and a very vicious heart. Hey, how old are you? Why do you live here alone? Forget it. Forget it. Don't tell me. I'm going to the wasteland soon. It's useless to know. Why are you staring at me like that? Do you have something to say?" Huayu said seriously, word for word. "Listening to your words is a waste of my beans." She snatched the pot away. "Don't eat so much. I can only give you half. And if you eat too much, you will fart at night and you will have to sleep outside." Lin Xiefeng laughed loudly, his voice clear. It must be said that on this cold, rainy night, his presence also made Huayu relax unconsciously. "You're overthinking. It's just a handful of beans. Is there any weight in this pot? We'll each have half, just a handful. How can you fart? How can a young girl worry about such things?" Huayu wrinkled his nose. "I shouldn't be a kid anymore. I lost my memory. When I woke up, I had nothing but the clothes on my body. I had to find my way around by myself. Everyone thought I was very young, but I didn't think I was that young. I must be an adult." Her expression was calm when she said this. She didn't have the solemnity of revealing a secret, nor the relief of being relieved. It was as if she was just chatting casually. Lin Xiefeng didn't think there was anything wrong. People who often live alone are more likely to reveal their true feelings to strangers who they feel safe with. Even he cannot avoid it. For example, at this moment, probably no one knows that Lin Xiefeng, the former garrison officer who was supposed to be recuperating in the imperial capital, would come to the Rose Corridor of Flower City on this rainy night, just because he felt that this was the most romantic road leading to the wilderness. Fortunately, Hua Yu really seemed to have never heard of him. The girl opposite still had baby fat on her face and was clearly only 16 or 17 years old, but Lin Xiefeng did not disbelieve what she said. At this moment, he just stared at Hua Yu, and then suddenly sighed. The teacher who taught me painting before could look at bone age, and he could tell your approximate age based on your body shape. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at it. So, he suddenly smiled smugly. You should just stay as a little girl. Sometimes, being younger has many advantages. That's true. Hua Yu also admitted that both Captain Zhou and Boss Tang actually treated her as a little girl, so they were more patient and tolerant when they first met. Here we come. The two of them were chatting around the fire in the treehouse. No one cared about the life and death of the serious criminal outside. Hua Yu was chewing soybeans happily. At this moment, he suddenly asked, I praised my cooking skills. Why did you laugh? Didn't the beans taste good? If it weren't for that laugh, she wouldn't have been scared. Lin Xiefeng couldn't help laughing when he thought of that time. I don't know. I was just hesitating at the door whether to ask about buying beans, and suddenly I heard you talking the confidence and carefreeness that only children have. The arrogant look, coupled with the clear voice of a girl, made him laugh out loud. I regretted it right after I laughed. After all, it was a rainy night, in the wild, alone, and I suddenly laughed. The elements of a homicide are all there. Well, I guess he was scared to death. He felt a little apologetic. I'm sorry. Hua Yu shook his head. Forget it. You scared me, but you also helped me, so forget it. Without Lin Xiefeng, he would be facing a vicious and serious criminal, and who knows what would happen to him. After a while, Lin Xiefeng spread out his palms. Give me some more. No more. Hua Yu spread his hands and said, I divided half of the pound of beans for frying, gave 3 to Xiaotian, and then you got half and I got half. Where else is there? Is this Oda? Lin Xiefeng turned his palm over, and a transparent circle appeared in his palm. A roller? In the roller, a small field mouse with orange fur and gold edges was spinning. It's good. He smiled as he watched Xiaotian getting dizzy inside, and commented, It's good for you to have a pet since you live alone. Hua Yu uttered an and then cleared his throat, or, let's put it down. I don't think it likes the rollers very much. The most important thing is, I only accepted a little offering from it, and I have no intention of raising it. The water roller suddenly broke open, and Xiaotian fell into Lin Xiefeng's palm with a pa-chi sound. He was quickly wrapped up by the water flow and washed to the ground in a wet lump. The little field mouse was powerless to resist the darn enemy. It squeaked a lot at this moment. Finally, it went to the fire with resentment and dried its fur again. Lin Xiefeng looked at it, then looked at Hua Yu. The beans I ate couldn't be. How could that be? Hua Yu smiled. It just contributed some other seeds, which gave me the confidence to eat beans. Then he started to worry again. After this heavy rain, the wild vegetables and mushrooms in the forest are no longer edible. I thought I had found a way to get rich. Now, it's time to think about how to live. Having said that, she looked at Lin Xiefeng again. The 200 contribution points given by the other party solved her urgent problem and gave her more time to buffer. Lin Xiefeng sighed. Let's wait a little longer. The Statistics Bureau has distributed soybeans to everyone. After the leguminous root nodules absorb the pollution, we should be able to catch up with the planting in May or June. Wood-type mutants are more efficient than others. Hua Yu also sighed. It can only be like this. Before he finished speaking, Lin Xiefeng asked again, You just said that you used half a pound of beans. Where is the remaining half a pound? You've already eaten, so why not consider eating to your heart's content all at once? Hua Yu pointed to a basin on the side and said, Look, it's soaking in there. I'll try to see if I can make some bean sprouts. If it works, it's quite difficult to force it to produce soybeans, but it will be better to grow bean sprouts, which should be able to be sold for money. Lin Xiefeng frowned. This water. He reached out his hand to touch the water in the basin, but was instantly surprised. This water. Then he turned to look at Huayu. Is the water you drink the same as this? Where does it come from? Huayu thought of her experience of purifying water and hesitated a little. Could it be that this ability was not within the scope of the wood element? But she still pointed to the mineral water bucket. The water in the red bucket has been purified with water purification tablets, and the water in the mineral water bucket has been filtered after boiling. It took me a lot of effort to purify them as well. Also, Lin Xiefeng grasped the key words. Yeah. Huayu nodded. It's the ability to promote the growth of plants. If you work harder, their mutation value will be reduced, and they will taste much better. Lin Xiefeng was stunned. After a moment, he stretched out his hand and let a stream of water into his mouth, and then sighed with a complicated expression. How can you call yourself Huayu? You are clearly called Huaibai. The wood-type ability can induce birth, but inducing birth does not mean purification. These are two different abilities. So far, I have not heard of anyone being able to do it. He remembered Huayu saying that it was very difficult for him to make the plants grow, and he had previously thought it was because they were too weak. Now it seems like a lot of effort, doesn't it? Because the power used was not to induce labor. It was amazing that it worked. Huayu was a little nervous. Is it very rare? Lin Xiefeng nodded. As far as I know, it's only you. So, keep your secret well. Even I can only sense a faint wood-type ability. As long as you are careful, no one else will find out. Currently, purification can only be done through various mutant plants. The efficiency is not high, and the degree of purification cannot reach your level. No wonder the soybeans are so pure. He sighed. If this ability is strong enough and she can protect herself, Lin Xiefeng will suggest that she contact the Academy of Sciences. But she didn't have the slightest ability to protect herself now, so Lin Xiefeng didn't even mention it. Huayu nodded and took note of the matter carefully. The other party stared at the soybeans in the basin and asked, Do you have the ability now? Do you want to induce labor again? The crispy and tender bean sprouts should be delicious too. I can enjoy such delicious food before going to the wasteland. Huayu, if I had known you earlier, I might not want to go to the wasteland. Huayu was stunned. Without oil, the bean sprouts will be ruined. Can't we not go? Lin Xiefeng laughed. What does the little girl know? Just protect yourself. Huayu did not refute, but after a moment of silence, he told him one more thing. The rose corridor seems willing to let me approach. Huh. He was a little surprised. Really? Huayu pointed to the rose that was still standing by the bed. Look, that's the one I picked from the rose corridor. I've been keeping it for many days. Lin Xiefeng came closer in surprise and observed carefully. After a long time, he turned around and said, Very beautiful. I used to hate painting roses. They were so large and full of life that I couldn't express them, and I often didn't get high praise because of it. But now it seems, he murmured, not knowing what he was thinking about, and only sighed. It's so beautiful. Then he stretched out his hand toward the door. The next moment, the serious criminal was dragged into the house with a bang and fell heavily to the ground. Come here, come here. Suddenly being knocked to the ground, the serious criminal raised his head and stared at the two men fiercely. Huayu was also stunned. What's wrong? Just in case, Lin Xiefeng smiled. After some people acquire superpowers, their superpower attributes will mutate a second time. And for some people, their five senses will be greatly enhanced. We talked about too many things we shouldn't have talked about, and I was afraid he heard it. Huayu sighed. If she hadn't been alone for too long and Lin Xiefeng hadn't made her feel so reassured, she wouldn't have said so many things that she shouldn't have. But at this moment, she felt extremely relaxed, so she looked at him curiously. Then how can we be sure that he heard it? Lin Xiefeng raised his eyebrows. How can we be sure? There is no need to be sure. After saying this, he said with a hint of regret. What a pity. When the mutation value is unstable, the rose corridor doesn't like blood and conflict. So bang. A stream of water silently wrapped around the head of the serious criminal, and then instantly squeezed inwards with force. Huayu could only see the other party's originally ferocious eyes suddenly become blank, and his eyes widened to the limit with a dull sound that seemed to come from underwater. His hard skull deflated, and red and pink substances slowly flowed out, and pink sticky liquid began to flow out of his nasal cavity. The other party's cry of pain ended just as it began. At this moment, only the empty consciousness was left gasping for air, and even the breathing was barely audible. The wrapped water ball did not dissipate, but continued to flow over his head, trying to prevent even a drop of blood and brain matter from spilling. Lin Xiefeng turned around with a clear look on his face. Huai Yu, let me teach you one more thing. When it's time to take action, don't hesitate, and don't give any small person the opportunity to come back and interfere with you. His movements were so decisive, without the slightest hesitation or delay. Huai Yu was shocked by this bloody, yet strangely quiet scene, and his face turned pale instantly. But then she nodded, her eyes sparkling. Okay, I'll take note, but what if he dies? No big deal. A serious criminal escaped from prison and resisted law enforcement. Does this need any explanation? Lin Xiefeng spoke confidently, but a worry suddenly appeared on his face. Alas, after he dies, we still have to send him to the gate of the defense army. It's troublesome. Huai Yu sat down again, holding his chin and looking at him. He always felt that this person was very interesting and his style of doing things was also very interesting. But it's really abominable. My secret has been revealed, but the other party hasn't said anything yet? Could it be that the name is not real? The purpose of bringing people in was for on-site teaching, and also to ensure the safety of the Rose Corridor. But now, seeing that the other party was breathing out more than breathing in, and could no longer make any sound, Lin Xiefeng dragged the other party out in disgust. The room became quiet again. Huai Yu pressed his chest and felt his heart pounding, which was very exciting. She took a deep breath to calm herself down, then looked at Lin Xiefeng. You haven't told me yet. What are you going to do in the wasteland? Lin Xiefeng coaxed her with a smile. I can't tell you well. That rose is very beautiful. Can you give it to me? Bring flowers to the wilderness? Huai Yu wondered. Lin Xiefeng's smile remained unchanged. It feels very romantic to have it accompany me. Then you. She wanted to ask again, but saw Lin Xiefeng waved at her. Huai Yu, it's late. You should rest. Huai Yu was indeed very tired. I've been busy all day today, and my powers have been overdrawn several times. At night, I've been stimulated continuously. She shouldn't have been so relaxed to sleep, but thinking of Lin Xiefeng's ability, she felt relieved, so she nodded. Okay then. She took off her coat and got into her sleeping bag. She wanted to say a few more words, but after just a few thoughts in her mind, she could no longer bear the fatigue and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the room was dark, and a blurry water curtain like a water wall divided the treehouse into two. A flickering orange-red flame could be vaguely seen. It was also the only light source in the dark room. This is... Huai Yu was dazed for a while. Then he untied his sleeping bag and sat up, raised his wrist and looked at the blurry numbers on it. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. The sound of rain hitting the top of my head had not stopped, but it was obviously much quieter. There was no one in the house, and even the door curtain was only slightly open. Where is Lin Xiefeng? Huai Yu got off the bed and hesitantly pressed his palm on the water curtain. In just a moment, the entire water curtain fell to the ground like a large piece of silk, and after a brief stay on the blue brick floor, it instantly flowed to both sides due to the slope of the ground. Is this used to protect myself? Huai Yu looked at his palm curiously. It felt icy cold, but his palm was not wet. It was very strange. She opened the door curtain, and the dim light from outside came in, instantly making the whole room a little brighter. It was not until then that Huai Yu realized that the house seemed different. For example, the door curtain that I lifted in front of me. Originally, I used 3 braids and then combined them together. The braid was uneven, and there were many broken grass stems sticking out from the top. After all, it was hay and lacked some flexibility, but Huai Yu thought it was not his problem. But now, the straw curtain has been replaced with one with strands of dry grass overlapping each other, with extremely regular longitude and latitude like a woven straw mat. With it hanging on the door, the whole tree house becomes much more complete. Look inside the house again. The roses in the vase beside the bed have disappeared, but the dirt on the blue bricks of the simple cabinets, stools, etc. that I built by myself have been washed away. The clothes that had been hung up but not yet washed were not only neat and clean, but there was no moisture on them, making them appear exceptionally dry. And the pots and pans I used last night. My 28-inch bicycle, covered with dirt and grass, by the wall. He even made 3 baskets of different sizes out of vines. When Huayu looked all the way to the bed with surprise, he found a small, sparkling ice sculpture on the blue brick at the head of the bed. The ice sculpture didn't carve anything, but instead formed a base with a line of words condensed on it. "Thank you for your rose, Lin Xiefeng." She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say for a long while. In the end, she could only say with deep regret, "Snail girl." The snail girl is gone, but Huayu's life has to go on. The serious criminal had disappeared. Huayu turned and went into the shed and was stunned again. I saw that the twigs and hard tree trunks that I had dragged into the shed in a panic had now been cut into neat small pieces. Some of the slightly thicker tree trunks were cut in half. They are neatly stacked by size at the edge of the shed. There are not many of them, but they are pleasing to the eye. Huayu picked up a piece of firewood tentatively and found that these fresh branches that he had dragged back the day before had been drained of moisture and felt light when he picked them up. At least when a fire starts again, there won't be so much wet smoke. She thought of the ice sculpture on the bedside table and suddenly felt a sense of melancholy in her heart. Lin Xiefeng had already left, and Huayu's inexplicable melancholy only lasted for a moment and was soon forgotten. The most important thing now, of course, is the beans she soaked yesterday. Bean sprouts need a breathable and water-permeable container. Huayu originally planned to use a straw mat to cover the pot, but now seeing the small vine basket woven by Lin Xiefeng, it is simply perfect. Although the soybeans distributed by the Statistics Bureau are not aged beans in order to ensure the germination rate, their quality is still worrying and they are completely inedible. But now the soybeans in the basin are full, creamy yellow and smooth. If they were fried in oil, they would be. Huayu sighed, poured the soybeans into the basket to drain, and then washed them again. After draining the soybeans and spreading them out again, she placed the basket in a basin of water, took out the clean towel she had used to filter the water yesterday, soaked it in water, spread it on the beans, and watered them again. The temperature was still a little low now. Huayu thought about it and put the basin a little closer to the fire, and then put another basin on top of it. The rain outside has subsided. From drizzle to fine rain, the sky was still dark, and there was no sign of the clouds disappearing and the rain stopping. She sighed, looked at her bracelet, counted her more than 200 points, and couldn't help feeling a little guilty. If she had known that the other person was so capable, she would not have accepted this offer. But now, after looking around, there was really nothing to do. So Huayu had to retreat back into the house and take out the pile of yam eggs. Since Lin Xiefeng said that her ability was unique, maybe she could develop it by practicing more? And her own origins. When she woke up from the tree cocoon, she wandered around the mountain for a long time in a daze, knowing only the cold brick and stone buildings and the towering trees. Where is that? Is it the Taoist temple on Mount Sanqing? Could I be a Taoist priest? Wow, that sounds cool. Maybe I am a Taoist priest who lives in seclusion, burns earth stoves, chops wood and cuts trees to practice martial arts? But looking at her own body, this doesn't look like it. She thought that if she had the chance in the future, she would go to the mountains to look for it. At least the tree cocoon was more spacious than the sleeping bag, and it was very comfortable and not uncomfortable at all. Well, she didn't know if it was uncomfortable or not because she didn't realize it. While Huayu was thinking about this and that, she placed the yam beans at hand one by one in her palm. A slight force surged. This time she closed her eyes to feel it carefully and found that different yam beans required different abilities. Those that are small and a bit shriveled require more energy, while some yam beans that are large and round but give off a not tasty feeling also require a lot of energy. But this is only a small part of it, and more energy is needed that is relatively balanced. After almost 2 kilograms of yam beans were purified, Huayu raised his arms and found that he still had some strength left and was not as tired as when he purified the soybeans and water. Look at the time again. Well, it's already noon. It took more than 2 hours to harvest 2 kilograms of yam beans. This efficiency is too low. She put the yam beans back into the basket, but saw Xiaotian squeaking with a sly look in his eyes, trying to get closer. That won't do. Huayu picked up the basket and said, "This is my stuff. You can only take it if I give it to you." Her tone sounded like she was coaxing little mouse, but her actions were so cold. Xiaotian watched her hang the basket on the vines, and was so angry that he squeaked, and then he ran away before Huayu could glare at him. Huayu picked up a bag of nutrient solution, and seeing that there were only a few bags left, he couldn't help feeling more melancholy. If I had known I would have picked more wild vegetables, I would have bought some lard first. If the beans I fried last night had been fried first, I can't imagine how fragrant and crispy they would have been. The strange taste was unpleasant to drink, and she stared at the increasingly dense rain and took the peanuts again. At this moment, the only winner in this heavy rain is probably Tang Hongji, Boss Tang. A whole day has passed since he notified us yesterday afternoon that fresh wild vegetables were on the market, and his phone is still ringing. He put on a smiling face and kept answering the phone. "It's gone. It's really gone." "Who are you?" "I have something good here. Can't you send it to me as soon as possible?" "Oh, you're too late. There's really nothing left. Next time I will definitely notify you as soon as possible." "Oh, it's really gone. Who are we? Can I still deceive you on this? How is it? Mutation value 9. You haven't eaten this thing in a few years, right? Ha ha ha. That's fine. That's fine. I was afraid you wouldn't be satisfied, so I sent it to you right away before I had time to clean it up. Yes, thank you very much." The phone calls and messages kept coming in. He had used the simple mobile phone to its full potential. The old man at home was walking in the yard and looked at him with disdain. "Selling things is selling things. Look at your fawning face. How can you be my grandson if you tell others about it? Then you don't understand." Boss Tang said complacently, "To do business, you need harmony among all parties to attract money. Just saying a few nice words, such as Heko, me, and everyone else, is not worth anything. I think your father is not well off enough. Look at you." Tang Hongji was not angry either. "Grandpa, you and my dad have your own ways. You are too serious. What I am dealing with are just trivial matters. I can't just use anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes all the time. I'll just do some small business when I'm free, so don't worry about it. By the way, was the chicken soup last night delicious?" The old man was immediately changed to another topic, and at this moment he sighed. "Smell. Really smell. Those mushrooms are real wild mushrooms. They have absorbed the oil from the chicken soup. The taste is really—" He smacked his lips, a little regretful. "I shouldn't have made shepherd's purse dumplings and mixed hot and sour fern at the same time. I could have saved them for 2 more meals today. Speaking of this, the whole family is regretting it." Tang Hongji was even more annoyed. "This was our first collaboration, and I thought we would have a stable relationship in the future, so I thought we could eat as much as we wanted and have meat at home. Who knew that such heavy rain would come so suddenly, polluting the beautiful spring rain belt? Who can I go to for justice?" This rain covered a wide area, and it seemed that most of the country was covered with continuous rain. As a result, even if we traveled to 3 or 5 cities, we might not be able to get such fresh and clean wild vegetables. And the low mutation chickens and pork that he bought at the Animal Husbandry Bureau auction at a high price. Alas, I just had a chance to enjoy it, and the price has gone up again. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other in silence and could only sigh. Tang Hongji pondered for a long time. "When the rain stops, I still have to go to the store to guard it. This new partner has a wide range of connections and his family is probably very important. I have to wait there, and don't let anyone intercept me. It will be on the shelves on May Day, and I will start updating it one by one tomorrow, trying to save up some manuscripts." It rained heavily for 3 days. There were only a few short stops during the period, each lasting no more than an hour, and the rest of the time there was only some difference in the amount of rain. The morning report still starts at 8 o'clock. Today's weather forecast is cloudy with light rain. Huayu looked at the sky and hesitated whether to go into the mountains. The muddy water in the pond not far away is probably going to take a while to clear up. In the past, the pond of 3 to 5 mu only had half of the water, but now it is completely level with the edge of the pond. The water pollution level is so high that it will be difficult to use water for a long time to come. She puffed her cheeks in frustration. But it is a precious spring rain anyway. For example, Today, when the weather cleared up, we could see a layer of new green leaves sprouting on the distant mountains. The grass on all sides seemed to be covered with a layer of fluffy new green, and the grass was particularly fresh. Hua squatted down and touched a handful. It was very tender. I wonder if it will sprout in the future and whether it can be eaten. She carried back some dry firewood from the shed. Even in broad daylight, the fire could not be stopped. Because of the continuous rain, even though she chose a high place to build the house and laid a layer of blue bricks underneath, the water in the house was about to overflow as soon as it rained. If I don't make a fire to warm myself, I'm afraid I'll really be living in water. But after the fire was lit, the room was filled with moist and warm vapor. If the rain didn't stop, Hua suspected that he would break out in a rash. She sighed and thought how nice it would be to have a proper house. However, building a house requires money, and she now only has the 200 points given by Lin Xiefeng and some of her previous savings. The most urgent thing is to save more money so that she can feel safe and not be at a loss when encountering problems. So he loaded up the firewood, took another look at the bean sprouts that were growing slowly due to the low temperature, turned around, put on his raincoat and rain boots, put on his backpack, pushed his bicycle and went out. Although everyone said that you can't eat wild vegetables and mushrooms after a heavy rain, Sanqing Mountain is so big that she has to try it. The 28-inch bicycle was a little difficult to ride on the muddy ground, but it was still more convenient than walking. Hua arrived at the Rose Corridor 8 area in less than 10 minutes. At this moment, the car was parked next to the Rose. She stretched out her hand, then hesitated and pulled it back. Well, the rain has stopped. Are you in a good mood? If you are, can you let me pass by? Secretly, there was no movement in the Rose Corridor. It just shook its branches and leaves for a moment, and water droplets and wet petals fell all over the ground. Hua simply gathered a handful of thorny branches and said, "Please, I'm starving to death." After a while, the branches in front of him slid rustlingly, and with the sound of water droplets falling to the ground, a passage was finally formed. Hua laughed happily. "You have such a beautiful flower." She walked through the corridor skillfully with the basket on her back and was stunned by the scene before her. Sanqing Mountain is alive. No, it's not that she's alive, it's just, when she came before, although there were a few hints of spring, there were mostly dead branches and yellow leaves, and the trees were rustling. Now, after several consecutive heavy rains, large mushrooms and grass leaves have sprouted from the layers of dead leaves on the winding hillside below her feet. Some of them have even bloomed with small flowers in purple, blue, pink, and yellow. The rain stayed on the blue-purple petals, making the flowers look transparent. So beautiful. She climbed up the path along the rocks. There were 2 clumps of mushrooms passing by, but because the temperature was too low, they had not grown to a certain size yet, so Hua had to give up. The scattered wild vegetables also slowly emerged. The rainwater slowly gathered from the mountains and flowed down in streams. The wild grass on both sides grew particularly lush. Hua saw a clump of chives after walking a few steps. The broad, tender green leaves seemed to have grown rapidly in the past few days. When she reached out to pull it out, she could feel that the whole onion seemed very dirty. After a pause, she pulled out 2, shook off the dirt from the roots, and put them in the basket. If you go further, you can see more lush sea cucumbers, but they are not growing as fast and are still very young. Hua also reached out and plucked 2 handfuls. The smell was strong, but still very dirty. She stood in this treasure-like mountain and sighed sadly. It was such a terrible feeling to be in a mountain of treasures, but unable to use them at all. After much thought, I still went to see the ferns and shepherd's purse that had grown luxuriantly before the rain. There was a thriving vitality there. The bare ferns that had been picked before had sprouted again like bamboo shoots after the rain. The shepherd's purse at the bottom of the slope was also green. It was so pleasing to the eye. However, Hua regretted it so much that he almost cried. Because these are not edible. They are all very polluted, even worse than the green belts I saw in the city before. They are not as good as the weeds in front of your door. There wasn't much mud on the soft branches and leaves when her boots stepped on them, but her heart seemed to be covered in mud and was heavy. At this moment, Her small body was wearing an oversized raincoat and equally large rain boots, and she was carrying an empty and large basket on her back. Inside, there was only a handful of young ginseng leaves and 2 chives. Even the bottom of the basket was not covered. Halfway through the journey, Huayu remembered something and turned back. The pollution level of this wild vegetable is so high that she dare not purify it easily and sell it at this juncture. But if you can't sell it, can't you just eat it yourself? Even if there's no seasoning, it's better than the nutrient solution, right? She gritted her teeth, put the basket down, and bent down again to pick wild vegetables more bracken. She would come back and see if she could pickle it, but shepherd's purse was not necessary. It was difficult to preserve, and now there was no egg to go with it, and if she only added salt it would taste like grass. Forget it. Because salt was too expensive, Huayu thought about it and didn't dare to pick too many ferns. Altogether, it was only 1/3 of the basket. After thinking it over, I still didn't want to give up, so I turned again when going down the mountain and went to pick some chives and ginseng again. This time going into the mountains was really depressing. Huayu rode his bicycle. Although he was mentally prepared, it was too difficult to face the reality. If this continued, would the only source of income for a long time be on bean sprouts? It was not difficult to grow bean sprouts. This morning, I saw that the beans had grown more than 2 centimeters of tender sprouts, but I didn't know whether beans were easy to buy now and how much they would cost. We also have our own yam beans and peanuts, but the soil and water are polluted. When can we plant them? She grunted as she pedaled the 28-meter-long bicycle. Her basket was empty and her heart was empty too. When he returned to the treehouse, the sky had turned gloomy again. Huayu subconsciously looked at the rose corridor that looked like an oil painting in the dim sky and couldn't help muttering, "You are so fierce. Lin Xiefeng doesn't even dare to hit anyone in front of you. So how did he go to the wasteland? Here it comes. I don't ask for monthly tickets in April. You can give the tickets to Song Tan. It will be on the shelves on May Day. Please subscribe to the monthly tickets and comment. Much more. By the way, do you want me to add pictures in this chapter like I do now? Or insert pictures directly in the text? Or add pictures in the comment section?" The backpack was too big, and even if there was only half a basket of wild vegetables, it would fill up a whole basin with some overflowing. There are not many chives, only 5, which can be washed clean in a few minutes. They smell like onions and garlic, very fresh and fragrant. It's a pity that they are too polluted. There is also a May sea cucumber. If this is used to make dumplings with meat, Huayu doesn't dare to think too much about it, for fear of drooling. She placed her palms on the wild vegetables, pressing just slightly, and imagined the energy surging. Maybe it was because her abilities had improved, or maybe it was because the amount of wild vegetables was small, but after purifying the chives and ginseng, she didn't feel it was too strenuous. Next is the fern. This thing ages too fast. From the time I picked it and brought it back, to now when I smooth out the fuzz on top, it's already a bit hard if I pinch the roots. Huayu didn't want to waste his special powers, so he used a kitchen knife to cut off the old roots before starting the purification. In comparison, this whole pot of fern seemed too much for her to handle. The efficiency is very low. She was a little depressed. It seemed that her ability was not big enough. She was afraid that she could only do small things for a long time. After cleaning it again, it will take up another basin TSK. I forgot to buy a jar. If it is not sealed, can this thing be pickled well? Huayu wasn't sure, but since it was already like this, he might as well make do with it. It wouldn't break down in one night. As the salt bags fell, her heart was bleeding 10 cents a bag. Pickling bracken would take away most of it. She could make do with some food for herself, but if she didn't get any, would she have to scrape salt from the mines? And the oil? She looked around with a sigh. Before the rain, she felt that her home was well equipped, but after the rain, she felt that her home was empty. After thinking for a while, he finally set his sights on Duya. You guys should show some courage. Without oil, Huayu's meal would not be pleasant. The taste of blanching wild vegetables and mixing them with some salt. I can't say it's like eating grass. I can only say that I don't know what the point of all this trouble is. Especially since these things are not filling enough. She will get hungry quickly if she uses her special powers too much, so she has to take another packet of nutrient solution. Just a mouthful of salty grass and a mouthful of nutrient solution. The taste was so stimulating that after barely finishing it, Hua Yu felt that he couldn't have the next meal. This makes me miss the hot and crispy fried soybeans that night even more. At that time, there were still people talking. Now that she had eaten something so nasty, but she didn't even have anyone to complain to, she felt a little lonely. Today is March 29th, 2066, Sunday. It is cloudy to overcast. The air variation index is 11. The pollution level in Sanqing Mountain and the wasteland is still slowly increasing. Citizens, please. Hua Yu woke up to a familiar broadcast and lay in his sleeping bag in a daze for a long time. She turned her head to look. In the dim room, the fire in the blue brick brazier had gone out. She slept alone and didn't dare to light a fire at night. It wasn't because she was afraid of burning the house, but because she was afraid that the door was sealed too tightly and the smoke couldn't escape. For some reason, she thought of Lin Xiefeng again. Although she had only spent one night with him, she felt the company of someone who was thoughtful, steady, and trustworthy. So she, who had never felt lonely before, now suddenly felt too quiet. But Hua Yu quickly cheered up. Now he was too weak to live in a crowded place, and because he didn't have enough points, he couldn't build a more decent house. But she is so capable. She will have these sooner or later. As long as the bean sprout sales go smoothly today. Thinking of bean sprouts, Hua Yu instantly became energetic and quickly got out of his sleeping bag. He got out of bed wearing cold and wet slippers and immediately went to lift the basin. Wow! The bean sprouts in the bamboo basket were densely packed together. The creamy yellow bean petals were slightly green because they had been exposed to the sun by using the basin frequently in the past 2 days. But the bean sprouts in the middle are already 5 centimeters long. They are white, plump, crisp, and tender, and you can probably hear a sound when you break them gently. Such fat bean sprouts, whether it is used to stew crispy meat or vinegar. Hua Yu couldn't help but fantasize. Then she hurried to wash up, and in the cruel reality, she finished a bag of nutrient solution. I still have 7 packs of nutrient solution left. This time I go, I'd better stock up a few more just to be on the safe side. She put the basket on her back, put the bean sprout basket in, and then put the basin on top. After thinking about it, he took out the bracken that he had salted yesterday, drained the water, and put it into the backpack. After all, without oil, she didn't want to eat any weeds anytime soon. Let's go. Hongsheng Pedestrian Street, Hongsheng Trading Market. As long as it doesn't rain these days, Boss Tang will come to the store immediately, and from time to time he will hang around the 4 gates of the trading market. He did the same today. It was raining continuously, and many people came to the market to buy things, but there were not many to sell. A few people at the testing station were idle there, and at this moment they started chatting. Ferns are amazing. I bought some at noon that day, and my wife scolded me for wasting my points. When I told her that the mutation value was only 9, she immediately fell silent. Yes, thank goodness I was quick that day. Although 30 cents a pound is expensive, it's really worth it. My daughter cried while eating. Poor girl, she's only 6 years old and has never tasted anything delicious before. Yes, that girl is really real, and she gave me more. It's a shame to buy it. Look at the heavy rain at night. What happened to the vegetable prices the next day? The mutation value is 16, but they still dare to charge 18 cents per pound. I don't know where this good stuff came from. You see, she's wearing ordinary clothes. Every time she comes, she carries a basket like she's buying goods. Who would have thought that she would get such good stuff? Well, then you don't understand. She's a little girl selling things on her own. Her family must have given her many instructions. How can she not dress up a little shabby? That's true. I dare not show off my wealth now. Anyway, why has the price of gold increased again? I was thinking of buying a gold ring for my mother, but who knew it would be as low as 1/100th of a gram? Everyone's topic soon shifted from gold to rising prices after the rain, and even the fact that a raincoat was sold for 165 cents 2 days ago was mentioned. Boss Tang pretended to listen casually, and at this moment he had a clearer understanding of Hua Yu in his mind. It's good to be cautious, because being cautious will make no one discover his big client. No wonder he was wearing a broken watch before, and using the most basic bracelet he gave him. While thinking about it, he suddenly saw a thin girl carrying a big backpack on her back at a bus stop not far away. She was still sitting on the bus in such a simple manner. Boss Tang's face was instantly filled with a smile. He was about to take 2 steps forward to greet her, but he saw several people at the inspection station next to him greeted him faster than him. Girl, come here. There is no queue here. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Several people lowered their voices like thieves. Don't worry, we are tight-lipped. From now on, you can do the test from us. It's safe. Here they come. Yesterday I asked for your opinions and decided to put the illustrations in the text. I will put them in later when I come back. I have always had pictures, but I only put the pictures in this chapter because I was afraid that you would not like them. Give me a heart. It will be on the shelves on May Day. Boss Tang was immediately unhappy. Look at you all flattering me, but if there is something good you can't afford the price, it has to be me. Thinking of this, he calmed down again and then strolled away and went into the grocery store nearby, holding a basin and pretending to look at it. I can't go back to my store first. I've bought so many stores along the way. If someone cuts me off, I won't be able to cry. Hua Yu was also quite surprised. Although there were few people today, the staff took the initiative to say heko, which meant something different. However, today's bean sprouts. She felt a little uneasy when she thought of this. The bean sprouts were purified, and the water used to soak the beans was also purified. Although she deliberately used unpurified water when changing the water every day in the next few days, she was actually not sure what the variation value would be. I'm a little hesitant at this moment. As soon as she hesitated, the people at the testing station immediately became anxious. Sister, don't worry, we swear to heaven that we won't tell anyone. They just need to raise their hands when the other party has good things, and they can afford it. After all, it is normal that these things are not circulated in the ordinary market. The other party was so anxious, and the test had to be done anyway. So Hua Yu smiled embarrassedly and took out the basket of bean sprouts from the backpack. There was also a bag of bracken, which was casually packed in a plastic bag, so I carried it and put it aside. As soon as the basin on top was opened, the inspector's expression changed. Bean sprouts. Ah, bean sprouts. Everyone looked a little disappointed. Hua Yu was a little confused. Are bean sprouts not good? It's not bad, the inspector said as he put it on the conveyor belt. It's mainly because the bean curd has a fast iteration rate and is the easiest to buy on the market. But this thing absorbs a lot of pollution. If you're not careful, it will darn it. He stared at the card issuing counter, his eyes wide open at this moment. Another mutation value of 9? Everyone knows that legumes are the easiest to grow, but the hardest to grow well. If the soil or water is slightly polluted, it can absorb it immediately. Most of the fertilizers on the market are used for fermentation and digestion, and they are the kind with pollution values. But now, bean sprouts can even achieve a mutation value of 9. The person in front of us is undoubtedly a wealthy family. I don't know what kind of native seeds they used, or what kind of high-purity water they used. There are so many things to do with such resources. Why do they have to grow bean sprouts? Looking at Hua Yu again, she seemed to know nothing. They were indeed a wealthy family. Hua Yu held the still warm certificate in her hand, looked at the bean sprouts that were carefully lifted onto the table, and then looked at the staff who were hesitant to speak but inexplicably frustrated, and asked curiously, You don't like bean sprouts? Why don't you buy them? Seeing how enthusiastic they were before, I thought they wanted to buy something again. The inspector smiled bitterly. I like it. Who doesn't like a mutation value of 9? I can't afford it. Last time, they were thankful that they could buy wild vegetables with a mutation value of 9 for 30 cents. Now, after several consecutive days of heavy rain, the price of vegetables has doubled. Bean sprouts are much more delicious than wild vegetables. Wild vegetables are eaten fresh, and most of them need to be processed before they are delicious. But bean sprouts are refreshing no matter how they are cooked. This is the taste that everyone has been missing in recent years. Hua Yu doesn't seem to know much about the price. This can be sold for 50 or 60 cents per pound in the market. They have the nerve to mention it, but they don't have the nerve to take advantage of it. Hua Yu nodded, thoughtfully. The next moment, the inspector stared at the certificate that had just been issued and exclaimed again. How come this one also has a mutation value of 9? Can there be ferns with this value in this kind of weather? Hua Yu looked confused. Ah, is it rare? My brother said it doesn't taste good and asked me to take it out and deal with it. Several people gasped. A wealthy family. It was a wealthy family that they dared not imagine. The little girl was really experiencing the people's livelihood, right? Everyone got serious and quickly handed her the certificate. Okay, we don't know anything today, so hurry up and go to the market. Huayu nodded, packed up her backpack obediently, and prepared to leave. After thinking for a while, he pinched a few soft and wet pickled bracken through the bag and said, "Thank you, everyone. I'll take this back and try it." No one thought there would be such a good thing. Give each person 2 ferns, take them home to honor your parents, and then give them to your children to try. This is also a good thing. They can buy 1 or 2 sticks, but people are not willing to sell them to them. The mood changed rapidly from disappointment to surprise. At this moment, several people were like headless flies, looking for something to receive it. After a while, someone handed over an enamel cup. Me. Put it in my cup. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Huayu laughed. Just call me Xiaoyu. With more or less confidence in his future career, Huayu no longer felt bad about using up half a bag of salt and headed straight for Huaxia Gold. Meanwhile, Boss Tang, who had been content to go to his own store as soon as he saw the certificate was issued, so as not to appear too anxious, was already waiting eagerly at the door. It's not far from the testing station to the entrance of my store. How come I haven't seen anyone for such a long time? Hiss. Could it be that someone else cut us off at the testing station again? Impossible. We are all ordinary people. How can we afford to buy the delicious food nowadays? His fat body swayed at the door of the store. After waiting for a long time, he finally saw Huayu's familiar figure. The reserved manner just now disappeared without a trace, and Boss Tang rushed over as if he had skateboards under his feet. "Sister Xiaoyu, are you here?" "Here I am." Huayu was also very happy. Mutation value 9. "Are you happy, Boss Tang?" Boss Tang was not only happy, he was so happy that he almost fainted. After several days of heavy rain, there is still a mutation value of 9. What kind of wealth is this? Let's not talk about whether he sold or gave away the wild vegetables last time. I don't know how many people came to him with connections, and I don't know how many people remembered him. Whether to share or not is a small matter. The main thing is this connection and the display of this ability, which is the most important. He protected Huayu into the store and saw that the other party's basket was only half full of things. In fact, he was very disappointed. But when Huayu lifted the basin to show him, he instantly jumped up like a bouncy ball. "Bean sprouts with a mutation value of 9? Without further ado," he said, 60 cents a pound. "Sister Xiaoyu, this is estimated to be 4 pounds. We will give it to you at the market price today." Huayu narrowed his eyes and smiled as expected. Boss Tang is really efficient in doing things. "Well, do you want some pickled ferns?" She handed over the certificate. Boss Tang's eyes were as big as copper bells, and he just nodded numbly. 60. All 60. "Sister Xiaoyu, you will be my biological sister from now on." Oh my. I can't even imagine how many people will be impressed by this limited supply of vegetables. It will be available on the shelves at 10:10 a.m. on May 1st. Please give us your support. It feels like I haven't written this for a long time, so I'll write one. But after thinking about it, I don't know what to say. Let me first talk about the update that everyone is most concerned about. At the beginning, I agreed with the editor that the daily update would be 2,000 words, and I would take normal vacations. I can't skip the 4 days off every month, gentlemen and ladies. After the new book was published, the editor came to me and said that the follow-up reading data was very good and suggested that I work hard. So under the temptation of success, I couldn't help but wrote 4,000 words. As you all know, pursuing good grades was like a carrot dangling in front of me, and I was so motivated when writing every day. So now it is here, on sale at midnight on May 1st, 2024. I don't know if you have traveled during this holiday season. Have fun. But if you haven't slept or have some free time during the day, please support me by subscribing. Thank you. Another question is whether my ideas will conflict if I write 2 books at the same time. No. In my mind, they are A and B, completely different, and the images imagined in my mind are also different. So naturally they will not collide with each other. The only problem is that typing is a bit hard. I don't even want to talk about my cervical spondylosis. But this has something to do with my laziness, and I can't blame it all on work. The last of all, I am 31 this year. I started writing books in December 2015, and it has been almost 9 years now. In the past 9 years, I have only taken 2 long vacations, one for a month after finishing a book, and one for a week in the hospital due to illness. Although you call me a pigeon, I still struggle to write every day. I personally talk a lot in front of people I like, so I can't stop telling stories to readers. 9 is the number of extremes. I like numbers like 5, 7, and 9, and I also want to write more and better works for everyone while I still have energy. This way, when we bring up Song of Thorns 10 years later, people won't be confused and say, I don't remember much. Or, it's just what I wrote, I can't remember it clearly. That must be very depressing. After all, I have been writing for such a long time, and I actually feel secretly proud when I read the comments every day. So, in the new year, let's make a new breakthrough. The new book also contains stories that I like and want to read, but my personal style probably can't be changed. It's just a long-winded daily routine. The main purpose is to not be anxious and give people a slight joy, and that's enough. I sincerely hope that everyone will like it. April 30th, 2024 Song of Thorns will have double monthly tickets in early May. Please support me. There will be more updates on the first day of the release. Please be patient. Why you once again experienced the taste of becoming rich overnight. Boss Tang gave 260 points to the more than 4 pounds of bean sprouts. Although the amount of bracken after pickling does not look large, it is very heavy, so it also got 550 points. She stroked her old bracelet, thinking about something as expected. Once people have the initial capital, it becomes much easier to make money. However, there were really no more resources on hand now, and wild vegetables were only available once, so Huayu asked curiously, Boss Tang, do you know where to buy beans? My brother said that the beans outside are very unpalatable. How unpalatable are they? Boss Tang was staring at Duya sending messages non-stop and was stunned when he heard the words. After a long while, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Why not eat minced meat? Why not eat minced meat? He took Huayu to the door and pointed her in the direction. See? Behind the Jufu jewelry, go around and you'll find the seed shop. But Sister Xiaoyu, as for the seeds, you can just take some back for fun, but don't touch the ones with mutation values over 20. They taste terrible, too terrible. If you eat one bite, you will lose your appetite for several days. Huayu thought of the dates that the man sold that day. When I first came here, I saw someone selling dates. The mutation value was 23. Boss Tang's face turned black. He's selling it with a mutation value of 23? Who is he trying to trick? Even dogs won't eat this. Girl, you won't try it, will you? No. Huayu wrinkled his nose. I was also afraid that it would taste bad, so I asked him to eat it first and show me that it tastes good, and then I will buy it. Boss Tang was silent for a while, then he said, that's fine. If that swindler really had the courage to eat the dates, he would have earned the money. But judging from the look of the girl in front of him, she definitely didn't buy it. I guess she was just curious. Looking at his bean sprout with a mutation value of 9, Boss Tang wondered what kind of family could raise such a naive young lady. Logically speaking, my own home is not bad. But if he dares to raise his child like this, the old man will definitely break his legs. Boss Tang shook his head, watched Huayu's back go away, and quickly took out his cell phone to call everyone one by one. On this side, Huayu took a detour and indeed saw the seed shop that Boss Tang mentioned. The store was not big and looked very simple. There were several large plastic storage bags open at the door, with various kinds of soybeans inside. There are slightly green earthy soybeans, larger and rounder high-yield soybeans, and varieties that are mainly used to harvest green beans. The vegetables placed in the front are fast-growing greens, such as Chinese cabbage, Chinese mustard greens, and high-yielding cowpeas. The seeds are sealed in transparent Ziploc bags and hung on the shelves, with 2 numbers simply written on them in black pen. Huayu looked at it for a while and couldn't help but wonder, what do these 2 numbers mean? Someone just walked into the store and said this casually when he heard it. The one above is the mutation value, and the one below is the score. Oh, girl, it's you. She turned around and saw that it was indeed an acquaintance, Uncle Zaozi. The man opposite him turned black in the face and waved his hands repeatedly. Just call me uncle. Take away the dates. I don't want to eat dates in my life. At this point, he felt a little guilty because the last dates were packed up by the girl in front of him. Although the points for selling are not high. Ahem. He cleared his throat. Girl, are you here to buy seeds? Yeah. Why you nodded. I want to buy more soybeans, but I don't know which kind is better. The middle-aged man also sighed. Buy soybeans. I happen to want to buy some too. Come on, don't look at the fancy ones. Just pick the ones with high yields. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed a handful of soybeans, listened to the rustling sound of the beans falling, and cursed the evil heaven. It was a critical time for farming, and suddenly it rained like this. I finally managed to carry more than a dozen bags of soil up the stairs to the 10th floor, but after a heavy rain, the soil was completely polluted. He cursed and took out a plastic bag from his pocket, shaking it with a shovel, and started to fill it with soybeans. Where's your bag? Come, I'll fill it for you. The seed shop here doesn't bargain. The price of beans is set by the government. Also, you have to buy more. Don't be stingy with the money for the seeds. Plant one crop, pull it out when the seedlings grow to about 10 centimeters, and then plant a second crop. Repeat this a few times, and the pollution in the soil should be mostly absorbed. At this point, he couldn't help but complain again. What a rotten luck I have. When I got the house, I knocked down the glass so that the balcony would be well ventilated and have good light for growing vegetables. Who would have thought that just 2 days after I knocked down the glass, it suddenly rained heavily? It's just so unlucky. Hua Yu silently took out a plastic bag and handed it over, and now he asked calmly, if you pull it out so soon, won't it mean that the soybeans won't grow? Do you do the same in polluted places outside? The other party didn't care. He picked up the plastic bag to test the weight, and then picked up the shovel again. The government doesn't care about private land reclamation. Once the land is reclaimed, just register it, and you can slowly plant the beans and wait for them to bear fruit. If the government buys it, even a small amount of money counts. When he said this, he looked at Hua Yu curiously again. In the public planting area, we have to activate the wood element, but I guess there aren't many people in Huaqing. Those who are really capable have all joined the garrison, or they can be explorers. Besides, it's useless even if you have the ability. With such a large area of land, a wood-type mutant can't finish it even if he doesn't eat or drink for several months. After all, it's not just this rain. The air has a lot of variation indexes in normal times. Hua Yu was thoughtful and felt that he had learned something new. After a while, she suddenly said, my brother's white uniform is made of beautiful fabric. I can only wear old clothes. The line of small words made of ice and snow was still at the head of his bed, freezing cold, with no sign of melting at all. Of course, the middle-aged man said carelessly, and took her plastic bag to shovel beans for her. I can't tell, little girl. You are dressed so plainly. Why are you spending money on dates? Cough, cough, cough. What I mean is, you spend money quite happily. So someone in your family is a garrison soldier. Or an explorer. What kind? The uniforms worn by garrison soldiers are for frontline combat, and the fabrics are specially made. First, it is used to ensure the smoothness of the fabric. It seems that some special coating is added to prevent blood stains from combining with the textile threads and allowing some epiphytic seeds to take root. Secondly, the front line is either a wasteland or a forest, or there are big trees with deep roots. In any case, the vines, branches, and leaves flying around are dazzling. This coating has added unique fluorescent sand or something, so it can be seen from a distance, which is convenient for coordinated operations and rescue. He paused for a moment when he said this, then turned to look at Hua Yu. How come you don't know anything? New books are on the shelves. Please place your first order. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please support me. There will be a big update today. Hua Yu was not panicked at all. She said slowly, as if complaining. My brother didn't tell me. Oh, thinking of her wasteful behavior of spending cents to buy those dates last time. The middle-aged man suddenly understood again and smacked his lips with satisfaction. Anyway, that clothing is specially made. It's not easy for you to wear that kind of clothing, girl. Explorers sometimes buy some damaged or defective clothing, but they won't suit you, so just give up. Hua Yu nodded. staring at the other person's hands that were slowly shoveling beans, his eyes gradually becoming dazed. The middle-aged man didn't notice it at all. He picked up the bag and felt it. I didn't ask how big your planting area is. I estimate that there are 10 kilograms. Is it enough? Leguminous plants are cheap, only 3 cents per pound. If you are brave enough to plant them, try the method I mentioned. Don't skimp on this. It's not necessary. Hua Yu nodded without saying whether it was enough or not. Thank you, uncle. After she got the bag in her hand, she suddenly asked, does the garrison often go to the wilderness alone to carry out missions? Who knows? The middle-aged man carried the bag to the cashier. It all depends on the battle plan. But the wasteland is so dangerous, so they usually work together. If you go alone, I guess your mutation value will break through. He suddenly stopped talking, then slowed down his pace and looked at Hua Yu seriously. Sister, did someone from your family go there on their own? A garrison soldier? Or an explorer? Hua Yu paused and nodded. The garrison troops. The other person's expression suddenly became sad, as if he couldn't bear it, but also seemed to have pity and respect. After a while, he whispered, it's okay. I guess there are some instructions from the higher-ups. Oh, don't worry about it. Just save some points and live a good life. He took Hua Yu's bag and put it on the scale first. He wanted to say that he would get a discount if she brought her martyr certificate, but this girl seemed to be so well protected, and her brother had tried his best to keep it a secret, so he shouldn't say anything. So he sighed and kept silent. Hua Yu picked up the bag, but did not leave immediately. The seed shop still had many vegetables that could grow quickly in 20 days, and also came with planting instructions. She picked and chose and selected a few more. But when I was checking out at the door, I saw the middle-aged man's back walking away, and for some reason, I looked a little dazed again. She could probably guess what the other person wanted to say. Lin Xiefeng said that once the mutation value exceeds the critical value, people will go crazy and then die. He also said that it would be romantic to have roses accompany you in the wilderness. It goes without saying why he walked alone through the rose corridor on a rainy night. A total of 132 points. The seed shop owner casually took out the transaction ring. Hua Yu came to his senses and quickly paid the bill. What a pity. She was carrying a backpack, looking at the dark clouds in the sky with a bit of melancholy, then looking at the people coming and going on the pedestrian street. She couldn't help but think once again of the other people in snow-white uniforms, smiling helplessly at her in the rain, and her heart was filled with infinite sadness. But no matter how sad you are, life must go on. Hua Yu cheered up and after much thought, decided to buy a quilt, a pillow, and a bedsheet. After all, it was uncomfortable to use a sleeping bag every day, which restricted her hands and feet. Now that she had no urgent survival needs, she would use the points to improve her life. But before that, she went to the store that sold rice, flour, grain, and oil. How much is a pound of rice? Good quality ones. The shop owner lazily raised his head and said, the price has increased. A pound with a mutation value of 13 is 35 yuan. The best mutation value is 14, 32 points. Hua Yu suddenly felt that she was not so rich anymore. But she was really greedy, so she said, give me 2 kilograms of the worst rice and flour. The boss didn't even raise his head. What do you use to put it? Hua Yu. She then went next door and bought 2 kimchi jars. Although they were plastic, the ceramic jars were really heavy, so she had to make do with them for the time being. I also bought 10 plastic bags, which can be used for rice and flour. After thinking about it, I turned around and bought a stainless steel lunchbox with a lid. This one was the most expensive because it could be heated directly on the fire, and it cost me 35 cents. 2 kilograms of fresh pork fat. 2 kilograms of the 10-cent rice and flour. Since I can purify myself, I would rather be a little tired, just in case I can save some points. After thinking for a while, he added, weigh the dried chili pepper for me too. She wanted to say half a caddy, but when she saw the price was 185 per caddy, she quickly changed her words and said, weigh 2 taels. Another packet of salt. After looking around, he decided that it was enough to eat for now. So he stuffed the food into the backpack with satisfaction and prepared to go buy a quilt. The 810 points I had just earned were reduced to 338 points in an instant. Adding the more than 200 points before, my deposit successfully returned to 570. It's just that the things in the backpack are too heavy, weighing more than 17 kilograms in total. She is really afraid that she will not grow taller because of the weight. But a round trip into the city takes 4 hours. Although Huayu doesn't want to carry a lot of bags every time, this is the reality. She still has to carry heavy things to buy bedding and clothes. After all, it was too humid, and the clothes couldn't dry after washing. I could only watch them dry by the fire, which was really troublesome. A set of brand new underwear costs 50 cents. Huayu listened to the customers chatting in the store. It seems that the price has increased after the rain, and according to the forecast, it will continue for 3 or 4 days. So even though everyone complains, they still have to buy it. A 4-jean silk cotton quilt costs 168 points, and an old coarse cloth bed sheet costs 40 points. After much persuasion, the other party finally agreed to give her a pillowcase. She looked around the store for a long time, and finally bought herself a more comfortable set of home clothes. She didn't buy second-hand clothes, so she lost 80 points again. On rainy days, I can only stay in the treehouse, so I still need to find a way to make myself more comfortable. But after all this shopping spree, the points in my hand returned to 232 points. She sighed silently and accepted that her savings would never exceed 300 points. With a backpack filled with bags of all sizes and a vacuum-packed quilt, sheets and pillowcases in his hands, Huayu looked at the time. It was already past noon, so he took one last look at the pedestrian street and turned to leave. A moment later, she returned and spent 10 cents lavishly at the grocery store, buying a small, cute, tall white porcelain vase. The grocery store owner was a tall, thin lady. Seeing her carrying bags full of daily necessities, she advised her, "Girl, choose a big vase so you can hold water or other things. Yours is too small. Although it's cheaper than others, it can't do anything. It's only pretty but not practical. It's not worth it." Huayu shook his head. "Thank you, Auntie. I don't have much to share. This is all I want." She put the vase away under her boss's disapproving gaze, then put the heavy backpack back on and turned to leave Hongxing Pedestrian Street. Update 2. Please subscribe and give me a monthly ticket. Huayu carried so many things that it was almost 3 o'clock when he returned to the treehouse. The sky was getting darker and darker, and when the bus was halfway through its journey, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Everyone in the car complained, but they took no precautions, fearing that they would get wet by the rain. Huayu also had to take out the newly bought bags to protect the backpack tightly, and tied the bags in his hands tightly. As for herself, she had no choice but to cover her hair with a plastic bag and return home carrying the increasingly heavy basket. After putting down the burden, she moved her painful shoulders vigorously, then grabbed a handful of hay to start a fire. Soon, a faint smoke and warmth emerged in the damp room. But because of the continuous rain, the ground was wet, so that the hay originally stored for kindling was a little damp, not to mention the firewood piled outside. The smoke was quite thick, so Huayu had to roll up all the doors. The flames jumped, and as more dry firewood was slowly added, the light in the brazier became brighter and brighter. The whole room quickly warmed up, bringing out an uncomfortable warm and humid air. Huayu breathed a sigh of relief, put on his newly bought home clothes first, and then began to organize the things he bought. The old coarse blue striped bedsheet was folded into a double layer and laid on the hay bed. The fluorescent pink pillowcase given as a gift was stuffed full of hay. Finally, the blue-black floral silk quilt was carefully spread on the bed. Only then did Huayu realize that he had forgotten to buy a quilt cover. In fact, this silk cotton quilt seemed to be cover-free and could be directly put into the washing machine. But now she had nothing, and if the quilt got wet, she might not be able to lift it. "I can only make do with it for now, and remember to buy the duvet cover next time I go." Huayu remembered that he should buy a notebook and a pen. There were too many missing things in his life. If he bought paper and pen, he would be able to record them all and avoid going through the same thing as today. She kept this in mind, and now, looking at the brand new and soft bed, she jumped on it without saying a word. Woo woo woo, so comfortable. The quilt is really soft and comfortable. If she gets enough points, she can buy 2 beds, one for the bed and one for the blanket. How happy she will be to wake up in the warm and fluffy bed every morning. But the reality is that she currently only has 222 points. Hua Yu used a lot of willpower to get up from the bed and took out the small white vase. In fact, this vase is very delicately made. Even the inside of the vase is smooth, without any rough feel at all. Before the disaster, it should have been worth some money. But now, because it is too small and useless, it can only be reduced to a special item at 10 points each. Hua Yu looked outside. The rain was still as thin and foggy as before. She stared at the vase, put on her rain boots and raincoat, and walked into the rain and fog. Against the dark background, the rose corridor looks like an oil painting painted with heavy colors, and even the leaves are dark green. The high flower wall blocks everything on the wasteland, and also prevents the city dwellers from looking outside. When you get closer, you can see that the leaves are emerald green. The flowers are pink and white, and they are intertwined and drooping in large clusters. It is really romantic. Hua Yu lowered his eyes and looked at it for a while, then took out the scissors, touched the petals again, and whispered, "I just bought a vase. It's very beautiful. Can I cut another flower to take home and take care of it?" The rose swayed in the rain and wind, as if it didn't care about such trivial matters at all. But Hua Yu knew that it agreed again. The thorns on the branches were so sharp that they had a cold gray metallic hue, but they had never pricked her. Hua Yu brought it back, poured water on it, and arranged the flowers. Soon, there was a peaceful and gentle white porcelain vase on the blue brick bedside table, with a thin branch of flowers inserted in it. The dark green stems and emerald green leaves intertwined, guarding a few red, pink, and white flowers on the branches, some darker and some lighter. Hua Yu stared at it for a while, then reached out to take the line of small ice-carved words next to it and placed it solemnly in front of the vase. A cool breeze blew in from outside the door, and the thin branches swayed. The light and shadows were danced against the flames, and even the line of crystal-clear small words seemed bright. "Thank you for your rose, Lin Xiefeng." She thought of the conversation that night, where a stranger used the most direct method to help her understand the world more directly, and she smiled again. At 6 o'clock, it was completely dark. Hua Yu connected the rainwater for purification again, and then she was annoyed to find that she had forgotten to buy a chopping board. But it doesn't matter. The blue bricks that had been specially washed by Lin Xiefeng were exceptionally clean. A brand new plastic bag was placed on top. 2 kilograms of pork fat was carefully purified by Hua Yu without leaving any trace of pollution, and then cut into even small pieces. Pour hot water into the basin until it is warm. Add the lard, add salt, and soak it for a while. Then Hua Yu carefully writes down the white vinegar he wants to buy. But after thinking about it, this is not a necessity, so forget it. Without the softening agent of white vinegar, the slight blood on the lard was not cleaned thoroughly, but it was almost enough. As long as he no longer consumes those nutrient solutions, Hua Yu feels that he can completely ignore such trivial matters. She didn't even think that her cooking skills would be so good when she was buying things. Even though it was just a simple way to make pork fat, this kind of thing would never be done by someone without some skills. So I became happy again for my multi-talented self. The pot was burning hot, and the fire in the stove was also burning big. Hua Yu added some water, and then scooped the washed lard from the basin into the pot. The water and lard boiled together, and with the rapid gurgling sound, a rich aroma slowly wafted out. Hua Yu squatted beside the pot, staring at the snow-white lard slowly turning slightly yellow. She wanted to grab a piece of it with chopsticks to taste it immediately. In order to avoid wasting the ingredients, she had to divert her attention by digging out the rice flour to purify it. But, after running around for most of the day, purifying water and lard, and now even rice and flour, Hua Yu felt weak all over, staring at the fragrant pot, unable to move away. She even began to regret why she didn't buy another pot, so that at least she could have a stove and cook rice at the same time. Finally, after a long period of simmering over a low fire, the brown lard residue and yellow lard were finally poured into the lunchbox, filling up the entire box. Because there were no more tools, the lard residue and the oil were placed together. But it didn't matter. It wouldn't go bad in this weather anyway, and she swore that she would eat it quickly after smelling the aroma. It smells so good. Update 3. Please vote and subscribe. The rest of the updates will be during the day. It's too late to finish. Thank you for your support. Hua Yu picked up the chopsticks and impatiently picked up a small piece of lard residue. After blowing it hard for a while, he carefully put it into his mouth. Whoa! After working so hard for so many days, she finally ate something human. But she had been eating nutrient solution for so long, and she was not sure whether her stomach could tolerate such greasy food. So she only ate one bite and tried to hold it back. But my stomach is so greedy and hungry. It feels like it's crowing. She hesitated painfully for a long time, struggling between the nutrient solution and rice and flour, and between satisfying her craving and keeping her stomach safe, before she poured out some of the flour. There was still a thin layer of oil left in the pot, which she was reluctant to wash off. She put the pot back on the stove, waited for the oil to heat up again, and poured the purified flour into it. The snow-white flour formed a fine mist in front of Hua Yu, in which there was noodle soup, dough skin, noodles, pancakes, as well as buns and dumplings. She sighed, took a deep breath, and tried to control her hunger before she started to cook the noodles. A thin layer of oil has soaked through the pot, making this brand new iron pot oily and moist, as if it were boiling. The low fire in the stove is deliberately maintained, and as the food is carefully stir-fried, a rich wheat aroma slowly wafts out. The fire was controlled smaller. A slight heat rose from the bottom of the pot, slowly baking the flour. Hua Yu carefully poured out a little lard to add fragrance, and after stir-frying for a while, the aroma of the flour became strong again. It's done. The snow-white fried flour with a slight yellow tint was packed into a clean bag, leaving only half a bowl for later consumption, and the rest was hung on the vines again. And now, she could finally have dinner. The dry and fragrant fried noodles were stuffed into her mouth, with a strong wheat aroma and only a little choking. Hua Yu took a lot of effort to chew and swallow slowly. It is very fragrant and tastes very good. Even though it only has a faint, almost imperceptible hint of sweetness, it is much better than the weird taste of the nutrient solution. The kettle was boiling with hot water. She hesitated for a moment between adding salt and sugar, and immediately decided to eat a more energetic, sweet fried noodles tonight. The light yellow fried noodles were added with sugar and hot water, and soon the color turned richer. Hua Yu stirred it with chopsticks, took a bite, and felt that her life was complete. This is what people should eat. Nutrient solution, no more. After finishing a bowl of sweet fried noodle paste, even though it had little nutrition, let alone the various trace elements added in the nutrient solution, Hua Yu still felt her body warm up and full of strength. Strike while the iron is hot. She took out the 10 kilograms of soybeans and started the long purification again. It's a new day again. The broadcast seemed to sound once vaguely, but the new quilt was so comfortable and relaxing that Hua Yu turned over and fell asleep again without even opening his eyes. And now, when she woke up from the warm bed, the first thing she felt was the damp and humid air in the room. It's too wet. Really too wet. The quilt that was so soft yesterday seemed a little heavy today. Hua Yu turned over and sat up, staring at the dim room in a daze. After a while, she got out of bed. Her feet stepped on the cold and steamy slippers, and she woke up with a start. With one hand grasping the hay skillfully and the other pressing the lighter, Hua Yu silently made a mental note to prepare a few more lighters, and it would be best if he also had a lamp. She hasn't returned the flashlight that Captain Zhou of the Defense Army lent her. She took out the flashlight from her storage bag. Electricity was so expensive now, and she only used it once when she came back in the dark, and she didn't use it again afterwards. I opened it and tried it, and the room was full of light. That's great, but this one is rechargeable, so I can't use it even if I change it back. Is there a solar-powered one? Hua Yu made a note of this and opened the door. A cool breeze blew in my face. It was clearly the end of March, but the temperature was probably still below 15 degrees. It was already past 9 o'clock, but it was still foggy outside. Fortunately, it wasn't raining. She looked at the sky, wrapped the flashlight in a bag, and put it in the backpack. After thinking about it, he poured another bowl of yesterday's fried noodles into the bag, put on a down jacket, sweatpants, and rain boots. She put her raincoat in the backpack just in case. She pushed out the 28-inch bicycle and added some firewood to the brazier one last time, hoping to dry out more moisture. Then she got on the bike and set off for Area 69. The 28-inch bicycle is big enough and can be ridden quickly. Huayu pedals the bicycle, feeling the wet wind blowing on his face and looking at the new green all over the city, the vigorous vitality sprouting in all directions. Even though the sky was still overcast, she felt inexplicably happy. It's great. Spring is here. Soon, the camp of Area 69 was right in front of them, but for some reason, there was an extra set of sentries at the gate. Huayu hesitated for a moment, slowed down the car, then slowly got out of the car and pushed it over. Just as she approached, someone stopped her. Who is it? Just as Huayu was about to explain, someone on guard recognized her. Sister Xiaoyu, please register first. The mutation index has increased recently, and our defense has also been increased. Huayu nodded obediently. Do I have to register even if I don't want to go in? Yes, a few days ago. He quickly stopped talking and handed over the notebook. Huayu had a rough guess, and took the notebook and filled it out one by one. ID number. She couldn't quite remember her ID number, but luckily it was on her bracelet. She took it out and looked at it, then filled it out successfully. The sentry finished the announcement on the intercom and laughed when he saw the situation. You haven't remembered it after filling it out for so many years. Huayu paused, feeling relieved when he realized that the other party was just saying it casually. However, the other party took the notebook but did not return to his post. Instead, he stood there for a moment, looking hesitant. Huayu smiled slightly. Brother, do you have any questions to ask? Ahem. The sentry's face turned red. Facing the inexplicable looks from his comrades, he grumbled. The dates you gave Captain Zhou last time. Do you know where to find them? What do you have? Are you selling anything? Huayu hesitated and said, I got it from a relative. I don't know where I can buy it. I also purified the dates myself last time. Although I don't know the value, judging from the other party's current appearance, it should be within a safe range. It should be quite delicious. After all, the other party is in the defensive army and should have abundant resources, otherwise they would not come to ask. The sentry sighed silently and muttered, I knew it. He nodded to Huayu and returned to his guard post silently. Huayu pushed the cart and waited patiently. Not long after, he saw Captain Zhou coming out of the camp. Update 4. There will be another update this afternoon. Yu kowtows to everyone and asks for monthly votes and subscriptions. Thank you sisters for your tips and subscriptions. Give me a heart. After not seeing each other for a few days, Zhou Qin looked a little tired, but when he saw Huayu, a smile appeared on his stiff face. Xiaoyu, why are you here? Then he looked at her 28-inch bicycle and asked in surprise, Oh, you bought a car? Yeah. Huayu also smiled. I asked relatives for help. Zhou Qin didn't ask about any relatives. Looking at Huayu's appearance, he knew that without reliable relatives, it would be impossible to raise such a well-behaved child. Then he came to his senses and said with some regret, The dates you gave me last time were not bought for a few cents, right? You can't live like this again when you are alone. Then he laughed again. Come, what do you want? I'll give it to you. Huayu shook his head. Captain brother, you take care of me a lot. She took off the backpack and pulled out the flashlight inside. I forgot to return this, but it still has power. Zhou Qian actually forgot about the flashlight and thought about giving it to Huayu. But when he remembered that she lived in the Rose Corridor and there was no way to charge it, he had to take it silently. After thinking for a while, he asked again, Solar lights, do you want them? Although they can't be used on rainy days now, they are still convenient for long-term use. Huayu's eyes widened in surprise. Zhou Qian then laughed happily. Okay, what else do you need? It's too far to go to the trading market. It's not convenient. It's not safe for you to buy too many things by yourself. Just tell me directly. If Huayu didn't have too many things to purify, she would really want to come here to exchange them all the time. But it's okay to do it every now and then. So she happily counted on her fingers, paper and pen, lighter, shoe brush, stainless steel vegetable basin, bucket, umbrella, clothes drying rack, rope. After thinking for a moment, he added, chopping board. She was too weak, and the multi-purpose shovel was not an axe after all, so it was difficult for her to chop out a cutting board. And cutting vegetables on the green bricks was too damaging to the blade. These should be more than 200 points enough. right? But then he thought about the solar lamp and added, if I don't have enough points, I'll come back next time to exchange it. Zhou Qin laughed again, and his eyes softened as he looked at Huayu. He seemed to be able to imagine her working hard to run her own family, bit by bit, like a little ant. So good. In an instant, he seemed to feel a fatherly love, and his heart softened. He wrote down the things he wanted one by one, and quickly found someone to go in and exchange them. Huayu looked around and asked casually, Captain, what's wrong here? Zhou Qian hesitated for a moment, and seeing that she had no ability to protect herself, he whispered, have you been listening to the morning report? A while ago, a prisoner escaped from the third prison. We have been setting up defenses to close the gap, but on the second day of the heavy rain, his body suddenly appeared at the entrance of the camp. We are strengthening our defense for this reason. Xiaoyu, don't be careless just because you live in the Rose Corridor. The fugitive was captured by someone, maybe an explorer, or maybe someone else. In any case, he was killed and placed in this camp, which proves that he was hiding nearby before. Luckily, he was killed. Otherwise, everyone would have been distracted by the strange movements in the surrounding mountains and forests that day. You would have been alone in the Rose Corridor, which was very dangerous. Remember, the Rose Corridor doesn't like conflict and bloodshed. Once provoked, it will attack everyone indiscriminately. If there is any danger, run away immediately. Zhou Qian spoke very carefully, his eyes full of worry. Looking at Huayu's confused look, he sighed. If it really doesn't work out, you should go back to the city and live with your relatives. I think they treat you very well. Who among ordinary relatives would give me a bicycle and dates with such a low mutation value? Huayu shook his head, hesitated for a moment and said, Captain Brother, don't worry. My family told me that I have a weak wood ability and a good affinity with plants. So if there is any danger, I can escape to the Rose Corridor. It is highly unlikely that it will hurt me. Zhou Qian was stunned. He did not have any abilities, but like many other defenders, his physical fitness had been enhanced. Hearing this, he felt relieved. That's good. Alas, the girl is so young, but her family situation sounds quite complicated. However, Huayu couldn't help but think of Lin Xiefeng again, remembering how he carelessly crushed the head of a serious criminal, and sighed silently. But soon, she took out a plastic bag from the backpack. Captain Brother, this is the fried noodles I made yesterday. I'll bring you a bowl. No need. Zhou Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Flour is so expensive now, you can eat it yourself. Our food is very good. But Huayu had already clasped her hands together and looked at him pitifully. But I want to thank you. Zhou Qian. Cough. This look is unbearable. He couldn't help but feel a little sad like an old father as he looked at the bag of fried noodles. Maybe only 2 taels? Okay. The most expensive flour on the market should be more than 30 cents per pound now. Huayu has a bicycle, so just take it. He took the bag, and the logistics staff had just enthusiastically delivered some things. The silver-white solar desk lamp among them really attracted Huayu's attention. She was so happy that she couldn't take her eyes away. This kind of straightforward emotion that only children can have is very contagious, and Zhou Qian also became happy. Solar lights, shoe brushes, notebooks, 2 ballpoint pens, a bundle of 30 meters of plastic rope, and 2 50L buckets with lids. And this. The heavy wooden chopping board is inconvenient for you to use, so I replaced it with a resin one. 5 lighters. These 2 are windproof. 3 stainless steel basins. It's more convenient to cook by yourself. The umbrella is heavy, but sturdy, and is not afraid of strong winds. A set of 5 clothes drying racks. After a pause, he continued, I've received so many things from you. So today, I'll give you a thermos kettle instead. Don't worry, it's a defective item, so the score won't be high, so take it with confidence. Buckets were stacked on top of buckets, basins were placed inside basins, and Zhou Qian deftly stuffed the things into the big backpack, making it neat and tidy and very comfortable. Huayu sighed. My score may not be enough. Zhou Qian remained calm. It won't be much, just 200 points in total. Take it first. If it's not enough, I'll give you some, and you can pay me back slowly when you have enough. Huayu held the large backpack obediently. The basket was too big, and her thin arms were tucked into the wide sleeves, leaving her wrists exposed. She couldn't even wrap her arms around it. She looked down at the backpack, then at Zhou Qian. At this moment, her heart and eyes were warm. Although life is so difficult, she is so lucky and everyone she meets is so sincere and enthusiastic. She no longer complains about the world at all, because fate has been kind enough to her. Facing Zhou Qian's inquiring eyes, she silently took out the bracelet and whispered, "Thank you, brother." Update 5. The explosive update is over. 10,000 a day. Happy holidays, everyone. Thank you for your support. See you tomorrow. Also, can you show Xiaoyu's sister a pocket? Do you have any monthly tickets? Zhou Qian stood at the entrance of the camp, watching the thin and weak girl sitting on the bicycle seriously with a backpack on her back. After she was steady, she began to pedal slowly away. He couldn't help but smile. As soon as the people left, several people around couldn't help but come over. "Captain Zhou, what good stuff did the little girl give you again? Everyone who sees it should get a share, right? Go, go, go." Zhou Qian waved his hands while holding the plastic bag. "I didn't tell you last time you ate so many dates from me. Do you know what the price of flour is now?" He had a dark face, but none of us had a white face. Even the logistics staff came up and said, "Oh, look at what you have done. If I hadn't been quick, would you have been able to exchange the items for them so quickly?" "That's right. I even ran errands for you." "Hey, this is fried noodles. I heard that this was what people ate during the marches and battles more than 100 years ago. Life was much harder back then than it is now. A mouthful of fried noodles and a mouthful of snow. Try it. We're not going to eat it straight. I have a bottle of purified water. Boil it and mix the batter." "Wow, you guys have quite a lot of treasures. What's the value of pure water? Do you even need to ask? It's purified water, so the value is 4.5. It's sweet." Zhou Qian was caught in the middle and soon reluctantly took the fried noodles back with him. When they arrived at the testing room, the plastic bag was opened and a strong aroma of wheat came to their noses. Several people sniffed it and made bets nearby. "I'd guess under 8. Is that conservative?" 7. Definitely 7. I've had 9 before, and it's still different from this. Zhou Qian also smelled it and said with absolute certainty, 6. Definitely 6. I remember the best one on the market now is 11, right? Yes, our special internal supply is only 9. Everyone was curious and looking forward to it. As the detector was turned on, the green numbers on the display were so dazzling. "Grass." Someone murmured, "Why is it 3 again? I remember the pine nut I handed in at the beginning was 3. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Qian, you still think that the girl is pitiful, but I think she was clearly released by a big family to train. SK, that's not the case. No matter how much we train, we won't reach the Rose Corridor. I remember when we first went out on a team, they were hiding in the tunnel." Zhou Qian snorted. "A broken boat still has 3 pounds of nails. It's unfortunate that he has a great relative. He has already ridden a bicycle, and you are still worrying about where this thing came from." After a pause, he began to sigh again. "Why do you always take good things from others? I thought I made up for it this time, but the fried noodles with a mutation value of 3. Forget it." Zhou Qian remembered Hua Yu's soft brother and waved his hand. "Where's the purified water? Boil it quickly, and let's try the fried noodles by the way. Do you want sugar or salt? Don't add any? Then wouldn't the salt and sugar be contaminated? I think I need to add a little bit, otherwise the batter will taste bland and it will be a waste." Everyone was talking at once, and it was very lively. On this side, Hua Yu had already pushed the bicycle back to the treehouse. It was rare that she came back early, so she packed her things happily. The first thing she did was to take out the solar lamp and place it at the bedside, together with the rose. Although there is little sunlight now, the lamp is here, and light is just around the corner. 3 stainless steel basins are placed together with a kitchen knife and chopping board. Put the rope in the storage bag for later use. The paper and pen were placed on the bedside table. She would carry them with her from now on. Wait. She opened her notebook and wrote down what she wanted to buy. It is more convenient to carry small items like paper and pens in a shoulder bag. You can't just stuff everything in a backpack. Next was the defective thermos. It was indeed defective. Hua Yu looked at it over and over again and finally found a scratch on the bottom. She thought of Zhou Qian and couldn't help smiling again. The lighter was also put away as a backup, and the umbrella was placed by the door. Then put the clothes drying rack and clothes on the vines. Wow! The originally empty house now looks quite presentable. Hua Yu quietly admired the house and saw that the fire in the brazier had not completely gone out when he left. So he added some hay and twigs into it, and soon the flames were burning again. Even with the door curtain open, the temperature in the room quickly rose. She poured out about a pound of soybeans and soaked them directly in the water. Although they kept lighting fires every day, the damp ground was hard to warm up. Like last time, it would take at least 5 or 6 days for the bean sprouts to grow to a weight-bearing state. In the next 5 or 6 days, Hua Yu didn't plan to go to the market again. She stood at the door and looked towards the Sanqing mountain in the distance. Now that she is lard, if it doesn't rain tomorrow, she will go to the mountains to pick wild vegetables to eat. As for this afternoon, first try boiling the dough in hot water and make yourself a soft and sweet pancake. It's okay to eat fried dough with a little bit of oil. My stomach, which has been drinking nutrient solution for half a month, should be fine to eat another pancake? Just as I was thinking about it, I heard another round of drizzling rain outside. Hua Yu couldn't help but sigh, and then quickly carried the 2 new buckets out. After thinking about it, I realized that there was not much water left in the big red bucket, so I just poured it into the basin and got another bucket. After all, we don't know when the rain will stop, and the filled pond is now muddy and turbid. It may take several days to slowly clear up, so we have to prepare more water. The rain was not heavy, and the sound of the water splashing into the bucket was not dense. Hua Yu simply ignored it. Instead, he took out the new basin, washed it, and then carefully grabbed a handful of noodles. After a pause, he grabbed another handful. She clapped her hands, paused, went to the bedside to get a pen and paper, and carefully wrote down spoon. I also wrote down baking soda, yeast powder, egg rolling pin. How come there are more and more things? And this egg, I didn't see any for sale in the whole market. I will ask Mr. Tang next time I go. She thought about it and found nothing to remember for the time being, so she washed her hands again. The kettle on the stove was slowly heating up. Hua Yu didn't have any ingredients, so he just added a little bit of sugar to the noodles. He estimated that the water temperature was about right, so he picked up the kettle and started to boil the noodles. She was a little dazed when pouring the water. She felt like she hadn't done it for a long time, and her hands were a little rusty. But fortunately, the instinct was still there, and the chopsticks were still stirring quickly, and soon a bowl of dough was cooked out. Perfect! She threw down the chopsticks and rubbed her red, waving her fingers. The hot water brought out the sweet aroma of the flour. Every time she kneaded it, she looked forward to the fragrant, sweet, and soft dough more, and her mouth watered more. At this moment, even the drizzle outside could not affect her mood at all. Update 1. Thanks for the support. The steamed dough cake was taken out of the smooth bowl and placed on the chopping board. There was no rolling pin, but that didn't matter. People who wanted to eat always found a way. Hua Yu slowly flattened it with the base of his palm, neither hurried nor slow, and cautiously added some lard into it, carefully weighing the amount, fearing that he would get diarrhea due to stomach discomfort. After all, it's not just about the inconvenience of buying medicine. The main thing is that it would be a pity if such delicious food gave you diarrhea. The lard, which had solidified into white, slowly melted into the dough under her kneading. When the pot was put back on the stove and steam was slowly coming out, she pressed and pushed the dough to flatten it and put it into the pot. Then, she did nothing. She just picked up a green brick and sat in front of the stove. Then she looked at the small fire, held her chin, and waited quietly. Wait. The process of baking the dough is really too long. The sweet wheat aroma diffuses around the pot, light but impossible to ignore. Hua Yu couldn't help wanting to take it out and take a bite several times, but finally he held back with great willpower. Until the dough is turned over twice and then opened up fluffy. You can eat now. She jumped up, took the whole pot down and put it on the ground, picked up the soft and glutinous dough with chopsticks and kept shaking it in the air, trying to cool it down as soon as possible before putting it into her mouth. But before eating, she subconsciously glanced at the door. But there was nothing outside the door, only the sound of dripping rain and the bucket that was already 8/10 full. Hua Yu lowered his head and took a bite of the bread. So delicious, so sweet, so soft, so fragrant. This is what people eat. She first opened her mouth wide and took 2 big bites, then restrained herself to chew for a while and swallowed slowly, and then she ate the not-so-big hot pancake in small bites delicately. The gloomy sky, the lingering rain, the slight pollution from all directions, including the air, all of this cannot hinder the happiness at this moment. The rain continued to fall all night long. When the morning report started in the morning, the rain was getting heavier. Fortunately, Hua-Yu stayed in bed and waited until the rain stopped. It's already 10 o'clock. When she crawled out of bed, drops of water condensed on the roof fell on her face, and she felt irritated. My whole body is wet, including the soles of my shoes. If the sun doesn't come out, I really can't stand it. Hua-Yu sighed, slowly got up from bed, and the first thing he did was to make a fire. Although this fire can only make the room more humid and hot, the temperature is still high, so it can at least alleviate some of the heat. And bean sprouts can't grow at all if the temperature is too low. She washed and sorted the soybeans, then took them out and spread them out into 2 small baskets again. She turned around and looked at the towels and found that there were 3 towels, only one of which she could use. The remaining 2 had to be used to cover the bean sprouts, so she made a note of this in the notebook again. Then I scooped some water from the bucket next to it, which only contained water purification tablets, and poured it in. There was only 1 bottle of water purification tablets left, so I made a note of it. Looking at it this way, she originally thought that her life was on the right track, but in fact, there were still so many small things missing. The water in the thermos was still warm, so she took it out and made a bowl of fried noodles, added some salt, and after eating, she felt warm all over. So she put on her rain boots and raincoat and prepared to go up the mountain. There was no way. Although the rain had stopped, everything was wet. If she went into the mountains without a raincoat, she might get wet from a naughty tree. What a bad heart. After having tasted the bitterness, Hua-Yu pushed the bicycle away angrily. Wait, do I need to bring my own pump for my bicycle? When she thought about this, she couldn't help but feel more miserable. Fortunately, I found a small business to grow bean sprouts, otherwise life would be really hard. A week of rainy days didn't have much impact on the plants. The green in the mountains and forests is becoming more and more lush, and the leaves of the rose corridor are even more shiny. Although the pollution has made them irritable, their growth has not stopped. As soon as they passed through the rose corridor, they saw many edible wild vegetables growing on the slopes on both sides, but they were not large enough, so Hua-Yu had to ignore them. There was a stream on the mountain that formed a gurgling spring. She followed the stream upstream and saw a few small fish in a pool. Hey, can this be kept in a pond? The pool of water didn't look deep, but seeing is not always believing. Hua-Yu cautiously reached out to the shore and tried to scoop some water out. But the little fish looked clever, but in fact it was even cleverer. It turned quickly in the water, and its tail whipped the back of her hand. Hiss! It hurts. Hua-Yu withdrew his hand, and in an instant, a red mark swollen up on the back of his fair hand. She was stunned, thinking of the animal and plant mutations that everyone often talked about, but she had never seen. Is this how animals mutate? But its tail is so strong. It must be delicious, right? She stood on the shore and looked at it, and decided to write down small fishing net fish hook when she returned. After thinking about it, I wrote down ground trap. The moisture in the woods is heavier than the treehouse. There is thick fog among the trees. Various rugged rocks rise steeply upwards. It is impossible to tell that this was once a tourist attraction with a plank road. Hua-Yu walked all the way up, and even though he was wearing a down jacket and a raincoat, he still felt his legs were cold and not very comfortable. She took a deep breath, quickened her pace, and sure enough, she saw a large patch of wild vegetables on a gentle slope. There were a few chives and 2 or 3 clumps of wild garlic. Hua-Yu used a shovel to dig the ground and got the wild garlic out. He then discovered a small patch of green-brown ground vegetables not far away. A small patch of ground algae spread out, and the algae were soaked in water vapor and looked exceptionally plump. The more abundant ones are Artemisia selingensis, which are a little further away from the stream. Hua-Yu looked around and found that there was enough for him to eat, so he didn't go any deeper. He just put down the basket and started picking slowly. As she was picking the fruits, she walked a little further ahead without realizing it and saw a slender Chinese tune tree. She stared at it for a long time before giving up. This thing would be weird without eggs, and now that we have other dishes, it's better not to waste it. Another hour passed by, and Huayu looked at the small basket of wild vegetables and was satisfied. The large raincoat was heavy after wearing it for a long time, so she stretched her body slowly and then went home with the basket. After walking a few steps, he turned back and put his hand into the icy stream water. The strands of dirt disappeared with the purification, and the surrounding plants rushed to absorb them, but were soon washed away by more polluted water. Her ability is so insignificant, just a drop in the bucket, not worth mentioning. But when he took his hand back, Huayu still felt satisfied. So he hummed a song and went down the mountain happily again. I will come back later to add pictures. Update 2. Good night in advance. When we got on the bike on the way back, it started to drizzle again. Huayu felt like he wanted to let out all the anger of the year, and he had to force himself to be less irritable. But when she returned to her simple home, her emotions calmed down again. The leaves of several chives were large and could be washed quickly in a basin. However, there were a lot of wild garlic and it was a bit troublesome, so I put them aside for now. Below that is Artemisia selengensis, which has clusters of fluffy white leaves and a slightly green hue at the bottom. It is very cute and easy to clean. Just put it in a basin of water and rinse it a few times to remove the mud and sand. This looks like a big bunch, but actually when it is placed in a stainless steel pot, it only sticks out slightly. Finally, the ground vegetables are at the bottom of the basket. This thing is wet and slippery, and it is also very fragile. When Huayu picked it up, he accidentally grabbed a lot of dirt and leaves. Now when it is poured into the basin, it breaks into pieces with a little force and cannot be picked up. She had no choice but to mix it all together and then put it directly into the pot to cook. These yellow, green, and brown ground vegetables are floating in the water. As the heat rises, the water slowly boils and the originally fragile and slippery feel gradually hardens. She stared at the pot and couldn't help but think about the past. She could build houses, cook, and recognize wild vegetables. Looking at the notebook again, the handwriting is not too bad. Wow, how come she knows everything? Is she a well-educated person? A professor? An expert? Or maybe she studied gardening or botany. It can't be an agricultural university, right? That's also amazing. But no matter how hard she tried, the past was still a cloud of white mist. Huayu held her chin in her hand, tangled and frowning, until the gurgling water in the pot reminded her fish. Don't cook it any longer. She instantly put the unimportant past behind her and quickly took a small basket to filter and wash the ground vegetables, and then wrote down something else to buy. The boiled ground vegetables were not so fragile and their color was much darker. Huayu sat on the green bricks with a basin in his hand and slowly picked and washed them. He felt his buttocks were wet and cold. When I think about it, there are really a lot of small parts that need to be purchased. If there are extra points, it is not impossible to buy a small stool. Just as she was thinking about this, suddenly a warm current flowed down her body, and the terrible feeling rooted in her memory made her stand up quickly. After standing up, Huayu was stunned for a while, and then he realized. She depressedly took out the sanitary products hidden in the innermost part of the storage bag, then sighed and went to the toilet. No wonder I've been feeling so depressed lately. It turns out that my menstrual period, which I had been preparing for but forgot about, has arrived. Fortunately, there was no other feeling other than that. However, Huayu still maintained a cautious and conservative attitude. After returning, he did not dare to sit on the cold blue bricks. He had to squat there and slowly wash the ground vegetables with warm water. As she was washing, she thought of a more frightening question. She always felt that she was not as young as she looked now. But how old was she? Was she married? Had she already had a child? She touched her belly, her face pale with all these thoughts in her head, and she dared not think too much. But whether she thought about it or not, she finally washed the ground vegetables. It was rainy and she couldn't dry anything. So she simply put the pot back on the shelf and spread the ground vegetables inside to slowly dry. So, how do you build a kiln? Should you build one at the door? Otherwise, there is only one pot, which is somewhat inconvenient. Huayu felt really uncomfortable squatting on the ground. After turning around a few times, he finally dragged the blue bricks over, put a few layers of straw mats on top, and started picking up the wild garlic again. This thing is called garlic and onion. It is very thin, and the onion underneath is very small. She listened to the rustling sound of rain as she slowly gathered the garlic. 2 large clumps of green wild garlic, covered in mud and dust, gradually became a neat and tidy bundle. Only a small bunch of them with dirt were left there for tomorrow, and as for the ones that were picked and washed now, Huayu took out a kitchen knife and cut everything into small pieces. She filled a bowl and placed it aside. She looked at the ground vegetables in the pot and saw that they had dried to a hard and crisp state. So she simply put them away and replaced them with wild garlic. There were wild vegetables in the entire Rose Mansion, but not many. After all, it is a planned and leveled ground, which is very different from the primitive style of the mountain forest. At least there is not a single clump of wild garlic so far. If you don't want to go up the mountain every time you eat it, this is the only way to preserve it. The sweet and soft taste of the steamed buns seemed to still be there. Huayu stared at the harvest from today's lunch and pondered, "What shall we eat tonight? Original noodle dumpling soup with steamed wormwood, or wormwood dumplings, or maybe scallion pancakes? Or should she use the purified rice, add scallions, salt, and diced pork lard to make a plain bowl of rice with oil and salt?" It was so difficult. She was drooling, but she only had one stomach, so she was faced with a painful and difficult decision. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the drizzle outside had stopped again, and everything was pitch black. Only the shadows of mountains in the distance could be vaguely seen. Huayu has become accustomed to all this. At this moment, under the dim light of the fire, he pours out the dried wild garlic from the pot to cool it down, and then begins to prepare dinner for tonight. After eating flour for 2 meals in a row, she decided to be fair and eat rice tonight. Delicious rice. If she had 2 eggs now, she could eat 2 bowls of fried ground vegetables, egg pancakes, or fried rice with eggs. But the reality was that the dried ground vegetables could only be put into bags for later use, and there were no eggs. She thought that she should find a book next time she went to the market. Otherwise, she would be bored if she stayed in the house with nothing to do, and even had to slow down to wash the vegetables. It's okay during the day, I can always find something to do. But the fire was not bright enough at night, and there was nothing to do except sleeping. She doesn't need to sleep more than 10 hours a day now. While Huayu was thinking about what to do to pass the time, he picked up a small ball of white lard with chopsticks and put it into the pot. The lard in the lunchbox had been carefully used 3 times, and now had severe skin injuries on the corners. Then stir-fry the wild onion segments and diced lard until fragrant, sprinkle some salt, and serve in a bowl. Then wash the pot and cook. Huayu performed this series of movements very smoothly and gracefully. Wait until the rice grains are blooming, then turn to low heat and simmer. Then she pours the fried scallion oil and chopped pork lard evenly on the rice. Find a few chives, chop them up, and sprinkle them evenly in. The heat was rising from the bottom, the firewood was crackling, and the rich aroma was coming to my face. I covered the pot and was full of expectations again. Although only a few pieces of lard were added, and I didn't dare to add too much oil, I was like a stingy landlord preparing food for his farmhands. But it smells really good. The aroma of rice, the smell of fried fat, with the unique onion and garlic flavor of wild garlic and chives. For a moment, the entire tree house could no longer contain her anticipation. Update 3. I was planning to save the draft, but after thinking about it, I decided to write another chapter. After all, I still need votes, so I'm sorry if the word count is too low. Okay, good night for real this time. Good night in advance. When the rain stopped, it was already April 2nd. At noon that day, after Huayu had happily eaten a scallion pancake, she had nothing to do. So she went to the shed to pull some hay, and began to learn the patterns of the rattan frames that Lin Xiefeng had woven for her, and also began to study the craft of weaving baskets. After all, she was really bored. I have been to the mountain twice, and the newly bought kimchi jars are full of pickled bracken. I have stored a whole plastic bag of dried ground vegetables, and even half a bag of wild onions. When she had nothing to do, she went to collect some red bricks and built 2 stoves in the shed outside. When the weather got hot, she would have 3 meals a day. Even so, rainy days are boring enough, so Huayu had to find ways to do something, Otherwise, just sitting there in a daze would not only make time pass slowly, but also make people look a little stupid. Now he was looking at the wicker basket, studying it very carefully. As he was looking at it, the light in the room suddenly brightened. She looked outside the door and saw that the weather outside was no longer gloomy with a layer of gray fog. Instead, there were a few rays of light in the sky. Clear? Hua Yu put down the hay in his hand and then couldn't wait to go out of the house. He saw that it was bright outside. Although the sun was not yet in sight, it was bright enough to make people feel happy. She jumped up with joy instantly, hurried back to the house, and soon came out carrying a small solar lamp. He carefully and conscientiously chose an open and unobstructed place before carefully putting down the lamp. Then she thought about it, put on her rain boots again, took the multifunctional shovel, rode her bicycle and headed towards Sanqing Mountain. Let's cut down 2 trees to make a clothes drying rack. The quilt will get moldy if it's not exposed to the sun. With the experience from last time, Hua Yu was much more efficient in picking, cutting, and sawing trees this time. A simple clothes drying rack only needs 2 X-shaped cross branches and a horizontal branch on top. It does not need to be straight, thick, long, and strong like the beams of a straw shed. So she only needed to pick some branches from large trees, and soon she tied together 5 suitable trunks and dragged them down the mountain together with the branches and twigs on top. After passing the rose corridor, I tied the branches to the bicycle. Even though it was still a little difficult to push, it was much better than dragging them on the muddy ground by myself. These things sound simple, but in reality they are extremely labor-intensive. In addition, the journey was long, and by the time Hua Yu returned to the treehouse, the sky, which was still bright, had gradually darkened. But this time it wasn't cloudy or rainy, but it was already 5 o'clock in the evening. While there was still light outside, she quickly tied the wet tree trunks together crosswise to make 2 stable supports. Just put a horizontal wooden beam on top and leave it in the open air. After all, it's already wet enough, so there's nothing to worry about if there's a little more dew. Picking up the solar lamp again and returning to the room, Hua Yu finally did not light a fire and add firewood right away, but instead pressed the switch with a click. In an instant, the room was filled with bright light. In fact, not much solar energy was absorbed today. After a brief period of brightness, the lights quickly dimmed, maintaining a faint and soft luster. But this is enough to illuminate the small treehouse and make Hua Yu happy. The long-lost bright light made her excited. She walked around the treehouse twice, but she couldn't think of anything to do. In the end, she could only turn off the lights with a sad face and then light the fire again. When the sun comes out tomorrow, we will open the tarpaulin. The 2 layers of leaves inside are already dry, and the sunlight shining through the tiny gaps will accelerate the evaporation of water vapor, right? The damp feeling is so disgusting. Not only that, the hay under the bed also needs to be taken out and dried again. Otherwise, it will not only become moldy and rotten after a long time, but may also be infested with insects. Thinking of this, Hua Yu felt a little entangled again. Next time I sell bean sprouts and earn points, I wonder if I can ask Captain Zhou if he has a folding bed or something like that he can sell me? The most important thing is, she looked around. There shouldn't be anything that shouldn't be there where she lived, right? If it's convenient, can the other party bring the bed over when they come for patrol again? Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to do it alone. The notebook is already filled with countless little things, and now Hua Yu has carefully added bed. I don't know how many points it will take to complete all these belongings. But she was no longer panicking. Apart from anything else, bean sprouts are also a long-term business. She opened the pot and took a look. Because she had been constantly making fire at home in the past few days, the bean sprouts had grown a lot. Tomorrow, if it is sunny tomorrow morning, I will first dry the quilts and houses, and then go to the market. With beautiful aspirations in mind, even the damp quilt seemed less uncomfortable, and Hua Yu fell into a sound sleep. In the dream, a blurry face was looking at her guiltily. Xiao Yu, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? She was curious, but the scene suddenly changed. In front of her was a large group of people running around in a panic, and there were uniformed commanders beside them, who were shouting at the top of their lungs with loudspeakers. Pollution mutation, stay away from plants, go to a temporary shelter, line up in an orderly manner. Don't bring too much luggage. Hua Yu looked at it blankly. suspecting that this was the scene that occurred during the disaster. Then there was another blur, and in a remote corner, a girl whose face could not be seen spread out her palm. A seed was quickly breaking out of the sheck and sprouting in her fair palm, and in an instant, a several-meter-long green vine grew out. She looked at the man in front of her with great joy. "You. Look, I have superpowers too. Just like you, I am also a wood type. Wow, I feel like I'm faster than you." She wrinkled her nose, as if she was feeling proud. "I told you that God would not treat me unfairly. I'm so great." Yu opened his eyes blankly in his sleep, but soon, she fell into a deep sleep again and remembered nothing. The rose branches by the bed swayed slightly, lifting the dense door curtains, and the air was filled with wisps of light floral fragrance. Early the next morning, when Yu opened his eyes, he felt refreshed. She was stunned for a while, and didn't even have time to check the time. She threw off the quilt and ran out. After the door curtain was opened, the morning breeze was blowing with wet and fresh water vapor, which startled her, and she sneezed violently. The air was filled with the faint scent of roses. When Yu turned his head and looked sideways, he saw a brilliant morning glow emerging in the eastern sky. Update 1 is here. In just one night, the air seemed to be much drier, and the grass buds on the ground appeared more vibrant. The ground covered with tangled grass roots was no longer muddy, but had a slightly harder feel. At least today, I was wearing white shoes, so they wouldn't get dirty that easily. Yu looked at the watch. It was only 7:30. She returned to the treehouse and took out the solar lamp without saying a word. The new clothes-drying rack made last night was still heavy, carrying its own moisture and the dampness of the outer bark. Yu took out a plastic bag and wrapped it around the trunk, then quickly put the quilt on it to dry. Even though the sun has not risen yet, the opportunity to take out the quilt and get some fresh air is precious after the continuous rain. The black and blue floral quilt was placed on a simple clothes-drying rack. It was swaying slightly in the morning breeze, and even its color seemed to be brighter. The tree trunks sticking out at both ends were not wasted, and the only 5 hangers were used to hang clothes. Next, he took out the hay that had been laid in the center of his stone bed, layer by layer and in bundles, and spread it on the ground as well. The temperature is slowly rising, the sun is gradually coming out, the open grassland is gradually filled with warm golden morning light, and even the solar lights are shining brightly. Yu walked around the treehouse, took down the blue bricks that were pressing down the waterproof tarpaulin, then found the right angle and pulled the tarpaulin down little by little. The friction from the vines and branches made this a difficult task, but when the tarpaulin was lifted, light could be seen shining through the gaps between the dry leaves. The room suddenly became brighter, as if invisible steam was rising, and they no longer had to live in this humid, hot, and cold sauna room. Yu smiled with satisfaction. Only then did the morning broadcast finally begin. Today is April 3, 2066, sunny, air variation index 11. After many days of rain, the weather finally cleared up. However, the soil and water pollution index has increased, and the anti-pollution headquarters reminds everyone. It's sunny. Yu finally put his mind at ease and went back to the house to organize the backpack. Take 1 basket of bean sprouts and keep 1 basket for yourself. I brought a jar of pickled ferns and tore off a piece of paper to wrap some dried spicy wild onion segments. These were for Captain Joe. She put on her backpack, looked around, took some paper and pen and a few more plastic bags, and was ready to go. The backpack on her back hadn't been so empty for a long time. Yu looked at the piles of belongings outside the treehouse, thought for a while, and then instructed the rose corridor. "I'm going out. Please take good care of the house and you, Xiaotian. Don't steal anything. Otherwise, I will dig up your house." He has 2 completely different faces. Xiaotian stuck his head out of the new home's cave, squeaked, and went back angrily. The bus that turned here from the Jinyuan community station was already quite crowded. It seemed that it was a rare sunny day after the rain, and everyone was eager to go out for a walk. Therefore, even though buses now charge tolls, there are still plenty of people on the bus. Yu carried the backpack and walked all the way to the back of the car before finally finding a seat. Everyone was carrying baskets and bags, so her outfit wasn't unusual at all, but the place where she got on the bus was unusual. An old lady I'd seen before even recognized her. Girl, it's raining heavily now, and the campsite is near the mountains and the Rose Corridor. Are you afraid to live here? Yeah, your brother and his friends probably went on a lot of missions these days, didn't they? TSK, God. He won't let us have an easy life just after we settled down. Oh, you're from the Defense Forces? I was wondering why you're here. Hua Yu had already grasped the main points of the aunt's conversation and now smiled shyly and said nothing. So everyone quickly joined in the conversation, muttering, "Stop asking, stop asking. What's the point of asking about this mission? It's not easy, not anywhere. It's just like the rainy season before, with heavy rain outside and light rain inside." The child was covered in rashes. Don't mention it. It's okay to have a rash, but he's also allergic. The allergy medicine is 50 cents a box. Why doesn't he just go and grab it? We live high up, and the drafts are leaking from all sides, and everyone is catching a cold. We're also high up, 27 stories high. The guys at home found a lot of scrap furniture to burn in the fire, and that's when things got a little better. There are quite a few people in our neighborhood selling vegetables at high prices. TSK, isn't it just that you can grow vegetables at home? What's so great about it? Why sell them at such a high price? That's right. Last time I saw a broken pot, it had a huge crack on it, and it was so expensive. There is no proper market management in our community. People charge exorbitant prices. I'd rather go to the pedestrian street to buy things if I have the time. It's far away, and sometimes it's inconvenient to buy big items. Everyone talked at once, and a very vivid picture of community life was sketched in front of Hua Yu. As the bus drove towards the city center, more and more people got on the bus. Soon, it was packed like a can, just like the scene when we first came out of the administrative hall. The aunties in the back row were holding their baskets and could not move. They could not help but complain again. There are so many buses in the city. Why do you have to squeeze into the same one with us? That's right. We were out for more than an hour, and they were here in no time. I guess life is tough for them. We live in a remote community, and no one comes to light a fire. They don't allow families to light fires in the city. The car was shaking and bumping, and in this swaying manner, we finally arrived at the Hongsheng Trading Market. Hua Yu walked towards the inspection station at the intersection with familiarity. There was a long queue of people in front of her, but as soon as she showed up, a familiar staff member came over and greeted her. "Sister, come on, sit here and wait for a while." Hua Yu was startled for a moment, then walked over naturally. One of the busy staff members on the other side said, "Sister, come on, let's go into the office and talk." After saying that, he opened the door of the next room. Hua Yu walked in with the basket on his back and listened attentively. No one was protesting or muttering outside, so he guessed that it would not interfere with everyone's progress. Or, is it commonplace? Then she was stunned to see that there was a small detector in the room, which looked more advanced than the one that looked like a security checkpoint outside. The staff member pressed the switch, turned his head and smiled at her. "Here, give me the basket. I'll test it for you first, and then you can go in through the side door. You have to test it. There is also a gate at this door, and it won't give you the test code without it. This is an unexpected surprise." After all, there were a lot of people coming to the pedestrian street today, and there was a long queue. If she had to queue there, even though it was very efficient, it would still take her at least half an hour. Hua Yu put down the backpack and couldn't help but smile at the other person. Update 2. Good night in advance. Hua Yu didn't expect that just 2 transactions to be more precise. Just 2 communications would bring such an unexpected surprise, which made her hesitate. "Is it okay for me to come here to take the test?" "It's okay," the staff member said calmly. "This is originally a backup machine for the trading market. There are not many people selling things at the moment, and we will use it when more people come, but this one is more accurate, 1 decimal place." He put the basket on it. "Same test or separate?" Hua Yu nodded decisively. "Unification. The bracken and wild onions were purified by myself, while the bean sprouts were tested with more ordinary purified water than last time. It is safest to test them uniformly." The machine made a slight humming sound, and soon spit out a card. How to say it? This data is rare in the entire market, but when it comes to Hua Yu, it doesn't seem so rare. For example, the staff are a bit used to it at this point. Hua Yu took the card and heard him sigh. Bean sprouts can be so perfect. It's amazing. Huayu smiled and promised seriously. Thank you, everyone. I will ask my brother to bring something next time. The other party waved his hand and said, It's just a matter of convenience. You don't have to take anything. Okay, go out from the gate in front. Turn right at the first intersection, and you will reach the main pedestrian street. Huayu walked out of the gate and found that there were exquisite boutiques and snack shops on both sides, with colorful door signs one after another. One glance and you'll know that if it weren't for the disaster, this would definitely be the most prosperous place in the entire Huaqing night market. But now that things have just settled down, there are not even many people setting up stalls on the pedestrian street. So this place is naturally not open and seems particularly quiet. When we arrived at Huaxia Gold, Boss Tang was playing games on a lazy sofa that looked very comfortable at first glance. The red and blue color scheme of the game console's controller and the exciting music made Huayu couldn't help but envy it. If I had this to kill time, life would definitely not be boring, right? But for Tang Hongji, he was already tired of playing the hundreds of standalone games he had collected, and now he even had no energy to kill monsters. Until he looked up and saw Huayu. The next moment, he jumped up, and his round body struggled several times in the sunken lazy sofa, like a powerless seal. The game console was thrown aside, and the exciting battle music didn't even have time to pause, and soon turned into sad funeral music. But Boss Tang didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled. Hey, Sister Xiaoyu is here. Come in quickly. I'll make you some tea. Old tea? Are you used to it? Huayu shook her head. The water outside didn't taste good, and she didn't want to touch it. But Boss Tang thought it was natural. After all, the little girl was selling things with a mutation value of 9, as if they were playing house. So it was normal for her to look down on his old tea and ordinary purified water. At this moment, a pair of eyes looked at her backpack eagerly. What good things do you have today? Huayu put down the basket. It's bean sprouts again. It's so fun to make them sprout. I soak them myself. Boss Tang kept smiling sincerely. Oh, I knew it. The bean sprouts grew so well last time. It turned out that you, Xiaoyu, soaked the beans yourself. Incredible. You are really talented. Huayu nodded, as if it were a matter of course. Yeah, my brother said so too. She handed over the mutation value certificate and the bold ink mutation value. 9 on it made Boss Tang smile again. This time, I used a large rattan basket to soak the bean sprouts. Because they have been sprouting for a long time, the tiny fibrous roots at the bottom have already grown into the rattan. Huayu used extra force to tear the whole piece of bean sprouts down, breaking several crisp bean sprouts directly. Seeing this, Boss Tang grimaced and felt extremely distressed. I'll do it. I'll do it. This basket is rough. Don't cut your hands. Huayu loosened his hands, and his white, soft fingertips turned slightly red, indicating that he had indeed used too much force. Seeing this, Boss Tang became more convinced of her family background. Compared with Huayu, his palm was broad, and he carefully grasped the root of the bean sprouts and pulled them out evenly, and soon tore off the entire bean sprout on the rattan frame. Considering that it is a legume, the mutation value will rise sharply with a little pollution, so I didn't even dare to soak it in water, but just weighed it quickly. This time it's more, 6.8 gene. I'll give it to you as 7 gene. But now that the weather is clear, the price of these fresh vegetables may drop a little. Don't worry, sister. I won't drop. I'll still give you 60 now. 420 points. Huayu nodded. Okay. Boss Tang has many advantages. He is a man of imagination, straightforward and not concerned about small points. He is the best of the best. She likes it very much. Compared with the past, the transaction order was processed quickly this time. Huayu went to the street again with his 420 points and first picked out a chest bag made of ultra-light fabric for himself. The dark green shoulder bag was also second-hand, but that only cost 10 cents, and it could perfectly hold her notebooks. At this moment, Huayu made another bid on the list and got a purple quilt cover of the right size for 25 points. 2 towels, 5 bottles of water purification tablets, a large spoon, a packet of yeast powder, a hand-woven strainer, baking soda, a rolling pin. After stuffing all these things into the backpack, there were only a little over 300 points left. A bicycle pump costs 50 cents each. Huayu hesitated and decided not to buy one this time. There was a second-hand small 4-hole trap for the trap, which only cost 45 points. I bought it decisively. This left me with only 280 points. Huayu looked at the notebook and found that the most urgently needed items had been bought, so he put the focus on food again. Boss, give me 5 gene of the worst rice and flour. Well, after this wave of purchases, there are only 180 points left in the bracelet. And she still has the biggest thing she wants to buy. Uncle Zaozi? She was a little surprised. Why are you setting up a stall again? The man sitting on the ground looked depressed. Just call me uncle, any uncle is fine. But it can't be Zaozi. Oh, Huayu squatted down and looked at what he was selling. Are these carrots? So this is what mutant carrots look like? What mutant carrot? Uncle Zaozi was very unhappy. This is ginseng. See, I collected this ginseng with great difficulty. It's very nutritious, purely wild. But this ginseng is not even as thick as Huayu's little finger, and the green color of its leaves has also changed, and it really looks a little bit like a carrot. But these days, it's hard to say which is more expensive, good carrots or ginseng. Huayu glanced at him and said, then how much is this mutation worth? Uncle Zaozi started to grunt again. Well, it's still 23. He looked at Huayu and suddenly said with caution, this is not interesting. Besides, if the mutation value is not a little higher, this kind of thing will be bought as soon as it is taken out. Why would I set up a stall? Update 1. If I update the page today, will there be monthly tickets? Huayu didn't believe it. But your ginseng is so small and its mutation value is so high, it's not as good as a carrot. Does it have any medicinal effect? If it's a big tonic, where does it go? What if it gets patched to the mutation value? These 3 questions really frustrated Uncle Zaozi because no matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't come up with a definite answer. If it were someone else, he would still be able to brag a lot, and it would just depend on who can win the argument. Although Huayu's face was tender, the dates he ate made his heart hard, and now he couldn't help but speak in a weak tone. Well, then I don't know either. I'm just selling dates. Ginseng, what can I know? Sister, if you don't want to buy it, don't bother me. Huayu didn't say anything, but squatted down with him silently. After waiting for a long time, no one came. She couldn't help but become more curious. Uncle Zaozi. Okay, uncle, don't you have to charge for setting up stalls now? Why do you always sell these unsaleable things? Uncle Zaozi glared at her. What do you mean I always sell these things that can't be sold? I have already found a buyer for the things I can sell before entering the market. But you said this ginseng is a good thing, and it is. The mutation value is really high. It just sits there, like a useless thing. Am I not giving up and wanting to find a home for it? Besides, he raised his eyebrows proudly. Do you think I'm as incapable of saving points as you young girls? Let me tell you, before the disaster, 3 supermarkets on this street were owned by me. I have a special contribution card, so I can come in and set up a stall and no one will charge me. I just wanted to find something to do. Collecting rent. Do you know how it feels to collect rent? After he was proud of himself, he remembered something and looked at Huayu cautiously. Your family, did they finish their mission in the wasteland? It's over. Huayu remained calm. He even brought me a flower. Oh. Uncle Zaozi was relieved and looked at her backpack again. I said, you are spending money here again. It doesn't look like something happened at home. TSK, 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 TSK. Look at this quilt. What color is it, girl? These few years of disaster have ruined your aesthetic taste. Huayu. Is it the aesthetics that are delayed? It is clearly poverty. She snorted and asked, Uncle Zaozi, if you want to try this ginseng, I'll pack it for a quarter of a bag. No matter how small this thing is, it is still ginseng. After it is purified, it can be taken out at a critical moment. It should be worth some money. Uncle Zaozi was furious. I told you not to try it. Besides, how can I buy it for 4 points this time? It's worth 20 points. Oh. Huayu counted his savings and stood up quickly. Then I don't want it. I want to save my money to buy a bed. Whether more than 100 points are enough to buy it is another matter. Unexpectedly, Uncle Zaozi's eyes lit up instantly. Buy a bed? Tell me what kind of bed you want. What good ones are there on the market? They're either extremely expensive or secondhand. Hua Yu was a little unconvinced. Really? Then I want a camp bed. Do you have one? What a simple thing. Uncle Zaozi instantly lost his previous weakness and was full of confidence. I don't know how popular this kind of thing has been in the past few years. You should have told me earlier. I have it. Hua Yu was a little confused. How many points does it take? Uncle Zaozi looked confident and said, Give it to your family? Actually, there's no need. The quality of the official one is much better than ours. But it's a thoughtful gesture if you give it to them. Well, there is a super light folding camp bed that weighs only 12 pounds. If you want. He snorted. 160 points. I'll sell you the ginseng too. There are 8 ginsengs here. It will take 8 to 9 meals to stew an old hen, right? But he didn't know who would use this unpalatable thing to stew a chicken. Just look at the girl's slender white hands, and you'll know that she must have done well. In this case, buying a camp bed for your family is a thoughtful gesture, and buying ginseng as a tonic is also a thoughtful gesture, isn't it? 160 points? Hua Yu was instantly attracted. The reason why she was lingering here was because the folding camp bed in the store they just went to was only 12 kilograms, but it was too expensive, costing 210 points. There is also a second-hand one, weighing 16 kilograms, which also costs 160 points. She was a little hesitant about the price, so she was wandering around the street. But now Uncle Zaozi offered her this price and gave her ginseng as a gift. Buy. She made a prompt decision. Where's the item? I need to see if it is of good quality. Uncle Zaozi laughed immediately and put 8 small ginsengs into a ball at the 4 corners of the torn sack. Then he walked with Hua Yu to the home furnishing store across the street, pointed at the 210-point camp bed and said, This is it. Feel it for yourself. If you like it, take it away. Hua Yu. She stared at Uncle Zaozi with wide eyes, but he patted his pants and said, Why are you looking at me? If you like it, just take it. The owner of this shop is my wife. Hua Yu. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have to secretly carry the pickled bracken and scallions, intending to give them to Captain Zhou on the way back and then ask them if they had any cheap beds. There were just as many people on the way back as on the way here. When they reached the Jinyuan community station, Hua Yu finally found a place to sit as everyone in the car got off quickly. How many people live in this community? She got off the bus carrying a 12-pound camp bed, and her legs and feet felt numb from standing. But when I look back at what I have gained today, I feel satisfied again. Let's go. Back home. There is still a lot of work to do at home. The warm sun shines on my body, and even the breeze is pleasant. I left at around 8 o'clock today, and now it is only a little after 12 o'clock when I return. Hua Yu was full of energy. He just drank a bowl of salt and sugar water casually, and then started to work hard. First, turn over the quilt that had been warmed and fluffy in the sun, and then put the bed sheet on top. The hay drying on the ground is of no use at the moment, so let's turn it over. The room was filled with mottled sunlight. Hot moisture was steaming, and it was obviously still a little humid, but it doesn't matter. The moisture is now in the soil underneath. The house will be dry again after 2 more days of sun exposure. Hua Yu squatted down and removed the blue bricks that were used to build the bed frame. Then he used these blue bricks to build a platform around the treehouse so that more things could be placed on it. When everything is ready, the camp beds are disassembled and placed, and the newly purchased bits and pieces are put in their proper places. Finally, he took out the pickled bracken and dried onion segments that he was going to bring to Captain Zhou and put them back. There is no urgent need now, so let's do these things next time. Send them separately next time, so it will appear more low-key. Update 2. It feels so good to have a sunny day. After Hua Yu finished cleaning the house, the warm sunlight still shone on her back through the gaps between the leaves. She looked up and saw that the 2 layers of thick tongue leaves that had grown on the roof had dried up and curled up slightly. If it gets warmer for a few days, the leaves will probably become brittle and fall apart. She thought about it and decided to keep the leaves for the time being. Although the waterproof tarpaulin was good, it was not thick enough after all. The temperature difference between day and night in early spring was large, and it was still very cold at night, especially at the beginning when she only had one sleeping bag. And because burning would produce smoke, Hua Yu didn't even dare to add more wood to the fire at night. The sleeping bag and leaves helped a lot in preventing me from catching a cold in the past few days. Wait until tomorrow. Tonight, I will tie the straw mats woven on rainy days together again, and tomorrow I will remove all the leaves. After the house has been exposed to the sun for a day, I will cover the house with straw mats and waterproof tarpaulin. I believe that I will not need to replace them for a long time. She put everything in order, took out a multi-purpose shovel, and began to trim the extra branches and twigs that were left when making the clothes drying rack. The thicker ones should be sawed shorter, and the thinner ones should be broken with the knees and hands. Then they should be stacked as neatly as possible next to the firewood pile in the straw shed. But Huayu held a bundle of branches in different directions and stacked them up. Then he looked at the firewood that was neatly stacked next to him. Even the edges were flat. He couldn't help but spread out his palm and took a look. Why am I not a water element? If I were like Lin Xiefeng, I wouldn't be afraid of the humidity on rainy days, or the lack of knives and saws in life, or people with bad intentions. How great would that be? But now his ability was only a weak purification, and there was nothing left except the guilt of possessing a treasure. She sighed, feeling relaxed for the first time in a rare moment, and simply lay down and slept on the pile of hay bed that was warmed by the sun. After a while, I actually fell asleep in a daze. Perhaps it was the complete relaxation of his long, tensed nerves that made him fall into a deep sleep. When Huayu woke up again, there was only the orange sunset glow in the sky. She sat up instantly and looked at the clock. It was already 5 o'clock, so she hurriedly started to pack her things. The waterproof tarpaulin was dragged back to the roof little by little, the solar lights were brought into the house, and the dried hay was also brought in. Also, the quilts and clothes must not be left outside to get damp. By the time all this was hurriedly done, it was already a deep purple twilight outside. The solar lamp was charged for a whole day, and Huayu turned it on with great anticipation. In an instant, the room was filled with light. The white light was different from the jumping orange red of the fire, and the whole tree house seemed to be more spacious. There is a brand new folding bed in the corner. You just need to lie down and cover yourself with the quilt to sleep. But Huayu still felt a little regretful at this moment. Firstly, the bed is relatively small, and the quilt tends to fall to the ground. Secondly, there is only a thin layer of cloth underneath, and when you sleep at night, there is a warm quilt on top, which may leak air around the head, shoulders, and back. So you have to fill the bottom of the bed with hay and spread it outwards to prevent the quilt from falling to the ground and getting dirty. She realized what she was thinking and couldn't help laughing again. Human desires are endless. The sleeping bag I got at the beginning was given to me by Captain Zhou because he couldn't bear it. Now I'm starting to pick and choose. No matter how good other beds are, does she have the ability to buy them or to get them back? Huayu made himself laugh. So he took out the newly bought quilt cover and put it on while laughing. After the most important resting place was set up, she lit the fire and put the pot on the stove. What should we eat tonight? She has to think about this question carefully several times every day. The 7 unfinished packets of nutrient solution are still in the corner, reminding her all the time to cherish her current food. After a moment's thought, Huayu decided that on such a good day, she should at least cook a proper dish to celebrate. After a few days of gradual improvement, her stomach should be able to tolerate oily and solid food. So there was only a little bit of rice left from the last purification, so I cooked a full bowl of dry rice tonight. On the other hand, I pulled a pot of bean sprouts that were all grown with purified water from the basket and stir-fried them with lard and chopped lard dregs. The bean sprouts were crisp, the lard was fragrant, and the soybeans had a unique taste. A chopstick of fried pork dregs with bean sprouts that has an oily sheen under the light, and another chopstick of snow-white, crystal clear, fragrant, and soft rice. Woo! It was so hot that Huayu almost cried. But it's really delicious. She held up the bowl happily under the light. Above my head, the large pine cones disguised as light bulbs look particularly real, as if this is the most perfect home and life. After eating and drinking, Huayu sat there in a daze for a while. Then he remembered that there were still 8 small ginsengs that he had not collected today. The 8 ginsengs really mutated, and they looked. Anyway, Huayu couldn't recognize what kind of ginseng they were, nor could he recognize that it was ginseng. After all, in her understanding, There must be at least a long stem on the thin little body, and on the stem there are a few leaves or a cluster of red fruits. Occasionally it may be yellow fruit, but leaves are never like this. Moreover, Huaqing doesn't produce this thing. Even in Sanqing Mountain, she has never seen this thing. She doesn't know how Uncle Zaozi got it. But Uncle Zaozi doesn't need to lie to himself, right? After all, he is so capable. Now the little carrots had lost a lot of water when they were taken out. Huayu picked one up and looked at it left and right. After thinking for a while, he tentatively began to purify it. The power surged little by little, and the small ginseng in the palm could be felt to be becoming purer and purer, but its appearance was still wrinkled and shabby, and its leaves were depressed and lifeless. She withdrew her hand a little puzzled and stared at it again. After thinking about it, I decided that I wouldn't sell this ginseng for the time being, nor would I eat it, and the price was cheap. Well, mainly it's cheap. Huayu then brought a basin of purified water and gave it a try. This time, she tried to use the tiny power of stimulating birth, which was even weaker than purification. The difference from before was that this time, he could feel the surge of power even more clearly. Under the bright light, green spots like fireflies slowly floated around Huayu. At the door of the treehouse, the wisteria flowers that were not damaged by the heavy rain began to sway rapidly. The shadow of the rose corridor not far away was swaying in the night, and the vines stretched out and bared their teeth and claws. Alert! The mutation value in Rose Corridor Area 37 is rising rapidly. Alert! The mutation value in Rose Corridor Area 37 is rising rapidly. Alert! The mutation value in Rose Corridor Area 37 is rising rapidly. Update 3. I forgot to tell you not to invest. One of the investment items requires continuous updates for 30 days before you can get a return. 30 days of continuous updates is too hard for me. Too hard. Too hard. Thank you for your support. Good night. If you haven't read my other books, you can check out my serialized farming novel. It's also a daily style. Songtan chronicles the alien plant defense force arrived at Area 37 of the Rose Corridor 5 minutes later. It was just after nightfall, and the roar of cars was coming closer and closer. The silent and solemn atmosphere became more tense as the conversation was suppressed to almost inaudible. The military boots stepped silently on the still damp ground until the bright lights shone past and the quiet figures in the Rose Corridor were frozen, and only then did they relax their hiding state. But the nearest mutation value detector still flashes a dangerous red light. Zhou Qian raised his hand, and someone beside him held up an instrument. The mutation value jumped 12 points in 1 minute. It should be very unhappy, but there is no reason. Everyone present kept repeating these words in their minds. Because of its stable mood, the Rose Corridor has now cooperated with the defense forces. The continuous rain with strong pollution value did not make it so unhappy, so how could it be unhappy now that the rain has stopped someone got into a fight nearby? Or saw blood? Everyone's heart trembled, and Zhou Qian's expression was even more serious and tense. With a slight worry in his eyes, he remembered that Huayu lived in District 37. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. Go and take a look. However, as the team got closer and closer to the Rose Corridor, the area illuminated by the lights became wider and wider, and everything that appeared before their eyes made everyone silent again. At once. How could anyone build a house so close to the Rose Corridor? Although the house was not built neatly, they could find many problems with it. But no matter how many problems there were, it was still a house that could truly shelter from the wind and rain. Everyone was alert and moved carefully towards the treehouse in front. The bright light shone directly, and I saw a particularly dreamy string of wisteria flowers inserted on the door, swaying slightly in the night breeze, making it seem as if the owner of the house was very much in the mood for life. The yellow hay curtains underneath are woven in a detailed and neat way, and they look like they know how to live well. Captain Brother. The yellow door curtain moved, and a small head popped out from inside. The little girl's face was still a little pale, as if she was frightened. Zhou Qian relaxed. How could he not be frightened? In the middle of the night, first there was the warning from the Rose Corridor, and then there was this treehouse that appeared so close to him, etc. He was dumbfounded. Why are you living here? This is my home. Hua Yu walked out from behind the door curtain, his hands still stained with mud, and pointed at the tree house behind him. Look, the waterproof tarpaulin was given by you, brother. I didn't give it to you. You exchanged it for something yourself? Zhou Qian retorted subconsciously, and then became even more stunned. Well, he knew that this girl was actually quite capable of living alone, and he also knew that she had found a way to build a house. He also knew that her life was getting better and better. He even saw her nearby during the last rainstorm. But he had never thought that this house was not even 20 meters away from the Rose Corridor. 20 meters. Their camp in Area 69 did not dare to be so close to the Rose Corridor. Zhou Qian took a deep breath. Hua Yu was present at the Rose Corridor's 2 consecutive movements. His expression gradually calmed down, and he said seriously at this moment, Hua Yu, I want to ask you a few questions now. Hua Yu's face was a little pale, and her thin body seemed to be a little shaky in the night wind, but she still nodded. Okay, Captain Zhou. Just ask. Why do you live so close to the Rose Corridor? I remember warning you several times. Hua Yu hesitated. I live alone, so I'm not likely to fight. If I live closer to it, others won't dare to come over, and I'll feel safer. And she slowly raised her hand. I have a little bit of wood ability. Just a little bit, very weak. Apart from Lin Xiefeng, she had never seen any other people with abilities, and wondered if everyone was as powerful as him. But the way the other party easily subdued the enemy that night really amazed Hua Yu so much that the excuses he found now were mixed with his complete trust in him. Lin Xiefeng said that he could feel a faint wood-related ability in himself, but he had no idea about his purification ability. In this case, it would be reasonable to disclose it appropriately. Zhou Qian was a little surprised, but soon relaxed. He said to the person beside him, Test it. The person holding the instrument to detect the variation value of the Rose Corridor immediately approached Hua Yu, quickly adjusting several buttons in his hands. Before he could even touch Hua Yu's body, the instrument beeped. Wood type, mutation value 7. Zhou Qian breathed a sigh of relief. This variation value can basically be said to be incapable. No wonder Hua Yu never mentions it. But with this special ability, the affinity between the Rose Corridor and strangers will indeed make the Rose Corridor safer than humans. The premise is that it is not unhappy. However, there is still a problem. What were you doing before the Rose Corridor movement alarm? Hua Yu paused, his eyes clear and innocent. I bought a few small ginsengs at the market today, some of which are still alive, so I wanted to try to grow them. Before it got angry, I was growing ginseng. She probably wasn't lying. Zhou Qian could probably see that, so he relaxed even more. It's just buying ginseng in the market and trying to grow it yourself. This behavior cannot be said to be being deceived, but only a momentary carelessness. Zhou Qian nodded, then pointed at the treehouse. We need to go in and take a look. Hua Yu nodded. Okay. She turned sideways, patted the dry dirt on her hands, and then took the initiative to open the door curtain. The first thing that catches your eye in the treehouse is the simple stove in the center of the house, surrounded by blue bricks and with a blazing flame. Next to the stove are kitchen knives, chopping boards and pots that are arranged very neatly. Next is a familiar, defense-style solar lamp placed on a blue brick cabinet, and the bright light comes from it. The room was too small, so Zhou Qian and the person beside him walked into the room in a vague, triangle formation. They found a large piece of dry straw spread on the ground in the corner, surrounding a simple camp bed, making it extremely safe. Directly opposite the bed, beyond the firelight from the stove, you can see a black 28-inch truck standing there. Clothes and towels were hung on the vines above. The pots, buckets, baskets and baskets below were neatly arranged one by one. On the blue brick cabinet beside the bed, there was a small and exquisite white porcelain vase with a slender pink and white rose in it. Zhou Qian was speechless. Is the affinity of wood-type psychics so high? Even the Rose Corridor is willing to let her pick flowers? Suddenly, his eyes focused and he saw the line of small ice-carved words below the vase, sparkling under the light. Update 1. Please give me a monthly ticket. Fei Tin called me to write early in the morning. Zhou Qian bent down and carefully picked up the row of ice sculptures. In the slightly warm room, this row of ice sculptures not only shows no signs of melting, but the traces of condensed ice and snow on them are still so clear and dreamy. Except for extremely powerful water-based psychics, it is impossible for others to do this. The ice sculpture he received was icy cold, which further confirmed his thoughts. Then he stared at the words, his eyes suddenly sharp. "Thank you for your rose, Lin Xiefeng. Lin Xiefeng? Guard Officer Lin? How do you know him?" At this moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind. From Huayu living alone in the wilderness to her relatives who were rich and possibly powerful. All kinds of doubts were intertwined. Huayu was a little surprised, a garrison officer. She wanted to ask, but what if Lin Xiefeng was a well-known figure known to everyone? If she asked, she would reveal more and more. After thinking for a while, he finally whispered, "He passed by here on the night of the rainstorm and bought me a bunch of soybeans for 200 points. He asked me if I could give him the flowers, saying it was very romantic. And then this was left. Heavy rain. A late night when no one knew what was happening, and the fugitive who inexplicably appeared at the entrance of the camp the next day with his head already shrunken." Zhou Qian instantly put aside all thoughts, and only this series of clues merged in his mind. But even if he didn't understand what was going on at the top, even if Lin Xiefeng retired due to injury, he should be in the imperial capital at this moment. 6 years after the cataclysm, he was the strongest water-based psychic. No, he was the strongest psychic. I heard that he also requested to retire. But why would he come all the way to Flower City for no reason, and not let anyone know? Zhou Qian suddenly raised his head and looked at the rose corridor outside. Outside the rose corridor that guards the Flower City like a city wall is a vast wasteland that connects to the surrounding cities of the entire Xia Kingdom. Retired due to injury. Retired due to injury. It was just a simple sentence in the news, but it turned out that the hero had already made his choice, fallen in a battle unknown to anyone. Is this Lin Xiefeng? Everyone looked at each other, and the atmosphere became heavy for a moment. After a moment, Zhou Qian squatted down carefully and put the small ice sculpture back, placing it at an especially careful angle. Only Huayu hesitated and asked cautiously, "Will he be in danger?" Zhou Qian shook his head and tried to pull the corners of his mouth. "No." Then, without waiting for Huayu to ask again, he quickly changed the subject. "Did the flowers come from the rose corridor for you? The affinity of the wood element is really high. After all these years, they have never been able to get close to it." Huayu nodded. "She is very beautiful, so I just tried to cut a branch to put in the flower arrangement." Zhou Qian was speechless, but at this moment his heart was no longer calm. In the end, he just waved his hand, and everyone walked out the door tacitly. When he was about to leave, he suddenly asked, "Where is the ginseng you planted?" Huayu was stunned, then turned sideways and pointed to a grayish-white brick with square holes on the ground. There was a row of them, with black mud inside the bricks and a thin stem on top with strands of leaves sticking out. It didn't look like ginseng at all. Everyone looked over with curiosity, which then turned into an even more awkward silence. Zhou Qian couldn't help but ask, "This mutation value?" 23. Huayu said cheerfully, "I bought 8 and it only cost 20 cents. 23. This scary number that even dogs wouldn't eat. No wonder this ginseng plant looks like an inconspicuous weed or a carrot seedling that has grown bad." Everyone became even more silent. Zhou Qian asked curiously, "Where did you dig the soil from?" Huayu pointed outside the door and lowered his voice. "Well, the soil under the rose corridor. Maybe more fertile." Everyone. Zhou Qian's tense expression suddenly relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He then ordered, "Record the reason." Then he looked at Huayu again, half warning and half helpless. "Plants have unpredictable tempers. Don't rely on your affinity to do such bold things again. If something really happens, you won't even have time to call for help." Huayu nodded obediently, seeming to realize that she was the one who caused the trouble tonight, and responded weakly, "I'm sorry, brother. I won't dig next time." Zhou Qian sighed. After finishing the record, everyone left the room one by one. Huayu was following Zhou Qian closely with his head down when suddenly a warm hand pressed his head and rubbed it like a puppy. "This ginseng is pretty good, but don't plant it next time." Huayu thought of the ginseng hidden in a row of square hole bricks on the ground, and also remembered that when he just started to grow the first ginseng, He was forced to give all his energy to the rose corridor due to pressure. At this moment, he sighed deeply. I'm so tired. When the purification and induction of the ginseng in her hand was completed, the alarm sounded. In order to calm the rose corridor, she used up all her strength. Although I didn't kowtow, the physical exertion was more tiring than kowtow. They were afraid that the ginseng would be exposed, so they simply covered it with mud and stuffed it into square bricks before the defense army arrived. Now it's finally over. Rose Corridor is too greedy, right? Next time, don't do this again. Seeing everyone getting back into the car, before Zhou Qian opened the door, Hua Yu couldn't help but ask, "Brother, Lin Xiefeng." She hesitated to speak, but Zhou Qian seemed to understand, and at this moment he comforted her. It's okay. He came here for personal reasons. It has nothing to do with you. You did a good job keeping it a secret. We will also report this matter secretly and will not publicize it to prevent other veterans from following suit. And then, Hua Yu. Lin Xiefeng has been on the front lines for 6 years since the disaster and has been wounded countless times. Although he retired due to injury, he will always be the garrison officer in the hearts of all of us. His expression gradually became gloomy, and he almost murmured. So he likes flowers. If you are lucky enough to see him again. If we are lucky enough to find him. He swallowed the words and just smiled at Hua Yu again. Children should not worry about adults' affairs. Be careful not to grow taller. Hua Yu looked at herself doubtfully and tried to dispel the heavy feeling in her heart. I should be 1.65 meters tall, right? Can I stop growing? Zhou Qian laughed. You look so skinny, like you are only 16 or 17 years old. How pitiful. Take good care of yourself and eat more good food. He got in the car and reminded again. Don't exercise your abilities and don't come into contact with any serious pollution sources. All enhancements of superpowers are accompanied by constant pain. Hua Yu, a new life has begun. You must live as long as possible. Surviving is the most important thing. Update 2. In the dark night, the Rose Mansion fell into silence again. Hua Yu closed his eyes and adjusted for a long time before returning to the treehouse. She was so tired that she just lay down on the bed. After a moment, he turned over and sat up, then walked to the front of the rose corridor with a lamp in hand, gritting his teeth and saying, You. A breeze blew by, and the petals flew towards her face, covering her head and face. Hua Yu's aura suddenly collapsed. He put the lamp on the ground, clasped his hands together, and said pitifully, Please don't do this, okay? I'm planning to plant the crops tomorrow, and planting crops is to help the soybeans grow. When the time comes, you can call them all over. What should I say then? Both the ability to induce labor and the ability to purify seem to be very useful. Hua Yu has no intention of accepting a heavy pollution source, but it's okay for her to practice more on her own, right? Planting soybeans one after another to absorb pollution seems to be a generally accepted method. Even if someone comes here, they will not doubt it when they see the green. But if you use the purification ability alone, Hua Yu stared at the rose in front of him, but the other party just swayed as usual, without any expression at all. She couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, If you do this again, she made up her mind. I will never kowtow again. After she had vented her temper, she bent down again and picked up the lamp with a huff, but she only felt a coolness on her neck and a faint scent of flowers. When she looked down, she saw that it was a small rose that was cautiously moving towards her. Its cold gray thorns were retracted obediently and did not touch her at all. Hua Yu pursed her lips and suddenly laughed again. Then it's a deal. I'll be farming tomorrow, so you better control yourself a little. The next day was another sunny day. After all the hassles at night, when Hua Yu woke up this morning, the morning report had already ended. But she didn't need to listen to the weather. She just looked up at the warm sun and she felt happy. She familiarly lifted the waterproof tarpaulin, quickly removed the dry leaves on the roof, and then spread the large straw mats in series on the ground to dry in the sun. Then there are solar lights. Then he stood by the pond and looked at it. Only one day had passed, and the water in the pond was not clean yet, still having a yellowish hue. But the pollution value itself is not reflected in the color. The things in this pond that have not completely settled are basically muddy water and dead leaves. Hua Yu simply brought the basin and soap over and scrubbed all the clothes by the pond first. Then take it back and rinse it one last time with clean water. The clothes are filled with the smell of soap, and now they are drying in the sun, which makes people feel more at ease. Hua Yu's newly bought trap was still in the house, but she had already seen the pond in front of her when it was still clear. The biggest fish in the cage was not even as big as her thumb, so there was no need to put it in the cage. I can only wait until next time I go to the mountain. When I finished all this, it was just 9 o'clock. Hua Yu relaxed, went back to the house, scooped 2 spoonfuls of noodles, added water and salt, and then cautiously but boldly added a little bit of chopped dried chili peppers. She had almost forgotten the taste of chili peppers. It had been so long since she bought the dried chili peppers, and she hadn't dared to eat them for fear of the irritation. Today was a clear day, and it was a good time to try. Then stir the noodles evenly into a paste and add some lard to the pot. The white lard melted quickly and then emitted a fragrant hot steam. She found the right moment to put the dried wild onion segments in. There was a slight crackling sound of frying, and the room was instantly filled with the spicy smell of scallion oil. After pouring out the oil, you don't even need to wash the pan. Pour the batter carefully into it and spread it into a round pancake. The batter, which was not white, gradually took shape in the pan, turning into an oily, milky yellow color. The scallion oil was sprinkled on top along with a few dark-colored scallions. As the heat rose, the milky yellow pancake had a slight burn mark. It's even more delicious. Hua Yu happily scooped it up with a spatula. It's oily, salty, and slightly spicy, very satisfying. Although there was no egg, there was no way to add sauce to make the taste stronger. She turned her head and looked at the few pounds of soybeans left in the corner, and she was a little hesitant at this moment before planting. Should we dry some bean paste first? After a moment, she shook her head in disappointment. Forget it. No fresh peppers. After finishing 2 thin scallion pancakes quickly, Hua Yu cheered up, picked up a multifunctional shovel, and walked around the pond, intending to find a suitable piece of land to cultivate. The overall slope of the surrounding area is slightly downward, but it can be considered stable. The terrain should be roughly the same, and there is no difference between the pond side and other places. But there might be times when it doesn't rain. She didn't have enough strength, and if she was too far away from the pond, it might be inconvenient to water the plants. The pond of 3 or 5 mu looked quite small when it was not full of water, but now it was full of water, and all you could see was a yellowish mud soup. Hua Yu walked around and finally chose a position that he could observe from the treehouse, and carefully marked the specific position with a shovel. She didn't know whether she could farm or do it well, so the area she marked out for the first time was not very large, only about 20 square meters. In these 20 square meters, she has to turn the soil, sift out the stones and gravel, remove the weeds with lush roots and leaves, and finally dry it to remove insects, build ridges, and conserve moisture. Then we have to hurry up and plant the beans as soon as possible, otherwise we will miss the Qingming festival. This series of processes went through Hua Yu's mind. She stood there in a daze with the multifunctional shovel, amazed at her own versatility. How can he not know how to farm? He is clearly an expert at it. That's not right. How could she have so many? Shouldn't a princess who truly lives in a castle and enjoys life not be able to tell the difference between wheat seedlings and leeks? Could it be that, defeated by the miserable life he might have had in the past, Hua Yu became depressed? Looking at her own delicate skin and tender flesh, she thought she had lived a life of luxury in the past, so she at least comforted herself that she had once had good things. But now it seems, well, it's clear that she is hardworking and has never had anything. No wonder she can make such a good living by herself. It turns out that she has gained experience through hard work. As he thought about it, he stepped the multifunctional shovel heavily into the soil, and then dug upwards skillfully, and the soil along with stones and grass roots was shoveled out. Then he used the back of the shovel to break up the clumps of soil and grass roots, bent down, picked up the grass roots and stones, and threw them far away. When the stone fell to the ground with the light grass roots pressed down, Hua Yu's heart also fell to the ground. She was so skilled at this move that she almost cried. Was she a rural woman who worked hard to grow crops in the mountains? Update 3. Good night. If you don't give me monthly tickets, I won't kowtow anymore. How big is 20 square meters? In fact, it is only as big as a living room. But now Huayu worked from morning to noon, and the mud on her boots became thicker and thicker, so much so that she felt that there was something wrong with the land. Why was it so big? She didn't have enough strength to even swing the hoe. She needed to use her body's strength to push the shovel down, and she felt tired after doing it several times. Now, looking at this large piece of turned-over land, my hands and feet feel hot and painful. The ground was still wet, and every time I shoveled it out, it felt heavy. The weeds, which had just begun to show their tender green buds, had roots crisscrossing underneath. Like a net, it firmly grasps the surrounding water and soil, making the soil solid and heavy with water. Every time after digging it out with great effort, she had to pat and beat the soil to get rid of the grass roots. The land looks flat now because it was specially flattened when the Rose Mansion was planned. There are still some gravels and stones underneath. If it weren't for the high quality of his multifunctional shovel, Huayu would have really lost another point. Fortunately, after a morning of hard work, the square piece of land in front of us was finally turned over. However, we cannot rush to build ridges now. After the winter, there are probably many insect eggs and bacteria hidden in the soil. Huayu wiped the sweat off his forehead, looked at the big sun above his head, and decided to let the soil dry in the sun for 2 days. And she was hungry. 3 meals a day is normal, but the day she woke up, she was full after drinking only 1 bag of nutrient solution. Later, we built the house in a hurry. There was a lot of hard work that required us to hold our breath to complete, but we only had to eat and drink in the morning and evening. But now, she is not as tired as before, but she needs 3 meals a day. Is it because the food she eats is too monotonous? Or is the nutrition in the nutrient solution really rich? She thought of the unpalatable nutrient solution and couldn't help but fall into a painful struggle. But when I look at my thin white wrist again, it is really thin. In fact, it cannot be said to be beautiful. Before, my skin was white and my complexion looked good, so I didn't look weak and pale. At the same time, Zhou Qian's words echoed in his ears. Eat more? You look like you are 16 or 17 years old. Huayu fell into deep thought. She felt that she should be older than 16 or 17, but everyone she met so far would first call her a minor. Sister, little girl. As for herself, she subconsciously feels that she is an adult, but when facing other people, she can call them uncle, brother, sister, aunt without hesitation. That's not quite right. She thought about it and thought about it, until she was hungry, but she still couldn't figure out why. Could it be that she was a strong and talkative peasant woman in the past? Well, that seems to be okay. After all, now she has experience. Huayu sighed helplessly, but she couldn't think about it anymore. She was so hungry that she was panicking. She immediately threw away all thoughts and quickly carried the pot to the new stove in the straw shed. Now that the weather is warmer, I can cook here during the day. Have some noodle dumpling soup with pickled fern for lunch. After thinking about it, he finally took out a bag of nutrient solution and started drinking it painfully. After lunch, Huayu went into the treehouse and found that the house only had a frame today, so the moisture would dry faster. Now that I am in it, I don't even feel the dampness anymore. I estimate that it will be completely dry by tomorrow at the latest. The only ones that didn't obey were the wisterias. When Huayu was induced to give birth, there was no experience, so their roots took root too deep. Although the trunks used for the frame had stopped supplying nutrients, new wisteria seedlings had sprouted at the base of the trunks used for beams and columns at the edge of the treehouse. Huayu stared at them again and again, but in the end he decided not to care. After all, they are obedient enough, with roots planted here and sprouts coming out from the other side. And when they grow up, they may be able to work together with the beams and pillars to support the straw shed, which will be even stronger. Go back into the house and take a look at the pot of bean sprouts. The bean sprouts have grown too much and can no longer be contained in a pot. Although they are placed under the shade of blue bricks, the warmth from the sun still makes them grow rapidly. Now, they have grown into clusters of tender bean sprouts. If there is a hot pot base now, Huayu was drooling, but he didn't dare to think too much about it. After all, the slightly spicy dish in the morning, although delicious, made her stomach feel a little uncomfortable for a while after eating it. My body is really too fragile. It seems I need to be more cautious when eating spicy food. Although bean sprouts can't be used in hot pot, it should be okay to make lard and vegetable porridge at night, right? There is no egg, no meat, and no sauce. Otherwise, it must be delicious when wrapped in a burrito. Hua Yu lay on the bed to rest for a while, but his mind was full of all kinds of food. The more he thought about it, the more his saliva started to drip, and his full stomach didn't seem that full anymore. She sighed and turned over and sat up. Forget it. Let's get back to work. The sooner we finish cleaning the land, the more food we can have. By the way, think about those pork, chicken, duck, etc. How many points do you need to buy them now? Greed makes people motivated. Hua Yu started mowing the grass again. The hay I had collected but had grown moldy and rotten in the heavy rain. The hay in the wasteland, the branches and twigs in the woods on the hillside not far away, the wet leaves and grass buried deep inside. After collecting sacks one by one for several hours, they actually collected a pile as big as a small hill. Hua Yu took out a lighter. Pa. As the flames came into contact with the hay, wisps of smoke drifted away, and the branches and dead leaves in front of him slowly began to emit more and thicker smoke. There is a lot of moisture in this pile of leaves, so it probably won't burn out that quickly. Besides, there is flat land with only scattered weeds all around, so it is relatively safe to burn. Hua Yu took the shovel and took the opportunity to go back to the field, turning over the clods of earth again and breaking them into even bigger pieces. At dusk, all the dirt was broken into smaller pieces. Hua Yu rubbed his arms and estimated that after another day of drying and turning the soil again tomorrow, it should be almost done. The fire nearby had gone out, and the surface was covered with black and gray ashes, which were scattered everywhere when the wind blew, making it hard for people to open their eyes. When Hua Yu turned it over with a shovel, he saw hot steam rising rapidly from inside. It's still hot. The ash pile was broken up and spread out, causing the heat inside to quickly dissipate in the evening breeze. When it was not so hot anymore, Hua Yu brought a large bucket and carried the ashes to the vegetable field bucket by bucket, then poured them into the soil layer by layer. Wood ash kills insects and bacteria and can also be used as base fertilizer. When it is soaked by dew tomorrow morning, the nutrients inside will penetrate more. Oh, there is so much land anyway. Why not dig another piece tomorrow? Update 1. I'm out doing some errands this afternoon. I'll write the rest later. When the moisture inside the treehouse was completely eliminated by the sun, Hua Yu not only turned over another piece of land and applied wood ash, but also turned over and dried the soil in the previous piece of land. After the heavy rain, the weather was clear for several days in a row. The grass on all sides seemed to have received instructions from the solar terms and was growing rapidly every day. The vast wilderness where grass looked green but was not visible nearby has now become a furry green carpet. It is dotted with various baby blue veronica flowers, yellow dandelions, deep purple violets. In the corner, there is also a thin lilac only about 10 to 20 centimeters high, with slightly purple buds just forming. When the straw curtain was lifted, what came into view was such a prosperous spring scenery. Hua Yu was not even in a hurry to farm. Instead, he rushed into the densest grass with cheers, lay on his back and rolled over. The sky is a very light blue. Wisps of clouds were floating, and they were also so faint that their shapes could not be seen. She lay on the ground, feeling the slight coolness of the ground and the special smell of grass. At this moment, she stretched out her hand and pulled out a tender and slender grass sprout. After peeling off the green grass leaves, the soft, milky white grass sprouts inside were exposed. She grabbed them with one mouthful, and then her facial features twisted and her expression was in dismay. Pa, 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 pa. It's so disgusting. Is this the legendary even dogs won't eat it? All the comfort was shattered by the extremely unpalatable taste. Hua Yu turned over and sat up, staring at the large area of reed sprouts in front of him, heartache revealed in his eyes. But she quickly came to her senses, took out another cigarette, peeled it, and tasted it slowly, enduring the unpalatable taste. In her opinion, the grass sprouts have a soft texture and a slightly sweet taste when they are at their tenderest, which seems to be the unique childhood happiness in her memory. But now, the taste is still smooth, but the taste is sour, Bitter. Mustard. I tried it again, and it still tasted terrible. But it's not to the point that dogs won't eat it. Huayu thought about it, and guessed that these mutation values might not reach 23. She didn't have much to earn now, but she still needed a hoe to farm, and it wasn't enough to eat soybeans while farming. In addition, it was hard to kill time when she was bored at night. After all, even purification is essentially an extremely boring action. Thinking of this, Huayu stood up, went back to the treehouse, took out the backpack, and started picking the grass sprouts. Unlike her usual attire, she was still wearing the same outfit she wore when she was working. She kept picking while walking, and when the basket was nearly 1/3 full, she was almost at the bus stop. However, I was the only one standing on this platform before, but today there were 2 people standing there. They were wearing uniforms and standing straight. It's the Defense Army. However, Huayu took a look and found that it was not someone he knew, so he stood aside quietly with the backpack on his back. The 2 men looked at her strangely, then looked around the platform and couldn't help but look at her again. The 2 of them chatted for a few words, and when one of them walked over here as if he wanted to say something, the bus arrived. As soon as Huayu got on the bus, he heard the driver yelling, "Score points! Score points! It's not free anymore." Huayu held out her bracelet, and with a beep sound, 2 points were deducted directly. She felt heartbroken instantly. Why is it so expensive? And thinking about the unpurified grass buds on her back, she was not going to the pedestrian street today. That's right, now her life is on the right track, and I believe that other people are basically on the right track, so the danger should be much less than before. In addition, she lived in such a remote place, she couldn't go to Hongqing Market to buy small things every day, right? It would take 3 or 4 hours to go back and forth, which was really a waste of time. Therefore, Huayu decided to go to the nearby Jinyuan community today. The aunties who take the bus often talk about this, saying that there are a lot of people allocated in Jinyuan community, nearly 30,000. In the central square of the community, people set up stalls every day, selling all kinds of things. Since they sell everything, it shouldn't be a problem for her to sell some Maoya, which has a high mutation value and tastes bad, right? If no one buys it, the worst that can happen is that I can just carry it back myself, purify it, and eat it. Who knew that as soon as I got on the bus, 2 points were gone? Just as he was feeling heartbroken, he saw the 2 defenders hesitate, slowly walk up to him, and then whispered, "Girl, why are you getting on this platform? This is the Rose Corridor. You can't just go near it." In front of them, Huayu couldn't say that he had a brother in the camp. I had no choice but to hold the backpack tighter and said weakly, "I saw the grass sprouts over there were growing well. I didn't get too close. I stayed far away." Look at her basket again, and sure enough, it's full of tender and juicy grass sprouts. But, is this edible? One of the defenders asked hesitantly. Huayu's mind moved, and then he took the initiative to peel off 2 sprouts. "Yes, I have tasted it." She eagerly handed over 2 peeled white tender grass sprouts and looked at the 2 of them expectantly, as if seeking their approval. The 2 defenders looked young and were probably a little shy. They hesitantly stretched out their hands and took the gift from the little girl. Huayu stared at the 2 of them, but when he saw the sprouts in each other's hands go into their mouths, neither of them frowned, but chewed them, with a look of curiosity on their faces. "Not bad. How do you plan to sell this?" Huh. Now it was Huayu's turn to be dumbfounded. "It's just so unpalatable, but it's still okay?" She suddenly became curious about what the date that Uncle Zaozi had eaten tasted like. But at this moment, faced with the question of price, she had no idea and could only lower her head and said awkwardly, "I don't know either. My family asked me to sell it casually." "Brothers, you guys decide how much to give." The 2 hesitated for a moment, exchanged glances, and one of them said, "I think the mutation value is less than 18. So let's say 12 per pound. There are probably 3 or 4 pounds in this basket. Do you have a scale?" Huayu knew that their price was too high. It might be true that the variation value did not exceed 18, but 12 per pound was clearly for coaxing children. Nowadays, people measure price by the variation value and the ability to fill their stomachs. For a snack like Mao Yair, only Boss Tang could offer a good price. But Boss Tang only accepted good things, and with such a high mutation value, it was not his target at all. The market price of this thing is probably around 6 cents per pound at most. Huayu shook his head. 12 is not for sale. Brother, if you want it, give me 2 points and I'll give you a handful to try. After saying this, the two people on the opposite side were stunned. Then they touched their noses and smiled embarrassedly. So you know the price. I'm so tired after going out to do some work today. I have another day tomorrow, so I'll just keep updating twice. My neighbor asked for leave today. It's too late. Update 2, good night. I'm going to Jinyuan Community tomorrow. New small map. Huayu laughed. She roughly knew what the two defenders on the opposite side meant. Perhaps it was because I was dressed too simply, and I had to carry a basket to adventure to the Rose Corridor, so they mistakenly thought that I was short of money. Okay, it's indeed quite shy. There are only more than 20 points left now. But there are already too many kind-hearted people helping me. From the kind reminder to collect relief food, to the sleeping bag sent by Captain Zhou, who had only met her once, and the subsequent help, even Boss Tang was kind to her. Huayu feels that a person's blessings are limited. The more good others are to her, the more she should cherish this kindness. Now that she has already broken free from the basic needs of survival, everything she has obtained is a gift from heaven and earth, so there is no need to use this to earn the kindness of ordinary people. Two defenders handed over bracelets, and one of them gave Huayu a point, which earned him a large handful of reed sprouts from the girl in front of him. The three of them gathered together and laughed happily for some reason. By the time we had a handful of peeled grass from the thatch sprouts in our hands, we had arrived at the Jinyuan Community. Many people came up to the platform, and Huayu said goodbye to the two of them with a smile, carrying his backpack, and got off the train at this platform for the first time. The platform is right at the ruins of a primary school. Various weeds grew among the ruins, but there was nothing edible. They had probably been dug up by residents of the community. Based on the conversation of the aunties on the bus, she knew that this place was originally broken by a huge mutant pumpkin vine in the student vegetable garden. However, even though the mutated pumpkin became crazy and unpalatable after the mutation, it still saved the lives of hundreds of people when everyone was out of ammunition and food. Walk 2 steps forward from the primary school and cross the road. You can see the original Grand Gate and Road of Jinyuan Community. Huayu walked into the community with a basket on his back, and found that there were other people carrying baskets and bags, coming from outside, and he couldn't help but look at them curiously. They gathered in 2s and 3s, chatting, and seemed to be from other small communities around. There are few people there, so people trade their extra goods in Jinyuan Community. Now, after more than a month, a small market has been formed here. She walked into the originally magnificent Fountain Square and saw that it had become 2 circular streets. Sacks were spread on the ground, crowded together, and the sound of bargaining was heard one after another, making the place extremely prosperous. Huayu seemed to arrive a little late. He walked around the Fountain Square twice with a basket on his back, but couldn't find a place to set up a stall. I did see some second-hand farm tools for sale, and when I asked the price, I learned that a very old hoe was only 12 cents apiece. I don't know how long this hoe has been used. It looks more like something just picked up from the village courtyard. A wedge was hammered into the hole where the smooth wooden handle and the metal head met, firmly locking the hoe in place. This is very different from the one-piece manganese steel hoes that are now on the market. Huayu tried to swing the hoe and found that the weight was quite suitable. Then he thought about his reclamation plan and decided to buy it even if it would cost him half of his savings. Taking advantage of the business of buying a hoe, she sat down next to the farm tool stall with a bamboo backpack. The owner of the stall next to her looked at her and didn't chase her away. Instead, the old lady on the other side said, "Girl, there are a few of these grass sprouts around our community. They won't fill your stomach, and there's nothing to eat. I don't think you can sell them at a good price." Huayu smiled and nodded. "I know, I'm just trying it." There were also about a dozen fresh shepherd's purse that had just been dug out of the soil on the old lady's stall. The other party nodded and asked again, "What's the price?" Huayu wanted to say 5 cents per pound, but changed his mind when the words came to his lips, 1 cent per handful. As she spoke, she took out a handful of reed sprouts from the basket, straightened them out, tied them up with a rubber band, and put them on display. The grandson of the owner of the hoe stall happened to come back. Seeing the neatly arranged green sprouts, he could not help but squat down and look at them curiously. He looked only 6 or 7 years old, and probably had never eaten this before. Huayu laughed and took out a piece and handed it to him. Try it? Not everyone in Jinyuan community uses a variation value detector. Many things bought and sold here are estimated by tasting. We have been eating all kinds of plants for 6 years, and they can't guarantee the accuracy of how good the good ones are. But everyone has a scale in their mind about the price of slightly inferior ones. The child reached out and carefully took the sprout, imitating Huayu's clumsy way of peeling off the green skin, revealing the white, tender, and soft inside. Wow! He widened his eyes, turned around and ran to the crowd to call another girl. Sister, come and eat. Soon, a group of children gathered in front of the small stall. Everyone looked at the pile of thatched sprouts with curiosity and desire. It seemed like they had never seen it before. Huayu smiled and sighed, then picked up a handful and distributed them one by one. Come on, one for each of you. The shop owner stared at her and asked, How come you are so good at business? After a pause, he said, Forget it. Give me one. I haven't eaten this for years. No, I have to try one first. If it tastes too bad, I don't want it. Huayu handed over the sprouts with a smile and didn't tell the children to eat them all. If they tasted bad, they would definitely not come again. Not long after, another child came over holding his mother's clothes, staring at the green grass sprouts with joy. Huayu was stunned. He never expected that these things that were originally unsaleable would be sold out in such a short time. Although I only collected a dozen cents in total, the feeling of setting up a stall was somewhat different from selling things to Boss Tang. For some reason, she also felt very happy. The trading market in Jinyuan community is also quite interesting, with many items being half new and half old. There is even a special waste taba area, where residents from all over the place come and go. Rather than trading with points, people are more accustomed to bartering. There are even people selling vegetable seedlings. According to the boss, he built a small greenhouse at home to grow the crops, and they are very popular. The pepper seedlings, which were 10 times the size, were sold out in a short time. What a pity. Huayu stood there and watched for a long time, then touched his pocket and counted the dozen cents he had just earned and the remaining 10 cents, and had no choice but to give up. After thinking about it, I turned back. Do you have seeds for sale? Yes, sell it. The other party seemed to be used to it, and took out a small bag of chili seeds from his pocket. 1 cent per seed. Buy 10 and get 1 free. I don't care whether it sprouts or what it looks like. Update 1. I am so exhausted today. I can't write anymore. I will update once, but I am still writing. Let's see how long I can hold on. Although Song Tan next door has taken a leave, he is still writing and will update as soon as possible tomorrow. Every grain of this seed. Huayu instantly became entangled. The other party looked at her and curled his lips. You are too thin. Don't do these useless things. Just get something to fill your stomach. Then he dragged a small basket out from the side and said, Breeding is difficult. It's too early in the morning. It's difficult to keep it alive. If I didn't have a terrace garden before, I wouldn't be able to grow it well. Little girl, if you have no experience, you might as well buy this. A big potato costs 15 cents. Don't be fooled by the price. Buy one, cut it up, and dip it in some wood ash to plant several. It's more filling than peppers. The potatoes in the basket probably have a high mutation value. Just by hearing the price, you can tell that their pollution value is higher than that of peppers. Even their size is unexpectedly large. Huayu used his hands to gesture, and one was as big as 3 fists. If we take this back to germinate, 1 potato can be divided into at least 6 or 7 tubers, right? If we wait until the potato seedlings grow up and then divide them up, wouldn't that be? But she looked at her score anxiously. It was terrible. The remaining points were not enough to buy 2 potatoes. But after hesitating for a moment, she still picked the biggest one. The boss also reminded, This is the largest, and the variation value must be high. Don't blame me if it doesn't taste good. After thinking for a while, he advised, Why don't you buy the small one? It takes at least 3 months for these potatoes to grow. After 3 months, maybe life will be better than it is now, and you won't have to eat such terrible food. Huayu shook his head. Let's eat first. The words were so sad that the boss started to sigh as well. He turned around and grabbed a handful of hay to wrap the potato in. There's only one potato in such a big basket. Don't let it get damaged later. Hua Yu picked up the hoe, looked at the few points left, couldn't help but sigh and got on the bus. Although setting up a stall is fun, but if you really want to get rich, it seems that you have to be boss Tang. She didn't feel bad about the 2-minute bus ride to Hongqing Trading Market, but Hua Yu still grimaced when she came back from such a short distance from Jinyuan Community. She carefully estimated the distance along the way and found that it would take about 20 minutes to get there by bike. Think about the various tool carts, bicycles, baby carriages, and delivery carts that everyone launched at the stalls today, as well as many original shared bicycles in the same color. Her own bicycle wouldn't be too conspicuous if it was pushed out now, right? Thinking this way, she could save some money, and since everyone's life was back on track, she would be safer, so she felt relieved again. I was busy for a long time this morning. I picked some reed sprouts and went to Jinyuan Community. It was only 11 o'clock when I got back. Hua Yu couldn't help but sigh at the importance of transportation and distance, and then he took out the big potato, purified it first, and then carefully stuck his head out to look at the rose corridor quietly in the sun. Seeing that there was only a breeze around, she carefully gave a little bit of inducing power, and before the potato could react, she quickly put it back into the plastic bag. After tying the bag, he placed it directly on the warm grass at the door. Then grabbed the straw mat and cover it, so that the temperature can be raised quickly to promote germination without being damaged by the sun. I went back to the house and lifted the wet towel to take a look. I saw that a new round of bean sprouts had already grown sprouts about 2 centimeters long and could be sold by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Hua Yu took a hoe and turned the original 20 square meters of vegetable plot again, and then made ridges and rows. Then, she gently dug a row of small holes on the ridge. Using this hoe in this way was more convenient than using a multi-purpose shovel. However, after the hole was dug, she looked at the moist soil underneath the dry surface and couldn't help but think about it again. Should we grow seeds first and plant them to use the legumes to absorb the pollution, or should we purify it bit by bit after planting them? Looking at the soybeans and then at the land, Hua Yu decisively chose the former. A handful of soybeans were picked up, and they were gently washed with energy in the hand to stimulate their growth. After feeling the buds sprouting, they were gently placed in the soil pit. It was tiring to dig an area of 20 square meters, but it was very fast to plant. Soon, it was all covered with soil again. I didn't use much effort to induce growth this time, but if my prediction is correct, there might be new sprouts coming out of the soil tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Looking at the few remaining soybeans, Hua Yu sighed, looked at the sky, and decided to go to Sanqing Mountain again. It's gone so fast. Nowadays, selling wild vegetables is still an eye-catching thing. When Hua Yu entered the mountain, he found a dandelion with yellow flowers in bloom. He pinched off a leaf and tasted it, and found that it tasted worse than the dandelions on the land of Rose Mansion. With just one bite, she put on the mask of pain. She guessed that the variation value on the mountain was much higher than that at the foot of the mountain. Such highly polluted wild vegetables would probably not be sold at a high price, and after being purified, they would be too conspicuous. After much thought, I could only pick them and take them home, dry them well on a sunny day, and store them for my own consumption. Well, people are really not satisfied. When I was drinking the nutrient solution, I felt that every bite of green leaves was rare in the world. Now that I have rice and noodles to eat, I start to crave meat again. No matter how you prepare this wild vegetable, it still tastes like grass due to lack of seasoning. It makes your face turn green if you eat it for too long. Hua Yu sighed, but did not hesitate at all, and picked some wild vegetables as long as they were in large patches. The backpack was pressed and pressed again until it was full, and at this moment, she happened to come to the pond she saw last time. The water around the pond was clear and shallow, with small fish swimming around in it, looking very tender. But thinking about the pain she felt when the tail swung on the back of her hand last time, she dared not take it lightly. But the water is really clear. Hua Yu put his hand in and felt a chill. It seemed to be palm deep, but the water level extended all the way to his elbow. Looking further inside the pool, she didn't even dare to go in. But, hey, Hua Yu took out the trap he brought with him. The trap was neither new nor old, with only 4 holes, but it was more than enough to fit in the pond. It doesn't matter if she can't catch anything, but if she can catch something, she can take the small fish back to the pond at the door, and she doesn't have to go up the mountain every time she wants to eat some meat. Oh, when I'm greedy, even salt-baked dried fish can jump around in my dreams. Putting the backpack aside, she first used a hoe to dig the ground. It was a bit difficult to dig on the mountain as the soil was very hard. Hua Yu dug for a while before he dug out 2 thin red earthworms from the ground. It was really thin and small. She sighed and dug somewhere else again. This time she dug out 3 insect pupae. That's enough. Hua Yu reached out, purified them carefully, and then threw them into the trap. Puff. With the sound of splashing water, the green trap gradually sank into the pool. Update 2. Good night. If it weren't for the perfect attendance and the bonus for the new book list, it would be so hard. Writing to death.